Let us rise if you're able and join in paying tribute to our great state through our harmonious notes and heartfelt words of our state song, Sanalaibak, Manipur. Everyone, please rise.
Sanalaibak Manipur, Manipur, Sanalaibak Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nanggi Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nanggi Manipur, Manipur, Lai Janunggi Mani, Lai Janunggi Mani, Piktak na, Mga Chawbini, Piktak na, Mga Chawbini. Sanalaibak Manipur, Manipur, Sanalaibak Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nanggi Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nanggi Manipur, Manipur. Inungbung dagi haurakpi, jinglo na palon kharibi. Inungbung dagi haurakpi, jinglo na palon kharibi.
Sanglin pijo sepi, janvi haibi. Sanglin pijo sepi, janvi haibi.
Signalem na makhuribi. Signalem na makhuribi. Sanalaibak Manipur, Manipur, Sanalaibak Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nanggi Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nanggi Manipur, Manipur. Balam lupana ponggon thin balam sanana ithak khau balam lupana ponggon thin balam
Sangbanatiana hijang hoibi Sangbanatiana hijang hoibi
Manigum mga nailini Manigum mga nailini Sanalaibak Manipur, Manipur, Sanalaibak Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nanggi Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nanggi Manipur, Manipur, Lai Janunggi Mani, Lai Janunggi Mani, Piktak na,
Mga Chawbini,
Piktak na,
Mga Chawbini.
Sanalaibak Manipur, Manipur, Sanalaibak Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nanggi Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nanggi Manipur, Manipur.
Once again, a very good morning, everyone, respected judges, esteemed speaker, and all our distinguished guests. On behalf of National People's Youth Front and NPYF, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Open Debate Competition 2025. Today, we gather here to delve into a critical topic that holds immense significance for our state. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Next, I request all the competitors to kindly report to the designated area. Please ensure your attendance is marked so we can proceed with the program smoothly. Thank you. Now we have the presentation of Lengyan Phi to honor our distinguished invitees. I request our team to please carry on with the program. First of all, we would like to give our honor to Sri Yumnam Joy Kumar Singh, National Vice President, NPP. Oh. National President, NPP. Next, I request Sir R.K. Rameswar, General Secretary, Organization, NPP. And Sir Laitonjam Jayananda, General Secretary, IT and Frontal Organization. Sir Karam Nabakeshwar, Secretary, NPP. And Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, Social Scientist, Speaker of today's event. And last but not the least, Sir Khaidem Shyam, Secretary, NPP. Sorry? All the judges. Now we have Sir Russell Haisnam, General Secretary, Administration, NPP. This is a token of our respect and appreciation from NPYF, and again we are extremely honored to have with us an excellent panel of judges, Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, a renowned social scientist, Dr. Arambam Noni, Associate Professor, DMU Imphal, Dr. Shreema Ningombam, Associate Professor at El Sanoi College, and Professor Okram Kunjo. It is time to begin with a symbolic gesture of enlightenment and hope. May I now invite the dignitaries to kindly come forward and light the candles, making the formal commencement of today's event. Now I request all the judges and all the participants to come up on the stage and be seated on their designated seats. I request all the participants as well as all the judges. Okay, all the participants, please come up on the stage. Now I request Professor Okram Kunjo Singh. Speaker. Now I request Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, a renowned social scientist, to please come up on the stage. Next, I request Dr. Arambam Noni, Associate Professor, DMU, Imphal. And for the judge number 2, I request Professor Okram Kunjo Singh. And for the jury number 3, Dr. Shreema Ningombam, Associate Professor at El Sanoi College, Nambol. Okay. So it is time to begin with a symbolic gesture. And I request everyone, may I now invite Ms. Nongthombam Bidyarani, President of NPYF Manipur, to deliver the welcome address. Let's put our hands together to welcome her.
Hello. Mayamu Hanma Maktada, Nongthombam Bidyarani, NPYF President, Ikai Khumna Puchari, Amadi, Ikoknona Kurumzari. Nasiki I foraba, Koro Numit, January Tang, Kunmanga, Numit Asida, National People Youth Front, Nasinza Langzariba, debate competition, Asida, Asin Bakaya, Kaitopiduna. Debate competition asibu mapung pahan na bagidamak lengbiragliba mingoy na panjarabada National Vice President Pabong Yumnam Joy Kumar amadi National People's Party ki State General Secretary Organization Yambung Rameshwar amadi State NPP General Secretary Admin Russell Haisnam amasung NPP State General Secretary IT Zayanandabu Taram na Okcha Bagaloinana Ikai Khumnaba Uchari. Ngasigi debate asigi Thawai Happy Gadoriba Star Speaker Oza Professor Dr. Dhanabir Laishram Amadi Judges Singh Mingoina Hangacharabada Oza Dr. Arambam Noni Oza Kunjo Amadi Akoigi Hoziki Wenadi Yoksan Birakriba, Oza Shreema Busu, Ikai Khumnavaga Loinana, Taram na Okchari. Amadi, Ngasigi, hold the Sidat in Biriba, Ngasigi, Maruina debate competition asida mapung phan bigadoriba debaters sing participants sing amadi whole asida lengsen biriba mipung khuding makpusu NPYF ki maikai dagi taramna okchabawa loinana ikai khumna ba uchari amadi ngasigi Manipur gi kasin koya sin bathungna debate asigi Yohan Bigadoriba, Pauste sing Yohan Bigadoriba, media sing busu, Kai Kumnabaga Lunana, Taramna Okcheri. Ngasi, Aquina Sinzagat NPYF na Sinzariba, debate competition, Asigi Marueba, Aquigi NPYF na Maru, si Marue Haibagi, Marueba Maram Sing di Aquigi Manipur sa Tokliba, conflict, Asi, Tahi, Ani Pazilak Bagaloinana, Basigi solution, Tibada. Akwai gi ngasi gi Manipur se lairiba naha sing Manipur se lairiba purup sing gi naha sing sina kitang masigi sta akwai youth sing sina kitang saruk yamina base darkar oena khanjaba gi shu ngasi gi debate competition haibadi peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue hairiba motion sida akwai sinjalangzabani amadi akwai gi youth sing asina ngasi gi conflict asida akwai gi youth sing asi akwai maruoiba major stakeholder ama oi haibase ngasigi Manipur se lariba youth singsina kitang samam na bagumba kitang nathaiduna leiba ama akoina uba phangjai mado sigi maruiba conflict asigi solution thiba matamda akoigi youth singase yamna importance oiba key role amani haibase ngasigi debate competition asina akoigi Manipur se lariba youth singasida paujel piba ama oinasu Oihaning bagi damakta NPYF na ngasi maruina debate competition sa sinjabani amadi akoy gi ngasi gi Manipur asida akoy gi freedom of expression se tang phangba wala bra na khanjai akoy gi aduna maram oiraga akoy na phongdok ningba wahai kaya ama ngasi akoy na phongdok pangam dabida nungda phumaga leiba wafam kaya ama leibana maram oiraga ngasi gi conflict asigi solution se kamai torga thigani kamai torga thoklai ibano haibase phongdok pangam daba Wapom kaya ama ngasigi naha singsigi thamoida phumduna leirabra na khanjai aduna maram oiraga ngasigi debate competition asida akoina thokliba conflict sing asi akoigi Manipur da peace amasung normalcy hanjarangna ba honaba matamda akoina samain toragadi phagani sigi suggestion sima piragadi akoi normalcy se hanjalangani haibagi phongdok phamama Manipur da leiriba naha sing zat bizati amata naidavida phurup sing se pulap pullaga ngasigi platform ama NPYF na pizaraga ngasigi kamain toraga akoi solution se porakadage haibase akoi aki bamta like tabida phajana phongdoaga akoi haining ba wafam kaya ama ngasigi platform sina maram oiraga phongdok piraga yamna mayam ki oiba apen ba hena aphaba hena mayam na pamba adugumba solution amatang purakpa ngamgadra haibagi achetpa thajabaga loina na ngasi NPYF na Masigi debate si maruina sinjabani aduga aroibada sengna haijarabada akoigi ngasigi conflict asina maruina sohaliba section ji koigi youth singni haibadi akoigi youth sing asi matam mafam matam chada bida haibadi punsi kya pikham na hankre ngasi bauta soinaraga kya ama leibasu yaure adugi mathakta ngasigi akoigi asukna masawkhalaba modern society asida ngasi akoina like show tambagi mahuta akhoi competitive exam mayam thabagi mahuta akhoi ngasi khulai khutta khulai paduna khulngai se maruina khoi youth singni si sina takpadi akhoi gi tunggi generation ama akhoi gi pura ama akhoi soire haibase si sina takpani maramdi kaigino hairabada akhoi si se akhoi gi khunga ise sina soire haibagi dinate adubu ngasi gi chakhotlaba competitive society asida akhoi like tambagi mahuta akhoi gi job thibagi mahuta akhoi activist mayam tawbagi mahuta akhoi khutta khulai paiduna akhoi gi khun ngaksariba masi sing se akhoi gi tungda tholakadriba generation asida amuk hanna thoktanabagi damakta akhoi gi Manipur da leiriba youth sing se amuktang Manarakanda, akwai amuktang lingzen manarakanda, amuk hanna thoktanaba akwai punna honminasi haibse honaminasi haibse NPYF ki maikaida gisu akwai mayamda thamjari amadi loina na akwai gi ngasi gi debate competition asida akwai ngasi debaters singsu ano suggestion mayama ano wakhalon mayama puthok pidona ngasi gi Manipur da thokiba irang singase amuktang peace oina hanjalanaba amuktang kari haina akhoi gi normalcy hanjalakadage haibagi adugumba wafam kya ama phongtok pirakani haibasu NPYF na chetpa thajabu loina na thakachari mayambu amohan thakachari
Thank you, Ms. Bidyarani, for all the words that you have shared with us. Now, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Sri Yumnam Joy Kumar, National Vice President, NPP. Sir, we look forward to his inspiring words. Sir, the stage is yours.
Before delivering my keynote address, all present in the House today, Mr. Speaker, aduga jury judge jury sing, aduga participant, all of you know that we lost our state president recently, and in remembrance of him, and also in condolence for the family and the bereaved person, let's all stand and pay respect to him for 2 minutes in silence. Kindly please stand. Thank you. Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, social scientist and the speaker of today's debate, and the respected judges, Okram Kunjo, lecturer, Dr. Arambam Noni, associate professor, DMU, Imphal, and Dr. Shreema Ningombam, associate professor, L. Sanoy College, Nambol. Aduga, Nasigi, Seda, Tapirba, invitees sing, Aduga, debate sibu tanaba lakpiriba mayam aduga koigi participant debate sidai dangang bi gatoiba participant mayam aduga koigi event sibu koi debate sibu yengbiriba koigi electronics media gi coverage gi through the yengbiriba maba khwaipanama po ahambada aina on behalf of koi NPP site gi aduga NPYF ki site gi mayam panamaku aina taramna welcome to Bugulena in Kokron Ham the Kaikun Ucheri. Mayam Panamak Kambirabani, a Kogi, quite a problem when you see face to see Karino Habida, me tang home the gi, Tokiba, Togduk to the gi, Chatarkliba, Nasi Ladiba, Manipugi, Fuser Karino, Manipur the Ladiba, Koi Labor, Kamgi Kogi. Karmaitona Koina and the Kogi, Punsilen Gadurino, and in particular, known Horiba Kogi generation, Nasigi participants, Adu Moi Makasing, Naranga, and the Pokingariba Koliba, Panamaki, Moigi Kari Fuser no, Moina Karmaiton Legaduno, Hibasi, Nasagi, Manipugi labor, Pum Seda, Punamaki, Puninda, Wakalda, Masilu and Kanabangatani, and Mugasu. Koigi IDP mayamama leriba moigi su yengadi koina bu khar pari moigi di future karino moi masamasu singi future karino moi ne lebna krai legi haibna singba sumo question mayamama masi ngasi khoi face to na leriba adu pibamni haiba pibam seda NPYF na sinna adu khoi NPP gi patronage gi makhada ngasi khoi debate asi topic na peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Yeah, I'm saying that peace and normalcy for a say. I call it the Mukta, Yamna Chawa, Yamna important Oba, Aduga Amakarihani, Koina Tadope Yadraba, Adumba issue, Nainegado issue Niana, a koi NPP Nasu, Lowy, Adu NPYF Nasu, Lowy Epsema and 8 times again. Adu Madu Yangani. Koina Sitamba, Sidanate, Koina Torsi, debate Amasu, Koi, organized away. Sorry, essay Amasu, organized away, essay topic Tasu, and the need of the hour for the survival of Manipur and its people is Haraga Koina. Number one, a committed regional political party with its root in Manipur, or a strong regional party with its base, with its root elsewhere, but strong presence in Manipur, or a committed national party with substantial regional aspiration and rooted in Manipur, or a pan-India national party with substantial presence in the center. Haina Dumba, Kanomasu, ACMSU, organized story. Ado, hi, Ramsey. I not something with a quick party site again, a coin of filter, most important receive peace proper normalcy, restore to website, Messina Quiggy, top priority, Nana, at my tonum, a quick man that comes in me. A quick Damakta. We are not so much concerned, so much border as of right now. Matangi election lapada, a quick Mikam, Kagani, Karoi, Habidu, Adudan, a quick object of living a day. A quick कोई पांडम कोई पार्टी की पांडम है वो कमाएं तो ना मणिपुर दा नसाई की शांति पुरपा मणिपुर दा नॉर्मलसी पुरपा से मशीन कोई क्वाइडी की इम्पोर्टेंट होगा अदु मो ऑब्जेक्टिव अदु मागी दा आइना कोई ने एक्सपेक्ट हो तो नमसी से सिंपल होना है दा जियोपॉलिटिक्स की मतांग दा सिगी इशू सिगा वे अबे हम लई से थे कोई समझेगे एनपीपी ना कोई गवर्नर उन मतम दा कोई न थंग इशू अतः कोई कमाई सोल्व तौनी है कोई हाँ है अदु नतब मेन बर्निंग इशू मणिपुर की करी कई फ्लाइट है इम्फाल टू गुवाहाटी से पाइदब यादरबनी वैली अदुना मस फ्लाइट चार्ज हेंगलप फ्रीक्वेंसी फ्लाइट हेंगप्यू है सी इशू से कोई थनमी मसी पार्लियामेंट चलगा पार्लियामेंट एमपी चलगा आदा कंसर्न ministry da hainarga masi lokhat pium thoi chuma lokhat piu adu da sunataba recently koi survey da hai Manipur has got the highest inflation hai. It's not a good indication. Since the economy is down, India is quite a bit adom the lady have see indicator ni. Adumasi, what are the root cause? Masi root cause. Some of the carry no have the inflation. Nasagi porama essential commodities purukanda da. Mapadal people are question people. Teen can bagi aduni. Carry they can never murmur. It's an open secret. Lambida extortion mayama Nagagisu, Kukigisu, Adu Mataka Manipugi, Mategisu, she mayamama Kai with the Kotan Hova, Adu Mataka, Sisu, Impali, you will put a Kudimasi, Nasagi, extortion murmur, can you see? I'm thin one Kakiva. She will make Madam Silly. She come my own up, quick control to get hybrid Sisu. 8 tamani. See, quite important about governors who take up term say Manipur, Yamna tuna, train she found view. Train power a day, Nasagi can be the Purpok and the extortion told, but takes me among low, say, Masi, low. I do get a quick cut sapagani. Sigumba, Darka, I'm just giving a few examples. Sigumba say that a koi ladiva, koi sarkar sisu, Aduga party kuimasu, cannot of my number to Torga Madu Toning. Adu, unfortunately, I see debate see truth here. I'm also going to see the basic career. See topics, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Adu, please note that the topic is not peace and the normalcy in Manipur can be achieved through only political dialogue. That is only I was what can only be achieved through political dialogue. Not that can be achieved through only political dialogue. Sigi and say can ko. I do it. According to Pasiki topics, Kambakanda, we have really placed where we should place the word only as a Adu Torgap Tamgibani. Adu Akoina, in any case, one way or the other, Nasaya do placement political dialogue is a must. Nasai normalcy, Purknam Kona said Adugini. Other I Congress as hiding political dialogue is a Kanagatono. Quite government cigarette, not a cup to Manipuri, my tape Prazaga, cookie, Tonabagi, the cow. Other say that however MP election result Yangadi, particularly outer MP election result Yangadi. Congress has are in touch with the cookies. Sampugi cookie in a plup na Thadar Pagi, outer MP Kagimni. Adu please political gain, electoral politics gain to well and the good is the wisdom. Adu Madugishu Lagadi, Moina Adugi labor, Nasai Tatsam Lenedo, Madugi to sin a viraga, Nasai political dialogue, say, Purakna say, Honabu, I say, Nasi form say true sida, I must come up Canada Congress party that she weapons with Tamsin. Adigi Amuking say, Quagi Manipur quite a live active. Naiva, Piriba, Sakana. Honorable Chief Minister Gi, Hanaku, cut my statement cut, Yamga, the Ainusum filter with the Magida, normalcy like I call it as normalcy, letting it, Yam Warami, Colamiga, hyper way crab, Chinapata. I do not type of the he thinks that Manipur film say, normalcy like peace like I begin, Mount impression labor Mali. I do not the high pochi heroin. I do saying that Hangagadi, normalcy lava, Hagadi. No one will agree. No one will agree with his assessment. Nasi bawa ko kampo pilan mangamdri, kamato do mangamdri. Maya mama, I think as I issue say the kanosuni, economic position, condition, life issue. That's all issue woman. Nasi quite a life active 2022 ki June July. Ada pension check kamusin. Pension full pension Pangdana, Nasibulai. Other Pesasi deficits of Damas. How to see some Sapit Chakitagade? How will this state survive? हाइबसे अचौबो बिग ओइबा इशू अमनी अदुगा ngसागी हंदकी कनोसे तौगदब मिदुना ज्ञान तादब तागदी हौजि नॉर्मलसी लेना अदु वखन लौ तागदी अखोइना ngasi डिबेट तौरसि आर्थ यावदब फिल्म ओइदोरे खोइना एसे कंपटीशन तो आर्थ यावदब फिल्म ओइदोरे अदु हाइरिबा तौगदब मिदुना उदब तागदी अदुगदी we have no hope. We have no hope of seeing peace and normalcy in the state of Manipur. Labour government since some labor target. Aduga, Amasu, I thumbing Kari thumbing at Masi, I know party move Hunba Kopeki Wanate, on a Nasi Kangai city, Nasai Gan Tanminasi. What are we supposed to do? Have to Adugi Dugi Matan the cut thumbing. Handakta, Honorable Chief Minister. Amuk relaunch story na kari go to the hills and go to the village. Yam possible concept ni hana mamang story. Adu mo hanging di ma isu kirang soil basin. Go to the hills sibo fly to the hills I go na throw. Handak chalu riba do tamir chalu riba cabinet kanato do by road chaki bro mo more bound the sepulchre to come I don't and the president go to hills I know go to the village I know. I did Kuji suicide or hybrid, carry or hybrid. Sorry. A sigi sick and can adu to begin when I gan tabu. Pata I quite party cited Tamzina, carry taming. Problems you could put no honor say, BJP aggression at the Congress aggression at the NPP aggression at the Kari Mong the health of web say, Tauraga, normalcy and peace of program, honesty, Haina Havini. Adu, Labor say the Park Tabi film there, Tasina, Ayasi, Lapis, I soon calamity. See Torusina, Mayam Dona, Kanogi, European history at Tamagadi, no, Karadidum Tamani, French Revolution, Ning Bra. French Revolution da Kari. King Louis IV again or that of Louis Philippe. Mine is thinking Bra. Mary night. Mine carry high. If they don't have bread, let them eat cake. I do. Situation like that to carry to Kangana. I do high do. I begin in a French Revolution Tokido. I do film the equipment in Tarakadobra. Have say ching. Honorable Chief said the appeal to me. The back situation Munakangbu. Adu Lunana, Kopuno Honaminasi, sheet normalcy like Benati, cannot to peace like Benate, Adu to Wali, Aduga, Sigi seat, pork Kolquase, a koi with the Paraco, Karalega, say, Karalega, quite Shigan, Adu Tung the Horiba, Noigi, at Noi Makale Udo, Adu the Mother Manipur peace pork, normalcy pork, say, Yam Darkar Oi, Adu Gasai Kogi, Canona Bidar and Suhaiba, see you have more stake than us. You have more stake, you are the biggest stakeholders. How do you know in a correct Gan Tadra Cotton Noy, Nasi debate out there because you Gan Taraga, no, see the Kandarga Libany. How do knowing Makada, no, and people, Nasi say, home reading I have Modica you comes upon it. Knowing a see Gan Taraga, knowing it over do not, I am guide or more future same with doing it. I do not know you, Yam the Sober roll lay, I do not know in a see. I am very happy ko Smaitong na debate say the participant Fazana Lakpa 48 like no Yam saying never sin tapadi no in interest like adu type of Manipur git labor. What is at stake for Manipur? Labor can say Masi say that no issue Yam song Daitelo we have said Matigi Yam Saw Kudumni. I appreciate and I thank all of you. I do the Sunatana essay the show. Tharu essay essay because 99 Pikale Yamna Masing President Yami. A quick Kanato with the essay the Yangato Kamusing. So I pet Adam Kanato Vani carry sheep doing the Pavangam with one. Anyway, Taduna do I not Tamadi. No interest low in the cotton trying to say Masi Yamna Noai. I do in Tiger you will be the leader in the future, knowing a Kanata Tungi, Kamusing Chu, as my don't know Jimbigdoni, Aduna, Masida, Kopnapa, Honaga, ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯪ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯅꯣꯏꯁꯨ ꯗꯥꯏꯇ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯆꯥꯎꯅ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯔꯒ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯄꯤꯁ ꯄꯨꯔꯛꯄ ꯅꯣꯔꯃꯦꯜꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯔꯛꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯃꯤꯟꯅꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝꯁꯤ ꯊꯝꯃꯒ ꯑꯩ ꯁ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯖꯒꯦ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ
So the much-awaited debate competition is about to begin. We request all the participants to be ready and follow the instructions of the coordinators. Let's gear up for the exciting session of ideas and arguments. I'm passing the mic to Sir Dhanabir Laishram, Mr. Speaker of today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Debate si hono to siko. Matam yamna chai hai tai. Koi chapchana hoi ko. Si mamang sida rules and regulation. Habit samlapa hai ko. Loina bagna piriba matam zi 8 minutes ni. Aduga minute 30 warning ahan ba pi ni. Aduga last bell na 8 pi ni. Sige matung na ngang badu. Ngang bi daw na pa yam sang miyam yame ba ko. Aduga point su pi roy. Aduga yaring ay di topic sida stick to biba. Adagi de koi timekeeper laini mana time pi ni ko duration sige. Adagi amana ekoi gi kano si ngasigi marks he masi judge na su no to biu ko. Judge gi tabulation sheet to da jury 1 jury 2 jury 3 na lebire. Aduga ngasagi mark allocation gi to pi dam ni na judge number sing du da horen akoi na pizeri si language gi 20 ko language gi 20 aduga presentation gi 20 adagi method 60 aduna horen mark pibi matam da 8 plus 8 plus 20 30 gain toroga total du asomda total marks from the pibi da bada e sai jury gi kalam du pibi rama bako horen organizers sing da tinjan ba dungai na ba adagi mathang da thamjaning si yaringai di wai phaja ba hai si ko aduga akhoi ayamba debate ta mubaduna house da motion ji move tore haidana sang maju yawi natra adudi neinabam di thoktre ba natra aduna mubajing do gyan tabiu ko ade ayamatam da withdraw to honingba adagi pass to honingba loisalpa saruk takra dum haibiu si parliament gi chanabi amani ko aduni adagi phaja wai si nabiro lane debate amana smai hairamba gaino ko adumana aduna adana to budum to bidraba ko adagi yamroina akhoi ngasi gi jury se labu yam phaba hai tare it is very fortunate for all the learned debaters because the three juries are very eminent you know akhoi Okram Noni is very eminent person yam academician ko labu yam phai mana jury obiba adigi Okram Kunjo attorney writers ni aduga mayam gi yamna political analyst toba koi yam associate tawjaraba yam eminent ni aduga aigi uza mem uza jisu mayam popular we boja ni ko akoi Shreema Ningombam yam toina debate uramgani yamne hena phajana akoi gi keno lobungamba decision phajana loba doji maksu associate professor hoina work to biriba kai khumnajarba mem ahumna noi gi jury oi bai se labu yam phai ko adu noi khubam tang di khudana okay adudi supporter de ginia noi ai na sida organizer na lot to ga pira khre ba ko sida noi na move to nimba mi ahan be yaubra ba ha nang mi kari request okay na khoi gi di noi any minkari sanathoi and the case ko here adudi ahan basi ai request ta invite tojare mananga sig house ki motion ji move to bigani house ki motion na peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue ko koi Manipuri dana Manipur da santi amasung Mausa phibam hanjan lakpa haibasi political dialogue khattana Purukpa ngamgani habani. Yeah, please take the floor right side. Mingdong tang hai biyo. Chair number di sida laitre ba ko.
Namayrakpam Rikesh.
Namayrakpam Rikesh. Namayrakpam Rikesh 18 next serial number 18. Serial number 18. Nga move to nga doon ba. Pila dikin. Magidi minipano ka doon ni tareto one may mapan no ba. Nipando warning mapan the last. Makre na pigis siya. Okay, Namayrakpam Rikesh Maitei from Treasury Range.
Speaker sir, Laikhok the Satpa, Lady Layman Jalaga Kelly, Utakta Panba Uhesu, Haimun Paraga Kelly, Adobo Hojek, Manipur the Togli Iranga City, Highly Maktinata Vanina, Matom the Lucian Jakini Shanti, Matom the Hanjanjarakani Haiduna Laithopadi, or Toktra Boapa Mamo Ibana. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hareba motion as a Treasury bench Lomdik Haksam strongly support of Zabagaloina, Honorable Mover Moinangasi House of Florida, Muptauzari. Speakers are quite United States Institute of Peace na 2015 ki October ki tang kungo humdoi irai numita phongba National Dialogue a tool for political and conflict transformation haireba paper adugi matung ina crisis ama conflict ama loisan ge hairagadi lambi ani lei haireba lambi ani edudi political dialogue na piba lambi ama natre hairanga na military solution na piba lambi ama adubu Manipur da hojik thokliba irang asi military solution na loisan gani haibadi taseng na oithoktraba wafam ni khudam khara pijarabada Manipur asi national level gi thakta khakta natana international level gi thakta per capita security adumak wangba leibak ni per capita security wangi ba leibak asidai da thokliba irang asi sahi ani phajel kadaro phawbada karimata loisanna bagi shanti hanjana bagi mami ama phawbu uba ngamda basina masana takchare madudi military solution na Manipur bu mahausa gi phibam da hanjel halpa ngamoi asi kakta sunatana Indian army da Manipur dagi khwaidagi wangba awang post pai biramba retired lieutenant general Sar Konsam Himalaya masamakna military officer mo oibiramba military da leibiramba mioi amana Manipur da thokliba issue asi loisan ke hairagadi political dialogue taunagadabani haiba wafam mamang sahi gi December ki tang kun go humdoi da phongba pongna pham pauche na khudam oire asi kakta sunatana aikoi Kukijo council ki makok thongwa mioi singna koi gi chaliba sahi asi ki January tha da Indian government gi maru oiba koi gi interlocutor AK Mishra ga loinana unaba matamda makhoi gi apamba wahai wata sing phongdokpa loiraba matungda aikoi political dialogue taunanaba initiative lobiu haiba wafam koi chaliba sahi asi ki January ki tang 19 da phongwa dekal hera lam sung sangai expression khudam oiri hairiba paper sing asi aikoi treasury bench na amadi hak nang asi ki motion asi da support tawjaba matamda hena supportive oinana bagi damakta speaker sar sinjage Makatajar speaker sir, I Manipur gi issue solution na bagi damakta military solution choose to budi taseng na lan gani maramdi military solution choose to ruba matam dadi akoi kano root cause nainaroi civilian casualty yam gani adu kisu mathak ta karigung matam da strategy soi garagadi hena chawa violence ama oirakani maramasina mamang da ina panjakhriba paper adu gi matung ina lambi ani leibigi manung da lambi ama di taseng na oithoklaroi khanglabani na akoi lemhori ba lambi asi political dialogue asini maramasina Manipur bu mahausa gi phibam da hanjana ba hona ba matam da political dialogue asi tangai phadi haibutu takcharabani asi khakta sunatana ikoi Manipur da hoji political dialogue yam darkar lei karigino haijaba taragadi Manipur thokle irang asi ikoi yam kupna praja singa made leiriba miyo singa sidai da root cause khanghandaba yade tasengna maitai ga kuki ga yanadabadagi irang ase tholak libra Manipur gi chief minister na war on drugs campaign tawrubadagi irang ase tholak libra maitai ne schedule tribe ta alubadagi irang ase oirak libra India government na Manipur gi lalhobu sing loisan na ba irang ase tawrak libra India government na Manipur da leiriba resource sing ase lauthok ko yanana bagi damakta irang ase tawrak libra natre haragana sahi lising manga hen bagi puwari leijarba Manipur bo machen mase ta na thugai bi yanana bagi damakta India government na kuki sing bo khulai oina sejinarakan da irang ase thokhal libra hairiba maram sing ase ekoi yamkupna naina da bayaroi hairiba maram sing sin naina na bagi damakta ekoi na political dialogue darkar lei maram asina political dialogue tawbuna root cause to kupna naina ba yana na ba amadi याम कन्ना मयामना हाइनरी वायोलेंस हाना लोसलो वायोलेंस हाना लोसलो वायोलेंस दुबु तहलगलिबा मकोक मरु ओइरिबा मदुबु इनसलगा तहलिबा सिंग दुबु फामिनर कांदा तहनदना बवारी सानगे हारगदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से तौगदबनी असे खक्तसु नतना स्पीकर सार अखोई पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से अखोई मल्टी लेवल दा तौगदबनी मणिपुर दा लेरिबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग नेशनल की ओइबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग मरक्तसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगदबनी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी सिंग मरक्तसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगदबनी मतांग असिदा पंजनिंगो वाफम अमना होजिक मणिपुर सरकार पाइरिबा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी असिगी मखादा लेरिबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग मखोई मसेन की मरक्त फमिनदुना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनदबदगी ngasi की फिबम असी यौरकनी मणिपुर दा लेबिरिबा ngasi की सरकार पाइबिरिबा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी असिगी मखादा लेरिबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग असिना मखोइना अनिंगबता तौनरक्वा अमदी लेरिबा मरुइना मयामना लाना सु मकोक ओइना उनरिबा फुरुप अनिसिगी माइकैदगी माना अनिंगबा पुंगांग गांगनरका लेबा डायलॉग तौनबगी महुत मोनोलॉग तौनरगा लेरुबुदुना मणिपुर की फिबम ngasi फावो ओइसलकपनी असिगसु मथक्ता सरकार पाइरिबा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी असिगी चपचाबा फिरेब अमा मयामना ngasi खंगहनबिदबना मरुइना कांग्रेस की माइकैदगी नेशनल पीपल पार्टी NPP की माइकैदगी नखोइगी फिरेब करिनो हाइदना मयामसिन हंगनरिकलरिबनी मरमसिना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनरगा मखोइगी चपचाबा फिरेब अमा लौरबा कांददा अहानबो ओइना मणिपुर से महौसागी फिबम हंजिलक्पा ngамगनी असी खक्तसु नतना मल्टी लेवल दा तौबा तसेंगना तंगाई फदे मणिपुर की ओइना लेरिबा तोंगान बा हुजिकी फुरुप सिंगसिकी CSO सिंगी मरक्तसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मतांग असिदा पंजनिंगबा अमना अखोई सरकारना लोयरगा थंबा अचान हुइरोय ओइरिबा CSO सिंगी मरक्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबुदी तौनबिगरो तसेंगना मणिपुर की दमक्ता खनबा CSO सिंगी मरक्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनबियु अदुगा मणिपुर शांति हंजिलक्नबा होनबियु हाइबसे थमजगे मथंगदा अखोई इंटेलेक्चुअल सिंगी मरक्तसु याम कुपना अखोई डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मरमदि कुकी सिंगी माइकैदगी जालंगम कोबो लारिक अमा फोंगलई मदु लाली सुमी हाइबा मरै तौनरिबनिना नखोइना फोंगइबा लारिक तु कराइदगी डाटा नो रेफरेंस कराइदगी लौरकनो मखोइगिसु इंटेलेक्चुअल लाक्सनु अखोइगिसु थोलक्सनु अदुगा अखोइदना सिबोगलई नोइदना सिबोगलई कनाना सुमी लाली हाइननबगी तंजा अमा फंगनबगी दमक्ता इंटेलेक्चुअल सिंगी मरक्तसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी असी खक्तेसु नतना छात्रगी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्टूडेंट यूनियन सिंगी मरक्तसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मरमदि चुरचामपुरदा मेडिकल कॉलेज ता महिरोय सिंगी मथक्ता ओरपी नैबिबा नतब लिचा चली हाइबा वारी लेखि मणिपुर यूनिवर्सिटी दसु कुकी युगी महिरोय सिंगी मथक्ता मपोट मचै थुगाइबिबा मांगहन ताहनगिबा वारी मयाम अमा लेखि हाइबा रेकॉर्ड लैबनिना अखोइना ngasi स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सिंगी थाकसु फमिनरे हार कांदा अखोइना लानखिबना सिनी नखोइना लानखिबना सिनी सिबो खोंफम हंतोकना सि हाइदुना याननबगी पुरकनबा लंबी म ओइननबगी दमक्तदि स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सिंगी माइकेदसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी असि खक्तसु नतना याम मरु ओइना मणिपुरदा लेरिबा इंडिविजुअल सिंगी लेवल दसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मरमदि येलहोमी ओइबा ओइदबगी वाफमदुना नाथैरगा थमग्रे हार कांदा मेगी तांग अहुम की ममांगदा अखोइसु नखोइगी नरक्ता लैरमी नखोइसु अखोइगी इरक्ता लैरमी पुन चामिनरमी पुन हिंगमिनरमी अदुगा मेगी तांग अहुमदगी नखोइना अखोइबु याम तमथीबा सा अमगुम अखोइनसु नोइदा खल्लिबा नखोइनसु अखोइदा खनगिबा मदुदा मांगिबा थाजबा दो हंजनबा याननबगी दमक्ता ngasi अखोइनसु नोइदा कशु तौरोय नोइनसु अखोइदा कशु तौरकनु लानगिबा सोइनखिबा ngaknasi हाइदुना फमिनरकांदा वारी सानबा याननबगी थाजबा पुरकबा याननबगी लंबीदुदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग नतना अतै लंबी लेते मसिगा मतंग चानना अइना पंजनिंगो वाफम अमदे ngasi अखोइ मणिपुर की दमक्ता तसेंगना खुद खुलाई पायरगा निंग तमलान हौरिबा कथोकलगा मणिपुर की वांगमदा लेरिबा अखोइगी इचिन इनाउसिंगी मफमदसु मतै मनाउ खनबदा याउसनबा नतबा मीगी मचिन मनाउगी लम खनबदा याउसनबा नतबा अमदि मीगी पैसा तोनबा थौरुरगा पार्सल लौबा नतबा पीबा ngamni ngamoi khangdaba imungda demand tawsanduna leibagi mahuta akhoi ning tamlan hobiriba isin auksinggi mafamdasu akoina nakoina tawba yaba nakoigi level da manipur bu shanti hanjilaknaba manipur mahausa gi phibamda hanjilakwa ngamnanaba political dialogue tawnabi haiba wafamse thamjage yam maru oina अमुक हन्ना लाक्चनिंगो वाफमदा अखोई पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सी तसेंगना मणिपुर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इंडियन गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव लौबियो पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंगी मरक्तसु कोई इनिशिएटिव लौबिरा कांदा डायलॉग तौबियो मतांग सिदा पंजनिंगो वाफम अमना पॉलिटिक्स डिसाइड योर फ्यूचर सो डिसाइड योर पॉलिटिक्स हाइबो वाफम से थमजगे अखोई इपाई पुन हाइने बिरंबा पावरो अमा लै हुनरदि लैतुंग वाते हाइबो पावरो अमा मरम असिना अखोई फमिनरगा वारी सानबगी तंजादो लौमिनसि अदु नतदना मखोइना गांगबन सुमी अखोइना गांगबन सुमी हाइदुना फमिनदबिदा मामान अनिंगबगी वाखलोंता अदुमक ngang लेरगदी अखोई ngasi मणिपुर सिदैदा शांति हंजलकपगी फिबम अदुदी ओइबा ngमोय मरम असिना अइना थमजिख्रिबा अमदि ngang तुंगदा ngangbirakadoриba अखोई ट्रेजरी बेंच लोंगे ऑनरेबल मेंबर्स सिंगी ऑब्जर्वेशन याम कुपना ताबी हर कांदा ngasi अहाकना हाउस फ्लोर द मूव तौबिरमलबा सि अहाकी मोशन Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hariba motion ase hujik Manipur da leiriba mioi lising humpu hena displaced oiriba singasiki khanbi rakanda मखोइबु अमुक्तंग दी चाक चखोम अमा चाबा मतमदा हराव हराव ममितेगी मपी तादना चाबा फंगहनबगी दमक्ता एकोइ पुन्ना अमत ओइना अमखतंग आइरबा हानबगी ओइबा असिनतना अतै लंबीसु लैत्रबा होगी पुनः हिंगिनबा याननबगी लंबी ओइरिबा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से तौनदुना मणिपुर से अमुतंगली शांति हंजल हलक्सी महौसागी फिबमदा हंजिन हंसी हाइबा वाफम से थमजरकांदा ngasiगी मोशन असिबो हाउस फ्लोर दगी पास तौबा याननबगी दमक स्पीकर सारगे मदि ngasiगी हाउस से पुनिंग जिंगसिनजरी थैंक यू
Thank you. And request learned debaters na move to birama house ki motion sing asi opposer ki mic degi Thoksom Sanathoi Singh opposer bench set number 22 Thoksom Sanathoi Singh Sanathoi na oppose to bigani amukan na kaujage Thoksom Sanathoi Singh set number 22 opposition bench.
Hello. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi House the Pukhaliklipa motion, Iram the Manipurda, Santi, Amasung Mahusagi Fivum, Hanjilakpa Haibasi, political dialogue Katana Purakpangamgani Hariba motion with my heart and soul, motion objection to Zeri. Motion objection to Vagi Egi relevant arguments, statement number facts findings Pumba, Honorable Mr. Speaker, Sagima Funda, Matang Manauna Tamzagi. Ihan Hanbada, Nasi, Iram the Manipurda Tokliba, Irang Sigi, a Chauba community stakeholder Ama Oiriba, Kuki community migration diaspora, Ikuna, Tanka Huntok Nayembi. Ahanbada, 1840s the Iram the Manipurda. Changja from Lokiba, Kongjai Hira Kangaba Kukishi. Adisubada, 1960s the military junta regime na Iram the Manipurda, refugee Okiba Kukising. Adu Okum Subasina, illegal immigrant in a single Liba Kukishing Haina, Ikuna, Tankak Omtok Nayembe. Honorable Speaker, sir, Tamzani war from thee, Nasi Iram the Manipurda Toklibi, Irang City, Iram the Manipurda Kangu Takta Sangla Kiba, Kuki refugee, Amadi Kuki, illegal immigrants in the Tokanbari. Masigi Subsav Kudam Habu, 9 August 2023, the India ki Parliament, Honorable Home Minister Amit Sana Thankiva statement, the neighboring Myanmar saw a military leadership due to no fencing at the Myanmar border. Kuki brothers started coming to Mizoram and Manipur, which finally led to the clashes and security concerns in the state of Manipur. The statement of Honorable Home Minister is further corroborated by the Down report of 2023, which states that Manipur on high alert after the illegal influx of 900 Kukis, which has escalated the situation in the state of Manipur. Honorable Speaker, sir, Thamjaning Bawa from the Nasi Iram the Manipur, the Toklibe Irangasi, Matak the Thamjak statement, Ani Asina. Iram the Manipurda, Mitop Sing, the Tomzilakuna Maramorga, Iram the Manipurda, Santi Amasung Mahusaki Fibam, Irang, si Tokanbari. Maramasina, Nasiki Layriba, Iram the Langakasina. Different situation demands, different needs and actions have a historical and constitutional perspective to understand the asylum seekers were going to identity card issue to Biba. Foreigners Ekimatung and Makoy would deport to Biba. Article 371C of the Indian Constitution na scheduled tribe category the Piriba, special protection of the safeguard book, judicial review to Ba. Iram the Gilayriba Lenga Kashina, NRC, State Population Commission, Amadi, Nasing Asimaksan and Layriba, ILPS system bo effectively update and implement the Matamda. Iram the Manipurda Mitop Sing Tomjilak Pating Mangamgadi. And mind you, when Iram the Manipurda Mitop Sing Tomjilak Pating Mangamla Matamda, Iram the Manipurda Santi Yamasung Mahusaki Fibam, Hanjilak Pangamgadi, Maramasina, Ihan Hanbamakda, Nasiki House ki Motionasi, Aranba Motionaman. I Yanis pointer 1980s the cookie lane, I'm same political design of Makata. Tongan the cookie area sing the Lakiba, artificial population growth. The area domination is Sarukamo in a city. Iram the Manipur reserve forest area the Foba and Prostorpa. 2006 to 2024 Pobada, Chuchan put a kun 148, Kangpokpi the kun 217 Hengalakpa, and moreover, more than 900 villages. Village recognition pin about application Tarakiba Sina, Iram the Gihanagi, Lazeriba, Yellow Saktam the sound singer. Maramasin, Mr. Speaker, sir, illegal encroacher symbol, forest act Matungina, forest eviction toba. Manipur Population Commission Matungina, illegal immigrants with detection Tauraga, foreigners act Matungina Makoy with deport to Romatamda, Iram the Manipurda Mahusaki Fivum, Hanjalakpangamgani, Maramasin motionasi, Arambam Noni. I home super pointer. Afghanistan the Taliban war funding opium cultivation tobagum ngasi mag Iram the Manipur the lakliba cookie lane movement sida poppy plantation with the drug trafficking na a source of funding already, and hence we came to term them as narco-terrorists. And here, I would like to remind you the fact that, according to Director of International Bureau, Government of India, about 125,000 acres of Iramdam Gilenda poppy Thai, and thereby producing a market value of around 50,000 to 60,000 crore in a year, and thus established a narco economy. Asuk yam saw revenue mana back to riba narco economy gi mateng nang asidi Iramdam Manipur gi leisure by yelhowi maitai singbo ethnic cleansing tawraga zaling mama sem the political design amagi bakada separate political administration demand tarakpani. Honorable Speaker sir, maramasna NDPS Act 1985 ki matuina Iramdam Manipur war on drugs chalairaga narco economy ki every unit pu maru phungna muthat na bagidamta forest act ki matungina forest eviction toba Manipur population commission ki matungina illegal immigrants bu detection tawraga foreigners act ki matungina makhoi bu deport tawraga narco economic chain network leiriba network asibu maru phungna thadala matamda Iramdam Manipur shanti amasung bahusa ki fibam hanjilakpa ngamgani maram asina motion asi amuk khana aranba motion amani aigi mari suba pointa 2008 cookie center amasung state lengaka cookie armed militant groups kun mangaronga suspension of operation sign tongnaki adu ngasi laglibo bafam di karino haipa matamda shoes anaduna leiriba cookie armed militant singna ngasi Iramdam gi Manipur gi irang asida instigate to batanatana perpetuate to na bhanari haiba National Investigation Agency gi report ki wafam si. Honorable Speaker sir, maram masina Iramdam Manipur shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjilakke haiba targadi ngasi mak de facto oina leiriba suspension of operation abrogate toba aggressor singbo section 147 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita gi offense against state ki makhada legal action lokhatba political mandate amagi matungina aggression singbo military crackdown tawra matamda Iramdam Manipur shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjilakpa ngamgani maram asina motion asi aranba motion am aigi manga suba point Honorable Speaker sir wathok amagi waroishin purakpa matamda waroishin adu purakadoriba arbitrator aduna wathok adugi wahodok causal factor yamna munna understand toba darkar tai adu ngasi Iramdam Manipur da thokliba irang asibu wathok asibu waroishin purakadoriba center lengakna ngahak lerga illegal immigrant na Iramdam Manipur gi irang asi thokan bani munghai ngahak lerga ethnic classes ni munghai aduga nakal amaromda Iramdam gi leiriba lengakasina the Hindu da maitai state ST demand tawrubadagi Iramdam Manipur da irang asi thokan bani amu hai asigumba arbitrator oiga doriba center amasung state lenga ngasi gi double engine gi lenga kasina masagi oiba chapcha aba political stand ama leitaba center amasung state ani gi marakta yamda conflicting amadi contradictory of statement leiringai cheragasda matau karamna political dialogue tawraga Iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjilakpa ngamgadoribina Honorable Speaker sir maram asina motion asi amukka na aranba motion amani. Honorable Speaker sir, I get taruk suba pointa nasigi house na belief tawriba motion political dialogue na Iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjalakani haiba targadi support bench da phambiriba members sing da songna hangjaniba wahang amadi ihan hanbada center na sem kiba peace committee karigi damakta ngasi bakwa work tawribno again suba pointa 23rd October 2023 da Ministry of Home Affairs na community ahungi peace dialogue ta violence thaduk pahana mutually decide to kiba targasu ngasi makpoba bomb of nongmegi pau na good morning in news on tariba karigano. Honorable Speaker sir, masigi mathakta recently Ministry of Home Affairs na Kukizo Council da political dialogue to se haba targadi violence hana thadu u haiba Ministry of Home Affairs ki statement karigi damakta released our clip now. Honorable Speaker sir, this clearly proves to the point that political dialogue is not a solution to bring peace and normalcy in the state of Manipur. Honorable Speaker sir, maram masina by considering all the relevant arguments, facts and finding and the different statement which I put off before the floor of the house ngasigi house the pukhalakliba motion Iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana oithokpa ngamgani hairiba motion asi different dimensions tagi yengba matamda yamna inclusive oidaba aranba yumfam yawdo motion ama oibana I would like to request the honorable prime mover of the house to kindly withdraw the motion from the floor of the house unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Oksom Sanatoy. Next, from Treasury Vance. Treasury Vance tagi mathang lokhat chagadoi si Waikhom Bobita Devi. Waikhom Bobita Devi. Magi cell number si 10 hoigadoi. From Treasury Vance, Waikhom Bobita Devi, Treasury Vance, cell number 10.
Good morning, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. Today's topic, peace and normalcy in Manipur, can only be achieved through political dialogue. I strongly support today's topic because political dialogue is the only solution for this furious situation in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, we are burning in our own state, in our own land. In the name of the religion, in the name of the minority, some are playing the victim card, yet we are the real victim in our own land, Manipur. Mr. Speaker, the complex conflict in Manipur is like a deep-rooted tree that requires nourishment and care to bloom into peace and harmony. Mr. Speaker, the progress of this conflict is unnatural, so in this conflict, we need to find the root cause of this solution. Mr. Speaker, some points to be mentioned are, what started in the May 3rd, 2023 is due to the lack of the timely action by the government. The conflict began when the court started asking about the inclusion of the Meiteis in the ST list. It is the spark that started a fire, and the weak government mechanism has been the reason for the escalation of this conflict. Mr. Speaker, but the years of disdain, planning, and guided hatreds towards the religious platform has fanned the fire to burn the bridge between the hills inhabited by the Kukis and the plains where the Meiteis live. Mr. Speaker, the progress of this conflict is so unnatural, so hence it is true to look for the root cause to solve the conflict in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, only the political dialogue is the solution for this conflict in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, the question is, what started and caused the planned migration of the Kukis, and what steps initiated of the pre-planning of the elements of negotiation by Kukis called Shu years before the happening of this conflict? Mr. Speaker, this question needs to be answered first, as the Manipur is under the union of the Indian government. No entity, no individual, and no journalist can take the role of answering this question. For the redress also come only from the government only. And when I say government, I refer to the initiative of the state government. Mr. Speaker, sir, only the political dialogue is that we can bring the solution for the conflict in Manipur, and only the political dialogue with the hope and aim of bringing peace holds the key to open the Pandora box with as many secrets that we might not be aware of. Mr. Speaker, sir, the conflict in Manipur has many underlying factors, which includes the rise of narco-terrorism, the illicit poppy plantation trade, and the demand for the land and demand for the ST status. So these underlying factors has been the reason for the escalation of this conflict in Manipur that caused the violence situation in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, some might argue that arresting those responsible will solve the conflict in Manipur. But this oversimplifies the situation in Manipur that we are facing right now. Because political dialogue is not just a preferred way, it is the only way and the only solution that can counter the situation and conflict right now that is happening in Manipur. But some might argue that political dialogue won't be able to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur, citing its past failures and lack of compromises. But Mr. Speaker, history itself is the proof for the success of the political dialogue. A strong and determined political dialogue and negotiation can bring and solve the complex conflict, and one of the most toughest conflict maybe in the world. And perfect example is the Tashkent Agreement and Tashkent Declaration, which ended the war of India and Pakistan in 1965. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this conflict,
221 people have been killed and 60,000 people have been displaced. Mr. Speaker, this act of inhuman will continue unless the government intervene. Mr. Speaker, in order to solve the conflict in Manipur, we must look closely at the generation of the lack of awareness, which is searching for a place to belong, to call it their own, and to leave roots for their future generation. Especially, the communities that has been called refuses everywhere. What can be more challenging and struggling to fight against a community called Meiteis, small in number, live in the northeastern part of India, yet having the great history of kings and queens, of women or man, who proudly grew, which is yet unknown and unattended in the history of India. So, Mr. Speaker, only the political dialogue can bring peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, India have a great history of handling the complex conflict in the world history. A perfect example is the Tashkent Declaration, where the India successfully persuaded the Pakistani soldiers to withdraw from the Indian border and territory. So, Mr. Speaker, why is that India, which is capable of handling the world complex conflict, do not able to resolve the conflict in Manipur? If India truly desires to resolve the conflict, they can do so in a matter of days. Mr. Speaker, how many lives have to be lost before they solve the conflict in Manipur? Mr. Speaker, sir, some points, and to facilitate the political dialogue in Manipur, the Indian government must first insert a neutral party mediator, neutral third party mediator, to resolve the conflict in Manipur. And they must ensure the inclusive representation of all the stakeholders. And Mr. Speaker, they must bring clear agenda and ground rules to solve the conflict in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, the empty promises is now over. We do not need it. What we need is action, and we need it now. The Indian government must act right now to solve the conflict in Manipur and to bring the peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the relief game, even in the relief game, the families are struggling and grappling and with fear, holding and having the only chance to bring back their shattered lives. They're trembling with fear, and even in the relief camp, what unfortunate is that people are kidnapped and killed. The women in the relief camp and the babies, and even an 8-month-old baby, have been killed mercilessly. A perfect example is the unfortunate event at the Jervam, where some innocent woman and an 8-month-old baby have been killed without any mercy. Mr. Speaker, this is the act of terrorism, and how long will the government will just see and act like it's nothing at all? So, lastly, Mr. Speaker, I request to you that please pass today's topic from the motion to the action stage, as political dialogue is the only solution to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, in order to bring the peace and to solve this conflict, political dialogue is a very important thing. I repeat again, it is not just a preferred option, it is the only option and the only solution to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur and to save the unity of Manipur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Bobita. Next city, ngasigi kano si debater si Treasury bench na opposition bench kasi tangkai men kenagar boka. Aduna 1 with 2 intervention ama ani ga amaga ani ratio to tare ko. Next say ay opposition bench tege ani lokhat jage an bagi si thoksom Joyশ্রী Haishnam, Joyশ্রী Haishnam, say number 5 from opposition. Joyশ্রী Haishnam, say number 5.
Mic check. Honorable members, with the permission of Speaker, sir, I strongly oppose the motion. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And let me give my arguments categorically. Speaker, sir, peace research approach by Johan Galtung, which focuses on the conditions of peace and violence as an interdisciplinary approach, defines and categorizes peace into two types, negative and positive. Therefore, I pose a fundamental question here. What type of peace are we aiming for? Is it positive peace or negative peace? Speaker, sir, positive peace is embodiment of justice, equality, and also human rights. At the same time, integration of society, peace brought by peaceful means. And negative peace is the coercive force used to bring an absence of violence. So the motion clearly fails to identify what type of peace are we aiming for, and it misleads the House. Normalcy haibadi mahosagi fibam haibani. Motion asida normalcy hairibasi akwani yingsi. Manipur throughout its period, pre-colonial, colonial and post-colonial period, had perpetual conflict in the region. Immanuel Kant's concept of perpetual peace is lacking in the area. So what type of normalcy are we talking about in the motion? And also, the overemphasis of the word only signifies that the motion has been oversimplified. At the same time, there are many solutions to a problem. It fails to acknowledge other alternative solutions beyond political dialogue. At the same time, political dialogue is the superficial exchange of interests and ideas between opposing parties, oftentimes lacking consensus, including women too. And there is also self-serving interests and power dynamics. Example, oftentimes women are the victims of war, and there is a lack of representation of women in political dialogue. Feminists question the nature of war and its aftermath. Example, Japan, South Korea, Comfort Women, Peace Agreement 2015 face critical issues and criticization from people. Speaker, sir, peace or political dialogue can be used as a tool by state to maintain their status quo and to bring a coercive dialogue where they exclude majority of the voices and many voices. At the same time, there is an unequal power relations and elite-driven dialogues. This proves that, and this can become another reasons for conflict. And also, there are external factors influencing this conflict, in every conflict, and even in Manipur. The economic crisis, the security threats, and the Myanmar Golden Triangle. And we have to know that Myanmar is the new epicenter of global conflict. It is no longer Middle East. So this kind of impacts are giving on Manipur, and I think we need to look beyond our area and bring a regional dialogue with Myanmar and other stakeholders. Also, there are instances of failed political dialogues in Asia and Africa, etc., such as Sudanese National Dialogue 2014 faced criticism for lack of inclusivity, and also it further escalates the issues. Kenyan National Dialogue 2008, and also there are many failed peace dialogue. So what I want to emphasize is that we do not know whether political dialogue can solve or bring peace in Manipur. Speaker, sir, the emergence of modern nation state of India in 1947 changed the fate of people over its territory, population, sovereignty, and government. Now, the merger agreement of 1949 also brought many complex structural, economic, political issues ranging from ethnic conflict, land rights, ST demand status, drug trafficking, narco-terrorists, and illegal immigrants. At the same time, it also brought Armed Forces Special Power Act related human rights abuses, and there is a present Kuki-Meitei conflict which has led to 70,000 displacement of people, more than 200 lives being killed. And at the same time, there is also 4,600 houses being burned. And so I want to ask honorable members, what solutions do you think that political dialogue will be really solidify and give it? So what I'm trying to say is, political dialogue, you are overemphasizing the use of political dialogue, but you're not showing how will it bring. And then at the same time, all the issues of Manipur overlap one another, and there is also the use of coercive force to suppress and silence people, human rights violation, right to life, liberty, livelihood, and the creation of buffer zones, etc. Now, what we have to know is that there is a structural manufacturing thing in this. And according to peace research approach, there are 3 types of violence. Direct violence, it is personal violence, including war, torture, hate crimes. And then there is structural violence, also called indirect violence, including colonialism, exploitation, economic inequality, gender-based violence, and human rights abuses. And cultural violence, such as symbolic in religion, ethnicity, law, media, and it is also called the war of the intellectuals, because they use ideology to manipulate people. They justify the use of direct and structural violence and make them seem less wrong. They also intend to harm and even kill people through this cultural violence. So all these violence are present in Manipur. I would like to ask the honorable members a few questions. Are we truly free in this federal structure of India to truly have a genuine political dialogue? Are we truly equipped to have a political dialogue by ourselves, or do we need a third party or approval of deep state in Manipur? Is the federal political arrangement of India conducive to bring peace, or is it adding fuel to the fire? So there are also Western powers being influencing the present political conflict and confrontation with China, adding fuel to the fire, and they are also using it for their own interests and gains. Now, I would like to give other alternatives beyond political dialogue for bringing peace and normalcy in Manipur. Number 1, there should be higher border securities to counter this drug trafficking and disrupt the drug networkings. At the same time, thank you so much. I request everyone to withdraw the motion from the floor of the House. Thank you.
Next from opposition bench again, Angom Rajni. Next from opposition bench, Angom Rajni. Lakte. Report pyramid. La honor there. We read up. Angom Rajni, cell number 26. Angom Rajni, cell number 26.
A very good morning to the speaker, sir. So the given motion is peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. So I strongly oppose in this given motion. So this given motion is very important regarding the situation of Manipur. But why? Why did I choose to oppose this motion instead of supporting it if it is said that it is important? So for that, let's imagine there are 2 groups. There are 2 groups, let's name them A and B. So now, from group B, people from group B comes up and attack people of group A. Now, regarding this situation, a political leader comes up. So this political leader, comes up and made political dialogues for reducing the conflict between these two groups. But after he has made the political dialogue, people from group B still comes up to people of group A and still attacks them. People of group A defenses but never attacks. But B still attacks. Political leader makes many political dialogues but never reduces the conflict. So now this same thing, this same whole example is this thing is really happening in our state Manipur. Two communities are still fighting with each other. Many political leaders come up and made many political dialogues, but never reduced the conflict. Even Amit Sahaji came to Manipur. He visited Manipur multiple times. But the question is, has the conflict ended? Are people not crying for their children? Are people still in their homes? Are people not in relief camp anymore? Are there no more sobbings for their children, their parents, their siblings? No, there are still. The conflict is still going on around in Manipur. Hasn't the political dialogues affect the Manipur? It has not. I would like to ask the supporting group that hasn't political leader met political dialogues? Yes, political dialogues have been made multiple times, numerous times, but the conflict hasn't been ended. The conflict has not ended. It needs concrete political action, not dialogue. Why does it need actions? Regarding the situation of Manipur, many people have died in this year. It's been a year, 8 months, and 22 solid days. The conflict has not ended here. Even today, people are crying. Even today, people are still hoping for them to go to their own homes, for them to live peacefully in their land. But no, the conflict hasn't ended. We cannot go to there. Even people who are in relief camps, they are not living their life in a peace. So why do we expect the Manipur will be in normalcy and peace and normalcy if only with political dialogues? If no one, if even today people are still suffering, then why do we expect with only political dialogue peace and normalcy can be attained in Manipur? No, Manipur needs political action, not political dialogue. Political dialogues have made numerous times, but still today, people are still suffering. People are still sobbing for their dead. People are still sobbing for their children. People are begging for their lives to be spared. If political dialogues are made, then why are people still sobbing for their dead? Still begging for their lives to be spared? This peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. I would really like to oppose this motion. Matang asida ay nathamjagadabadi peace and normalcy in Manipur. Ay na motion siya hanjan punsajari maramdi peace and Manipur in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibaneba. Political dialogue khaktana akhoi gi Manipur da peace and normalcy purakani haiba tardi hojik fauba kaidoba gi peace purak trinoba hojik fauba kaidoba gi mi kap pinoba si khana bayaba potnatra amadi political dialogue khaktana peace and normalcy pura oi adudi kaidoba yai har kanda political action. A solid is political action. A concrete political action is needed. Thank you. I would like to end here.
Thank you, Anjita. Next from opposition bench. Markta Treasury Mahapsika. Okay. Anjita Kundrakpam. Anjita Kundrakpam from Treasury bench.
With the permission of the Honorable Speaker, sir, Masigi House na thamiramiba topic, Manipur da Santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjilakwa haibasi political dialogue khaktana ngamgani haibasini. Sir, ngasigi topic ase yamna chumbana maram oiduna aina ngasi support tawjaribani. Ngasigi topic ase charangna ani thongna yengba yai sir. Ahanbada Manipur da Santi amasung mahausa gi phibam haiba ma amadi Masibu political dialogue hakana purakwa ngamgani haiba asigani ahanbada sir Manipur da Santi haisina hainengidi lebaga amase wathok lanthok thok tabida ingna chingna leiba adubu khangnaganeba aduduga hanagi phibam hanjilakwa harisina South East Asia asida haina humna palamba akhoi ipa ipu singi ita nangam khai ngaglamba akhoi iramda Manipur se asibu khangnaganeba Sir, ngasigi topic asida yauriba Manipur da hanagi Santi amadi hanagi phibam hanjilakwa asina tai madudi akhoi habji hanagi phibam duda leitre haibado maram asina aina ngasigi house asida kamdona akhoi gi Santi ase leidribano amadi karam kari jawbudagi leidribano haibado hana haijaramge sir ngasigi topic asida yauriba Santi hanjilakwa haisina taidi akhoi Manipur iramda mase hanadi yamna ingna jingna leirame haibaneba aduduga hojiksina amu ingna jingna leitre haidi hojikse akhoina su khangiduni madudi hoji akhoi iramda mase kangkhong jaiba idu oireba masi kamdona no hai taragadi akhoi Manipur gi identity integrity amadi demography se masi sibu akhoina ngana akhoi lengak sina ngak piraktabadagi neba amadi akhoi leba hojikti refugee gi makol haibado adu oino oireba amadi akhoi Iramdam Lairabaka, Changdam Narami by Koi Iramdam Manipur, Asisibu, Anisuba Golden Triangle Amasu, Semgadang Nabahona Raiba. Masi Singsibu Akona Tingsai Targadi, Matik Java losing Bama Todaiba. Sar Kudama Malakatuna Yang Cinematodi, Yao Jama Jamana, Lani or Ragamadi. Nongsamana, Akway losing one more when a pabrana draga, losing Basina, Yawaga, Nongsa, Singsina, Akway Lani or Basina Paribrava. Akway high target, Yaw Singsina, Lani or Raga, Nongsasina losing boy when a payaba. Masika in high target, losing one more by Samatic Jaba Mamato Diaba. Sir, akwai Iran se akwai laksi hai taragadi akwai ahanbada su se control da wama thau tai akwai lengaksina hojik su se phajana control da widreba ahan akwai gi 2005 ki August ki tang amadi 2008 ki August ki tang kunithoi da akwai na sign tawna gi brasu gi agreement se asi se amda akwai na khidang control da ra yengsin lengaksina adu ai taragadi karamba terrorist na no ba akwai hojik khulai thaba horok toise akwai iramda masigi akwai basida akwai cookie terrorist singina akwai bada tasilaga madi nupi angang khaktan hat patu base adum toraiba masi singji bo akwai na thingchai taragadi political dialogue si khaktana oigani amadi akwai India gi constitution sina haye madudi lebaga madi irang ama thokwa matamdana sumna dangi negotiation amadi political dialogue si khaktana akwai gi ingtapa ma purokwa ngamgadabaneba nata bida akwai na khulai thaba aibase akwai gi lengak sinadi tawba yaba ponateba aduna ni mayam so hainari baduni madudi political dialogue is the only way to resolve conflict haiduna sir akwai khudam khara lokhatuna yengsi madudi naga gi political crisis tokwa matamda madu kamdau na losingi ke madu political dialogue khaktana losingi bani akwai Kargil war haidar 1971 ki Kargil war se si je losina ba hona bada akwai gi India lengak sina changi se sumna gi ta gi tha hum khaktane ba aduduga akhoi hojiki akhoi iramdam sida thoi sida tha kun henjileba masi se losindri si kai gino hai dar India lengak sina akhoi iramdam se kaibda khan drive gi mawong ama tawreba akhoi India lengak sina divide and rule khakta ma akhoi gi lengak si tawdana leireba masi singsi mahuta akhoi hojik Manipur sarkar amasung India lengak ani mangna punsilaga political dialogue tawa se ama thau taeba adu akhoi na political dialogue tawa se si sida akhoi gi Manipur gi history identity amadi integrity se ngang na amadi FMR NRC masi singse bulap punsilaga akhoi na kaino tawgadabneba political dialogue tawgadabneba natradi akhoi adum political dialogue tawri haga pangdaw tawbaduna di nataba phajana akhoi gi boundary issue sigi matang si sing jo khongalaga political dialogue tawba matamda akhoi iran sida thoi akhoi iramdam sida thoi irang de si se phajana ingtapa ma purokpa ngamganeba अखोई खुदम खरा खतने यंगसिने सार मदुदी अखोई असम द थोइबा बोरसिंगी कन प्रॉब्लम अमदी अखोई की दार्जिलिंग द थोइबा प्रॉब्लम मसी सिंग पुलाप अखोई पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खतना लुसिमा ngamgi bungaktaneba masida अखोई amana military noigera amana boigera irang thogala hen thogala kada bungaktane political dialogue se si sine khwai phaba अखोई की irang ama lusingai taragadi political dialogue sida khwai dagi phaba ama oidoineba democracy chapa leba ki oina de amadi अखोई sar political dialogue se si si akhoi tawba matam da hoji akhoi gi lengak sinana political dialogue se hek tawba maka kaino se iran se dum khara tapthana ka neba haidi political dialogue taw hai taragadi amagi so phanaba ani maki yanana ba chalaga akhoi political dialogue se taw goda baneba ani si mak haidi kanglo ani gi iran ni na hoji thoi je aduna kanglo amagi so ani maki haidi ani maki oina yenglaga political dialogue se tarok matam da akhoi gi iram da masida thoi ba iran asi bo losin ma ngamgani haiba si thamlaga ngasi gi house na topic asi bu lana na pass to bi Kinaba Haiduna no look Jari, thank you.
Thank you, Anjita. Next from opposition veins, N. Bedas Singh. N. Bedas Singh. Say number 3. Nomaitem Bedas Singh. Say number 3, Treasury veins. 7. Nomaitem Beda Singh. Cell number 3, opposition veins.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker,
oh,
sir.
Sorry. Jury. Sorry.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi House ki motion, Manipur da santi amasung mahusagi fibam hansilakba haibasi political dialogue na khaktang purakpa ngamgani haibasi aranba topic ama oibana ai samak thoyak sang yaung namadi tungi yumbi oina ngasi gi House ki motion asa oppose tawjage maramdi ngasi Manipur da thokle problem asa sisibu matau karamna political dialogue ni na haigadori bano amadi immigrant migrant mayam ma atop state tagi Manipur da silaga atop karamna political dialogue oigadori bano maramdi masigi maru maramdi haijage maramdi indigenous oin lektaba haibadi immigrant migrant sing asina political dialogue to from thokta haibasi ne Mr. Speaker sir akhoi gi lengak na matam gi oina yane anaba tawkiba nga ki oina nga ki oina yane anaba lengak na tawkiba du ngasidi kang khong sai ba ba ma ohelo laiba haiba ama do ohelle masigi maru eba daite di thai kana matan ro India government amadi Manipur government makhoi in logadabni Mr. Speaker sir akhoi ngasi thokliba present situation sin nei nage harba taragadi akhoi history da kai thoki ga haiba darkar tai amasung history da thoki ba do nei na matung da present sima ka dong ne tawigum chung future da lakadori punchi dudi ngasi thokliba present situation sin pora ka dong ne maram masina historical tama maktang lopsin jage Manipur ne India da tin khra matung inakhiba agreement major agreement 1949 da yauriba Manipur gi praja myam singda India government ne pifam tok bahag sing amadi tofum tok pathapak thorum sing do pirabra haiba hang si hamjage masi akhoi gi MLA minister sing asina khangba matau tai Indian constitution gi article number 3 amadi 335 c da yauriba ni asa semdot laga Manipuri gi boundary asi fima amata da amadi nakal amata da kaiba yaroi haibana singba singasa semdok pa matau tai natrabadi natrabadi hanagi akhoi gi hana ningkha tamna leiramba adugi punsi du da leijarage haibana singba kholaw lawrok darkar tai Mr. Speaker sir akhoi gi lengak na boundary fencing ningthina khaduna thamdabana marum oira haraga atop lam sing asidagi immigrant migrant sangogi fibam sing asa sum hengale sina maram oira kanda ngasagi kaina ngasagi leiriba kendra gi MLA minister lusing ba sing asina makhoi gi vote kanaba haiduna makhoi gi indigenous people sing asibu
नाकन में थमकान इमिग्रेंट माइग्रेंट सिंह असे पुसिलक इलेक्टोरल रोल हापसिनखिबा मसे अतै तै फिवम द इंक्रीज तौजखिबा तारगसु अखोगी डेमोग्राफी की फिवम द असुकी मति कहले मिस्टर स्पीकर सर अब तविगम सुं मणिपुर थोकलिबा प्रेजेंट मणिपुर थोकलिबा सिचुएशन से असे से पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग न पुरक पंगमगदि आई ngasi सपोर्टर बेंच ता फंबिबा इसलि नाउ सिंगे फंदो फुंग अम खतंग थमजगे ngati ngasi रिलीफ कैंप दा लाइबा मीगी मसिंग असुम सुम हेंगल इबा से पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग न वारोसिन पुरक पंगमबदगी रा हाबो फंगसे आई ngasi सपोर्टर की फांदा फंबिबा इसलि नाउ सिंगे फंदो थमजगे अमसुंग मणिपुर थोलिबा वारोसिन असि पुलुसिलके हारबदि अखोगी एमएलए अमदि लुचिंगबा मिनिस्टर सिंग असे पुक्सेल सिंग बसंगी मथौना फबताई अमदि लिंगजेल मानबताई सब साना थेंगनरगा तुंगी मणिपुर अम सेम मतमदा हुजिक हुजिक लेरिबा लेंगाक्सी दायित्व यामना चावना लई हाइदना आई हाइजनिंगी अखोना तुंगी लेहुगदरबा मणिपुर की इंडिजिनस पीपल सिंग असिदा अखोना सिनरमगदरबा मणिपुर से करी करम मणिपुर हाइबो फमदा आई मिस्टर स्पीकर सागे फंदा थमजगे अमदि लेबाक मियांगे फंदा थमजगे तविगुम सुंग लिसांगसिना लाकपना ngasi मणिपुर दा अमसुंग ngasi मणिपुर दा निंखा तमना लेरंबा पुंसीदगी अखोना इंडिया तिनसिले इंडिया तिनसिले अखोसे कैदौरगे हामदमदा इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इंडिया की लॉ एक्ट आर्टिकल लेरमसिंसे अखोय मसी सिंसे अखोना एटलीस्ट खर मखैदि अखोना फॉलो तौबा हामने संगे अदरगदि अमसुंग पंजरमगे ngasi पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग मणिपुर प्रैक्टिस तौरिबा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सिदि करिनो हाबा मतमदा वायलेंस ने मिस्टर स्पीकर सर ngasi मणिपुर दा मखोना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग निंथि जना तौदबदगी अमदि अखोयगे लेंगाक न मतम की याना याना तौगिबा सिंसिना ngasi मणिपुर दा मखोना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबगी मुहुत्ता balance on a sangsile. Mr. Speaker, sir, Aquina Tungi Manipur, Amasamla Matam, the Kogi lady, indigenous people sing Punsinduna Amadi, Tungi Mapangal, Kanba Manipur, Malehona Bohanabatamda, indigenous people sing a sig diet am the soundly. Mr. Speaker, sir, Assam Rifle na Manipur Assam Rifle na 2004 da Manipur lalhoba counter terrorist kita makta su suspension of operations maram sade asi se kari maram da ke mukta India government amadi Manipur government na 2008 ta su suspension of operations asi inari bano amasung immigrant migrant oina changlakhiba sing asiga indigenous people sing asigi mathakta India government amadi Manipur government tawigum chung ngasagi immigrant migrant sing aduga su suspension of operations tawba matik sabra Brahmana Manipur Piu Haraga India government Manipur Hector Pitoka Duribra. Zawalhar Nehruna, Cabo Belly Pitoki Warisu lay the Vanate lady, Tawigumsung and Hazening Libody, indigenous people sing Asina Tairam Lakanda, immigrant migrant and Sangakiba, cookie militant sing Asina, cookie militant sing Asina, Makwegi Lam Talakpasa, Masi Matik Sade, Amadi Maram Sade. Mr. Speaker, sir, Aina. Matangi point ang Hazarake, Matangi point Hazarake mo, Nasiki, Sao Kraba Samas, Asida, Nasi, political dialogue, Nakakam, Warosin Pura, Kani Habagi Matau City, Kasulate the Sengbang Masana Samudra, Taunina Lakoneva. Tawigusum, supporter pan the Pamiri Visin housing, Sina Aran Batopic, the Karimam, the supporter even Habisum Zake, Makosi, Lamhuiki Tata, Nonsana, Guhada Song Saboto, Adumakni, Pakatozake. Masising Hazaraba Matundang Sigi, Houski, Mosanda Mutangalakage, Manipura Santi, Amasung Mahosa, Pibam Hanzilak Habasi, political dialogue na Purapang, but Mana Hamriba, only Harambasa, Masisina topic as a Lalhan Banin, Mr. Speaker Sagan from the Tamzage. Tawigum Sung, political dialogue Nambataragadi, if Tawigum Sung Amazon, Parliamenta, Makoin House, Egg Law, passed on Matozakisanova, Tawigum Sung, Prazamiam influence the Mado. Mado, Loina na decline to Wanga Amadi, Mokwena egg law article Semakadri Besa, Prazamiam Abamba the neighbor. Tabigum Makwena Matamatam Yana and Shem Kivada, Mado, Queen long lasting or have Mr. Speaker Sagan from the Tamzage, Amazung. Amutanga topic talaksage Manipurda Santi Amasung Mausa Fibam Hanzilak Habasi political dialogue na Purapang Amgani Haribasa Mase Aranba Motionina Mr. Speaker Sagan from the Tamzage Tobigum Sung Sissing Sinamaram Oraga Nasi House motion Manipurda Santi Amasung Mausagi Fibam Hanzilak Habase political dialogue Hatang Purapang Amgani Haribasa Mr. Speaker Sagi Puning Sing Zaramatunda Nasi motion Nasi House motion Nasibu withdraw to Mr. Speaker Sagi Puning Sing. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Birdas. Next from opposition bench, Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham. Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham, say number 18. Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham, say number 18 from opposition bench.
With the permissions of Honorable Speaker, sir, today's motion, Manipurda Santi amasung mahosagi phibam hanjil halakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani. Today's motions. First of all, I honorable treasury members sing the hangjaning ba question khara thamjage. First questions. Karamba makhalgi political dialogue tauraga kana political dialogue tauraga Manipurda peace haibadi physical, mental, emotional ahum asina punba peace asi phangba ngomgudoribano. First question. Second questions, Manipur da hauzik irang santi lehendriba asi cookie narco terrorist singnani makhoi edudi kanano ayhangna mu haijadragasu makhoi edudi drug tharaga yolaga separate administration ama taliba laibak thugaiba mioising handak tasu ikui dribada drug farmers sing da 1 per person da 1 kg drug khaigalaga khulai leiraga separate administration tanbagi pau aikoina tariba haiba narco terrorist sing adu nupi da angang da aduki matik torture tawduna nupi angang haleng balaitan haliba terrorist ki thawong chathariba adugumba terrorist waris thanabagi like oidraba waris haba yaroidaba adugumba makhalgi terrorist haiba terrorist sing siga government ka waris thani aduga peace purakpa ngamgani society da peace purakpa ngamgani hai taragadi political dialogue tawgani haiba taragadi madugi government adu karamba makhalgi government no haiba se second question oya thamjage jungle dagi tholakpa kharo group amaga waris tharaga political dialogue tawni hai taragadi madu akhoi gi laibak ta laklak pa haiba se masana tabani nervous speakers waris habagi value yaudraba makhoi singa to the political dialogue tawgadaba nate military crackdown tawgadabani haiba wafam ase masi pukhachage sir maram asina ngasi pukhatpiraliba motion asi house da thambiriba motion asi mayek sengna lali haibadu ai hakoiba valid arguments mathang sitna house asida pukhachage honorable speaker sir. First point, there is no one golden method of conflict resolution. Conflict resolution ki no one golden method laite. Conflict resolution ki golden method laite. Society amada hekta use tawba pot adu society amada fulfill tawsalaga matu fulfill tawgani haiba suglai laite. Adugi sumathakta aikoi Manipur da hauzik thokliba conflict asi mamangai da thokiba conflict sing aduga content aduki matik hene. Masidi in haibadi aikoi da hana thokidaba aduga soft tawbada yamna miss first travel or raknaba honaba adugumlaba soft tawbada ngamoina ngamdanaba honarakliba adugumlaba context amani haina aikoina lobe adubu mado aikoina leiringai matamdadi mado oithon bayade. Second point the laksaning base honorable speaker sir, conflict resolutions ki matang da contemporary evidence studies ki matung inna maduda piba group to ki report to ki matung inna blood ties haibadi ethnic conflict na class conflict tagi aduki matik luba hele aduga muksu ani asi sum of haibadi ani si samjan na khiba taragadi mado resolutions purak na bhonabda aduki matik awaba moy haiba resolution asi purak na bhonabda conflict of interest conflict of values ani ase distinction tawdaba amuk yade honorable speaker sir. Third point, conflict resolutions haibadi masida muk court political dialogue khaktana haiba asi masi redistributive perspective ni haina aikoina loba yai maramde masina kanaba pigadoribasi masida sandoktoribasi makhoi sing aduda sandoktoribasi conflict parties to adu khaktane conflict parties to adu khakta da conflict parties to the some periods long term oiba process na tabida some matam khara khatangi oiba aduga mamana kanaba phangdoi si supna tangi issues khara khaktang da particular issue khara khatung da satisfaction purakpa ngamani maduna long term process oina satisfaction purakpadi ngamloi masigi mayek laraba khudam haiba United Nations na Piba United Nations ki political dialogue lay na hojik global gi oina active armed conflict aduki matik hengalakli ba asina global gi miyam na political dialogue asibu criticize torokli ba asina may laraba khudam ni ona speaker sa fourth point conflict resolutions haibataragadi conflict resolutions haibataragadi underlying issues universal values democracy high basing human rights high basing state aduda yamna satisfaction oina state aduda puthokpa ngamgadabani adubu high basing political dialogue nadi kaidau nungda political dialogue khakta nadi kaidau nungda shungam ngam honorable speakers. Fifth point response notes ki matung ina contemporary oiba response notes ki matung ina conflict resolutions ki matang da thamni basi society mada peace puthoke haiba taragadi santi puthoke haiba taragadi maduda political dialogue khakta na yade maduda social psychological and cultural ahum masigi importance te aduki matik lai haina masida no sida mayak lan iriyo na bas speakers. Sixth point a political scientist John Galtung 1996 da introduce tawi karambatam peace haibasida positive peace negative peace hairiba positive peace negative peace asida political dialogue khaktang tawba taragadi negative peace fangani frozen conflict oigani adugi shumathakta conflict sing do suppress tawraga thamgani hairiba suppress tawbasina aikoina negative peace soidana phangani adubu anaba speaker sa ayana thamjaning badi aikoina talibasi positive peace ni haibasi honorable treasury member sing su soidana yaningongani haina thamjaning maram asina political dialogue khaktang tawragadi political gi oiba representative sing dugi kanaba makhoi khaktang gi oiba afabado laigraga aikoi gi oinadi haibadi praja sing gi oinadi madugi long lasting oiba mathakta panjakri ba universal value do puthopa ngamloi haibase thamjaning. 7 point Manipur gi oinadi khwaidagi afaba approach ama ahaki mota thamjaba taragadi multi track dimension multi track apology haibasi masi akhoi gi oinadi khwaidagi best approach ni haina ahakna thamjaningi maram asi aduga muk 8 points khwaidagi important oiba khwaidagi angle important oiba angle ama panjaba taragadi hoi geopolitical angle se panjaba hoi akhoi chumme geopolitical angle asi geopolitics angle asi koina puthokpa yai adubu masigi matanga thamjaning bas aikoina political peace dialogue khaktang tawba taragadi masina influence de bad phatabarom da sapu hene hena pirakani aduga karigumba multi track se koina pushan ba taragadi masi aikoina negative oiba do lokthokrakanda positive oiba influence soidan lakani. So I would like to our honorable prime mover and speaker of the house to kindly withdraw the motions from the floor of the house. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, from Treasury Veins, Umar Nongjai. Umar Nongjai, set number 9. Umar Nongjai. Nongjai hay là Nongjai hay là không thể Nongjai. Okay. Set number 9, Treasury Veins.
With the permissions of Mr. Speaker, Mahusana, Mr. Speaker, opposition bensi laibak miyam nungsiba treasury dagi hena nungsiba bensa madauna democracy set pa laibak ta dumak thui. Ngasi su opposition bench na honorable speaker aikoi gi treasury bench ta piri ba allegation mayam asi yamna aikoi gi chat na ba yadaba allegation na pik thalaba adugum ba wafam ngaktane. Honorable Speaker, leader of the opposition na peace amasung normalcy lak na bay damakta military crackdown tawgadabani haiba amag amuk nakalamrom dana member amana mukana peace and normalcy retain taunabay damakta ay ko peace means na negotiate tauraga sagadabni haiba yamna sarak sahing na ba members singi marakta pau ipaw pau na dabay mawang da tau ba se masi ahan magta thadok piyo honorable speaker gasi house ta putok pirak liba motion karamba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haiba wafam ase megi tang ahum dagi ngasi phawba tha kun hel aba irang sina maram oirakanda lamdam sida pokpa lamdam sida sauba mioi lising humpu hena nampu da relief camp da lehalaba matam amadi mioi chani ga kunmathoi hena thawai thakraba matam sida India gi state punomaktagi Manipur na pot khwaidagi tangba high inflation labor state ama oiringai gi mathak asida honorable speaker state ki armorist tagi nongmai lising taruk huralaga nongmai lising taruk lut tawrakanda micham myangi punsida onsilaktuna senkhai thungkhai na chahalaba khunai madugi chaibi chaitheng khangba ngamdraba miya madugi voice tu nengasi represent tawraga house taikuna motion namana puthorak levse honorable speaker aikoina haine the basic premise of democratic setup is freedom haina bai chaukhat pa democracy da haine tawatabu Manipur kunai da honorable speaker ning tambagi wahan thok leiribra micham miyam gi chimbal da people namiba achumba ma tholak bagi damakta wangang uba matamta warak watim bineba mine helaba micham miyam dagi ngasi khunai asida political dialogue natana nongmai kap na ragal loisan se hairibra ngasi peace and normalcy prokpuse honorable speaker ngasi head of the state na amasung ngasi gi opposition bench ki leader of the house na illegal immigrant na ngasi gi irang ngasi ga haurak phamni hairame honorable speaker illegal immigrant takthuk pam matamda micham miyam hanadagi leijarak pamayam asogapan asiana mayum makai mai thari ba mayam sa masina pin da bagi kholaw amoina political demand ma tawre karamba a political dialogue na loisan se hairi bano haiba sa opposition bench na mayek sengna house ta thambio honorable speaker masita nate ai koi ngasi gi ethnic conflict asina maram oirakanda ai koi da achauba constitutional oiba crisis mayam tholei ngasi gi khunai da ngasi gi laingak asida article 355 of Indian constitution chanari bra chanada bra ai koi khangte masi gi mathakta honorable speaker governor la aga santi la ani haibungam ba state amane masi gi mathakta Indian constitution gi 7 schedule of Indian constitution gi state list ki entry number 1 amasung 2 da Manipur gi law and order public order police haibas state na payada bane na mayek sing na yauze adubu head of the state amasung home minister na intelligence na pau pirakte haiba khunai adune honorable speaker ngasi gi khunai se honorable speaker yam sati na chahal laba ai khoi masel gi marakta onjan naraga yam balkanized oirba society amani ngasi Manipur khunai na hingise laita lairaba kuki ichilinau maitai ichilinau do chapmane elite kharana sanaba langda opposition bench thubigano athu matam da political dialogue toraga peace purak na bhonasi honorable speaker ai koi na ngasi yengadaba sidi kairino hai taragadi India haiba laibak se semgalakpa matam da masagi identity mayik sengdaba princely state samga humpuga mangana punjal lagas nation making ama tawrakiba colonial character chenba colonial nature na halaba yamne ambitious oiba laibngak amane honorable speaker yamna laibak thiribadi 1949 da Manipur asi India da annex tawraba matungda madudagi semlakba legislation mayam Article 371C, Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reform Act 1960, Manipur Hill House Tax Act 1966, District Council Act 1971, asina Manipur ase hill amasung valley ani ase dichotomy ani thukto aga thami masigi mathakta legislation sing asigi marumdagi honorable speaker ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ethnic army mayam amkhak semgalaga ethnic entrepreneur na luchinga kanda ethnic homeland demand taurak lebona speaker hairiba mayam ase phamin narakanda India ko leibak tuna aikoi se lak thak pane aikoi masel nuksinadragadi punminadragadi wari sanadragadi aikoi at the end aikoi masel loinarani haibo wafam se nongmaina paukumpina se hairibra table the pura agawari sa se haribra have say opposition bench the kumpio honorable speaker aikoi United Nation ki General Assembly na aikoi 18 December 1992 da pigiba declarations on the rights of people belonging to national or ethnic, religious or linguistic minorities ta asum na hai minorities sing asigi right ase aikoi protect tabiga dabane discriminate tawroi dabane adubo minorities sing na right tan bagi marumda ethnic homeland gi demand tawrak labataragadi territory adugi khal adu kaihallak na bo honna bataragadi chronic oiba conflict ki haurak pham oigani haibasa declaration adu the mayek sengna palli hairiba declaration mayamase honorable speaker through reconciliation through dialogue ta aikoi na pura akanda aikoi masel nungsina gadabani aikoi gi idea of Manipur se uphill tauba matamda hingminnariba purup mayam gi historical oiba responsibility lay haibasa ningsing nadraga CSO tampaki CSO ga singi CSO ga hunnaraga peace and normalcy purak payagadra honorable speaker hangzani wo hangde yamna ethnic oiba identity do wakalon da pukala kanda ngasi Manipur se mache tanabu honabiganu ethnic homeland gi father oiba pan nationalism gi mapa Hitler do Laishram politics do maithi karabane honorable speaker I go in a kangadabadi karino haitagadi honorable member of Swabira Article 3 of Indian Constitution sa Manipur da chan hala thambe tampaki mina Article 3 exception tau hairaga yagadro I go ching the ladiba tampak the ladiba apun bagi unanimous oiba consensus sama laira kandane Article 3 edo in Manipur the exception thamase hairakadurisi honorable speaker aduna house tagi motion si pass to view Manipur kunai punna kanmina si haibo wafam si thamjara thank you
Next from opposition bench, Saikom Rohan Singh. Saikom Rohan Singh from opposition bench. Set number 2. Saikom Rohan Singh.
First of all, a very good morning to respected speakers, sir, esteemed judges, and everyone present in the room. Today I stand before you today not just as a debater, but as someone who feels deeply connected to the roots of my homeland, Manipur. I'm here to voice the concern for those who have been through pain, suffering, and lost, who has shaped the life of my own people. It is with deepest respect and sense of responsibility that I argue against the motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. The people of Manipur have seen much more deeper than this. The fact is the pain of Manipur can never be the truth is that the peace of Manipur can never be seen or heard from the sterile words of politicians. It is felt in the bones of those individuals who have been the victim of violence, whose dreams have been shattered overnight, whose homes are burned out. So they are the ones who are facing the real problems, not just the politicians. The promises are made but were never met. The agreements were signed but never turned out into the actions, and which has led to the violence till this far. The sad reality is we have seen this before. We have seen the violence again and again, and history has proven again and again that somehow it doesn't work. Why? Because it lacks the main roots behind it: social, economic, and cultural division. They lack to deepen these wounds when they try. It's like trying to plaster a wound which is much more deeper than this. So somehow, and the next the very important topic would be the youth. The youth and the civil societies has always played an important role in bringing the justice towards the normal people. For example, my Rapaibis of Manipur have always been one of those social society which have always bring justice towards its people, understanding the main cause and understanding in the grassroots level. And the youth, we as youth hold the power to bring justice towards its people, not just politicians, because I believe that peace is a melody sung by heart of all, not a script dictated by few. So, it is Aristotle once says that it is during our darkest moments where we must focus to see the light. We are the light. The politicians and every citizen of this nation is the light, which will create a history of peace, which will leave behind a legacy of peace, which my homeland Manipur has never seen before. It will create a legacy to leave behind for the generations to come, and it is the main motive is to create a safety for the people of Manipur and the generations to come. We want to secure them because we never felt that personally. Next would be, there will be never peace in those societies where there is poverty, lack of education, and unemployment. Manipur has limited opportunities when it comes to youth, and sometimes it leads to frustration and sometimes to extremism. By developing infrastructure, or simply by organizing skill development program, or by simply organizing an educational purpose program to educate the youth, I think it will be much more effective than any bureaucratic discussions out there. Because I believe that the harmonious society is not built in the conference hall, but in the heart of its own people. My opposition have stated again and again sanctimoniously that the political dialogue is the only solution to the problem. If it's the only solution, then why the peace is not there in the Manipur till today, and why people are being killed, their homes are being burned out, the families are torn apart. Why is this so? Political dialogue is necessary, but it's not the only solution to undo the immediate action that has been taking place right in front of our eyes. The balance of Manipur is not something which we need to look at the past. It's happening right in front of our eyes. Houses are being burned out, people are losing their lives, families are torn apart. How long will we wait to change this reality? Will words be enough to a mother who has lost her child? Will words be enough to a community whose life has been set up on fire? It will never be enough. The wounds of Manipur is much, much more deeper than any policy debates. The words of politicians will just be a promise to win the elections and their personal motives. As we have seen it, at the end of the day, we all know the ground reality of what's the real game they are playing behind their cards. And we must focus on ourselves as we as youth hold the power to change the revolution and bring the revolution to the same pattern which has been followed for years. And we as educated youth have that power to break the chain of the circle which has been repeated over for the years. And for now, a very complex things like peace requires community involvement, cultural understanding, and much more. It oversimplifies the complexity of a problem which has been us with for decades. If it was that simple, I really wish that as the citizen of this nation, it was that simple that political dialogue can only achieve peace will be achieved only through political dialogue. I really wish it was that simple. I really wish that the politician will be that responsible enough of this nation, and I could proudly be in the side of supporter and say that yes, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. But no, history has proven us again and again. Let's take the prime example of 1997 ceasefire agreement, which was made on Manipur. It was supposed to solve the violence. It was supposed to bring peace, but somehow it wasn't the situation. Why? Because it failed. It has failed again and again. The most basic human rights has been taken away from us, and how can we? The freedom of speech is not here, and the most basic human rights has been taken away of us. How can we expect of development? We want to see the change, but we need to be the change. We don't, it sounds really cool saying theoretical that it can be the only solution, but we need to be more practical and see towards what's happening right in front of our eyes. My next argument would be that after several years of the trial men to bring peace in Manipur has been the only discussion which has been carried on for years and years, and you might have heard thousands and thousands of politicians say that it's the only solution, and they might give thousands of words and promises to you, but was it ever fulfilled, and was it ever gotten to a tangential solution? I don't think so. The balance in Manipur has been taken from third May, not just Meitei Kuki War, it has been Naga War and everything. The history have shown us again and again that it's not the only solution. Politician, from the politician, farmer, or every job or unemployed youth, do you know that 50% of Indian youth are unemployed, which is, and 50%, around 50% of Indian government school lack infrastructure, which is the main cause of the balance in the nation. Extremism, which when a student or when someone who is responsible enough for their own judgment takes something for their own, they need to be focusing on the development of the nation. They are focusing on protecting their own land and their own, they are taking their frustration out on this. Because if we truly want something extraordinary, if we truly want an harmonious society, it's not just made in the discussion, but it's made in the heart of its own people. Come on, we all know that reality behind everything, and we just need to work harder and focus on something which is in our hands and something which we can bring peace towards the people. And yes, thank you everyone, that's my...
Thank you. Thank you, Rohan. Next is also from opposition bench, Moirang Them Amarjit Singh. Moirang Them Amarjit Singh from opposition bench. Chair number 21, Moirang Them Amarjit Singh from opposition bench.
With the permission of Honorable Speaker, ngasigi House the Pukat Piriba motion, Manipur da Santi amasung mahusagi fibam da hanjilak bahibase political dialogue kaktana furopang ngamgani. Hariba motion si lan mana in oppose tawjari. Motion si lali ustanabgi tawa ai ke logical argument masakha na thamjage sir. Ahan bada sir. Ikone yengba yabase malem da thuki ba thawdo wa thok kaya da political dialogue na waroisin poroki haibidi yai tawbatabu political dialogue kaktana waroisin poroki haibidi yabanga moy. Amadi ngasigi House ja pukhaliba motion si yauriba peace saiba wafam se 3rd May 2020 ki mamangda Manipur peace leiram raibo hangsi. Leiram this sir. Masigi maramdi India na Manipur ni India ki fiwal nungda 1949 na tingraba matungda Manipur da thokaning da thawdo wa thok issue kya problem kya na fiktali. Issue kya amasung ngasi pawa waroisin poropang amdar leidi. Maramaduna peace ki wafam masa makhatana nei nabigi tangai fataba lei haibado I thamjage. Amade mahausa ki punchi haibase 3rd May 2020 Three mamang the Leramba Puna Hingbinaba Puna Sanima Satukta Tawada, Ayat Lapa Laitaba, I quite a wakanda normalcy and Kanba, Adugumadu Oigadoriba. Harry Basinga said, no, no, Hanjilak Nabona Tonga Metosin, Tonga mechanism sing. I have the social responsibility, Dengaki, but Subsaba Fide Abadi, roll up laws and indigenous and Hanbaka Amasangi. But Siki Mayam, Zipunamokan to Wakan Nasiki, more sense the political dialogue of 1 man army only 8,000, Nasiki Mosalasi Ladisha. Anisu bada sir Manipur thoi ba conflict asigi waroi silama poro ke habata ye conflict asi thok gi maroi ba maram sing khang ba gi tangai fadaba lei adu ba laibak thibadi ngasi phawba India lengak no igera Manipur lengak no igera Manipur thoi ba conflict asigi sab chaba white paper on puthuaga prajam yam da khangan ba leiti amadi conflict se kamari rena honorable chief minister na phongdo ki wafam se thok li beirang ase intelligence lapses amadi security failure oi badagi ni thok li beirang ase mapalam gi khut jawi thok li beirang ase poppy plantation sing buthan na bahona rupa amadi reserve forest kan na bahona badagi thok li beirang ase su sign tong na badagi ni to thok li beirang ase Mapan the Gizang Pamioi Singa, Manipur Lengaki Marakani Masi conflict not the end of Hongdori. Adu live activity 14 December 2024 asked that the VKB interview the Honorable Union Home Minister Amisana Hongdoki Vasa, Manipur Toiba, Iranga Tonga Maram of the terrorism of Bari Amatalenati Masi itri conflict ni and Mayaxinatam. Tamjani Wafam the Honorable Chief Minister Amadi Honorable Home Minister and in the Tamli Wafam said, Diko Tori and Gomatamda. I quoted some of them the pictal. Kanagi Marakta political dialogue Todino. Political dialogue is a Karamba Wapam da Jumpam Waragato Duino, Hiving sing basing as a pictana toy. Machine Maram Warakanda City, Awabagi Park Manipur, Iraq Nare Kantina or Bakuna Yamakaway. Amadi, Takulina Sataribanga Siki conflict asida. Drone bombing Amadi RPG in a sing basing season at Landara, so Indian army top officials in the Punto Kivasa, but to Machine of proof and evidence. Some of the later Puntoisa. Masina tasing natakot sir, India Lengana national interest kan na bahona ba Manipur di Bali Gamiang or Balibak sita lay Balangak sina, Baya Jong of Kay Panka. Tamjaning of Wafam di Masida Mato come to no political dialogue, na political dialogue na, ing tapa Manipuramo, Porokani Habidibanum was solicitation and Ladisha. So, but sir, I couldn't never have a complete talk with Tamdapo, Nasi talking about conflict, as you are in Program da when a political dialogue to Sangivza. Peace parts, solution letter, I have no condition life is yam maruay. The water live activity, Nasi Takulena, Satari Bangasika conflict as the cookie on urban MLS sing, CS was sing, Aduga, student body sing na, Prime Minister Office da, Union Home Minister da Tongan, but the governor of Manipur, the Pisin Kipiseranda, and Dr. Sikuiku than Paliza. Solution first, peace letter has. Solution for cyber targets are condition demand or condition demand or getting Matokom, political dialogue, Togani have of him say, Yamna Rumoy. aduga Manipur hai lam se akhona amtang nei na matamda UT posi that is juris UPJ law gi makha da Manipur se kai ba ya lam dam am khan adubu Indian constitution gi article number 3 na matam supada by force singna duna la I amadi ngasi di Manipur bo sing tam ani bu khaibok ta na khaito liba Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act 1960 aduga Indian constitution gi article number 371 C hai ri sing sin maram wara kan resource allocation ai gi lam ma gi lam bai bi tong bo khalon po ka na ngasi di khurag hang da saroi phana ngak se liba singi lamja environment bar border paring jungak sen bi daita saroi phana lawra ka da masjid singi lamda in terms of acre da poppy plantation tha sin ta padi takai sen political nexus asobo ma lai rai ba mek sing ta political nexus asobo ji manung ji da karamba political dialogue tawra ka da ikhoi gi leibak se hen na asak pumbai da gi hei bona thokani sir moselesi ta sing na lali thamjani gi wafam di makhoi gi demand da so dak mek sing na palle madu de Indian constitution gi article number 239 a gi makha da Podisori modern the unit territory ki doctor demand to India lana kaim ta haide aduga Manipur ga jung thang nari ba Mizoram ke honorable chief minister Lal Domana 4 September 2020 for the United States phongto ki statement se yamna maroi masi da haibse tongan ba leiba ahum tongan ba administrator ahum ki makha da lei ba khoi ki furup se no mano traga no ngodi administration amagi makha da khoi pulak khini haiba wafam thame masi da khoi da leibak thiri se $494 million ori ba kaladan project mai pak na boda national interest na maru oi gibna Mizoram chawan bi ya da ba wafam na mang thar kan Mizoram da kaim ta haide thamjani gi wafam di lak leba sigi fibam jida ngasi fawo thoi ba conflict asigi waroi silama porok ke haibagi India lengak na Manipur lengak na framework ama adu road map ba majat ba chulete aduga masigi marakta maitai amadi kuki gi mareksa India lengak na sanaring ba mong da sanaba ngamba satrangi po ani mugsi pairing mong da pai ba ngamba adu aragri India lengak na irang je loisinningen khale loisin ba ngamme loisinning dra dum loisin da taw adu adati sigi fibam sida khoi gi maya yaw da ba kai ga pakhak ori ba Manipur lengak se amuk tang mikap thokpi wai ba sai ngasi thamjage amadi masina maram wara kan da khoi ge leibak se karamba mohong da khona political dialogue si kadai da chatkani haibagi khoi da sabam na ba kya na pik than ba adu gi phibam amada la I maram madu na mosle se amuka su lali sa Marisu wata star Manipur thoi ba conflict asigi waroi sin porok ke haiba taraga de khoi rule of law sa ning thi jena chana batangai fate adu ba laibak thi badi 1 August 2023 da Supreme Court na pi ki statement da Manipur da law and order the constitutional machinery se totally breakdown tawre haiba thame the Ministry of Home Affairs na silla kanda maitai amadi kuki MLA ani gi marakta unaraga waroi sin porok na ba peace initiative lokhat ki ba laire madu gi hek nongan bada kuki gi honorable MLA sing na haiba sa moi gi ba tongan ba demand ma laite su sign tong nari ba loop sing duna haiba demand duna makhoi gi di loire haiba wafam thame thamjani gi wafam di hairi ba su sign tong nari ba loop se Manipur State Assembly na resolution pass tawra kan da mado abrogate tawga da na center tha ke laire madu gi paukhum so mat leite thamjani gi wafam di hairi ba democracy chat pa leibak ta democratic oina khongjang jangchin ba aduga demand tawba kaim ta kaide adubu ngasi di mi hat pa mi tu pa tongan ba thabak thawang terrorism gi we thabak thawang chathara kan da demand tawrei ba basak mi sing si da Indian constitution gi sabian chedun state list ki entry wall amasung tu da yawri ba law and order se state ki subject ni mase state lengak na India lengak na rule of law chat pa leibak ni India lengak se law chat pa leibak ni ha moi gi mathak da chap cha ba action lokhat la ka da moi bu neutralize to ba moi bu chap chaba paratam bi bahai basi maksu normal sita lagna mathaba amani sa madu India lengak na ngasi phawba Manipur lengak na paikhat palaite aduga tambaki lamda amani singi lamda tongan bada ngasi Manipur gi ing tapna leiba tongan mafam singda amaga wathok wera kanda amaga demand tawba extortion tawba tongan thabak tawri ba singja lawless leiba am oi ba pangkhak oi bini hai ba singa si jo sab chabe action lor kan ngasi tagi Manipur lengak action lekta lokhat piu yakta rule of law se nikthi jana sijina biu normal sita lagna gi lambi do aduma ugani thamjani ba wafam di Manipur lengak na haiba wafam center lengak na ta de aduga demand tawriba demand pi ga dabana India lengak na oiri hairiba paradox ya ahum jigi paradox se nei daba matam da political dialogue khaktana solution porok oi haiba du mayak senge maram maduna lalaba motion city house ki floor tagi withdraw tawna ba honorable speaker sa ki kutang da honorable prime mover amade honorable members singi puning chingchinjeri thank you
Thank you. Next, see from Treasury Vance, Brenita Hizam. Britina Hira. Britina Hizam, supporter.
Good afternoon, everyone presented here. Mr. Speaker, sir, respected judges.
Chair number 17.
And you, my dear brother and sister. I am Britina Hizam of class 9, and today, with the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to support today's motion. That is, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. To understand my point of view, let us summarize the whole situation. It's been almost 2 years now. Still, peace and normalcy has not been restored in the northeastern state of Manipur, which witnessed ethnic riots between the Meiteis and Kukizos. Meiteis-dominated hills have become free of Kukizos, while Meiteis are forced to flee from areas dominated by Kukizos. Well, so the State Security Advisor, Mr. Kuldip Singh, said press on the 22nd November 2024, confirming official report of at least 258 people dead and more than 60,000 people displaced from their homes. And more than 288 companies are deploying in Manipur, apart from Manipur State Police and Indian Army. So, this center, which is in command of the Unified Command, through its appointed security advisor, Mr. Kuldip Singh, are deploying companies to check with the violence. But the activities of the militant groups trying to revive, taking advantage of the situation, however, continue in the state. The expansion of the violence in Jiribam, untouched by last year's violence in May, shows that how the militants have strengthened themselves in the state. The state is so polarized that the security forces are seen through polarized lens. The Meiteis elects the Assam Rifles of being biased toward the Kukis, while the Kukis possess a similar vision towards the Manipur police. These allegations on the security forces are not going to help the administration in recovering peace in Manipur. This allegation needs to be addressed. Well, it is true that effective security measures is crucial to check the violence. But Mr. Speaker, sir, let's not forget that these measures won't be able to resolve the deep chasm between the Meiteis and Kukis. The peace achieved through effective security forces can be more fragile. So, well, it seems that the center do understand this problem. In last year, October, there was a peace meeting in the absence of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, of legislature from Meiteis, Kukis, Nagas, and with the officials of Union Home Minister. Well, however, the legislature of the Kukis, those reportedly refused to sit together with the legislature of Meiteis. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, this only defeated the main purpose of peace meeting. So, these failures does not mean that political dialogue cannot bring peace in Manipur. So, let us all understand what is political dialogue and how to achieve it. So, political dialogue refers to a wide range of activities, from high-level negotiations to conciliations. And the main purpose of political dialogue is to achieve practical and peaceful solutions to the problem. Political dialogue, called multi-level dialogue, is more applicable in Manipur crisis, where dialogue takes place at various regions of the society, in an effort to engage citizens in building trust and consensus, etc. So, let me highlight some of the political dialogue points. The first is adequate preparation, conducting an objective and reliable analysis of the conflict, and understanding both sides' interests and their fears. Point number 2, facilitators. It is crucial to have skilled facilitators that both sides agree and feel comfortable with in order to continue this process more fair and even-handed as possible. Point number 3, sustainable political commitment. Well, a strong political will is important for this conflict. It is the strongest if the participating community shows the sense of ownership of the conflict. Point number 4, a collective capabilities of the leader. One of the most important factors of achieving a political dialogue is the capabilities of the leaders to form coalitions across political dialogue and social divides. And the last point is strategies of the facilitators. Well, it is necessary that the facilitators have a deep understanding of the conflict, both side interests, communities' interests, etc. So, shortly, neutral professional dialogue facilitators is very important, includes experienced facilitators with the different ethnic groups and gender, etc. And lastly, but not least, if political dialogue could not bring peace in Manipur, last but not least, if peace and normalcy in Manipur can be brought without the political dialogue, then the 288,000 personal militants will have already brought it, but unfortunately not. So I would like to request Mr. Speaker, sir, to pass for the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benita. Next from opposition bench, Arambam Avinash Maitei. Arambam Avinash Maitei from opposition bench.
With the provision of the Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, Ngasi Honorable Movement House move to Viramaba motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Haiba motion asida palliba Manipura Santi amasung mahusagi phibam hajilakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purapa ngamgani haibasi da yauriba khaktana haiba mos wahai asina ngasi gi motion asi Arambam motion haini haina house of thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi Manipur thokliba irang asi karaidagi hauraga tholakpa irang habasi manungthana yengba matamda akhoi amna khadana mapam ni karina matamda ngasi Manipur tholiba irang asi illegal immigrants sing kai gi sang padajum memaro gi sang pa illegal immigrants na main factor lawraga Manipur gi ngasi tholiba irang asi tholiba ne habasi yapuna khana wapam ni amadi ngasi gi me gi 2023 dagi hauraga tholokiba irang asi na Manipur da adugumba asi anagi nesar amadi hana sunabagi thong kyam aba thogre masigumba situation habadi bulletin of situation asida peace amasung normalcy hajala pabaje oidabani amadi masigi matang asida basic security amadi order yaudana peace ki talo asi sanaba yaroi Mr. Speaker, sir amadi masigi matau karana peace ki lambe asi lahana bagi lambe di hana pakatana political dialogue habasi otomam thokti amadi political dialogue tawna ba hana matamda yakata lambe do hana yase duga matungda political dialogue tawsi habani ba saboya base ki member get thamjani mudi maduna aina han lambe do yatna aina saninge haduna ju lambe do ke susa payaroi ba lambe sapa mama semdana kedonungda sapayaroi aduna hajaninge badi laiba Manipur issue asida nakanani ge magda kuthana ba amadi hana suna ba lepti makai Manipur biski taro to yaroi madu to batara di madu ne hena decisive oiba meaningful oidaba political dialogue mo oigeni maduna ngasi gi motion si Arambam motion ani subda Mr. Speaker, sir hogi ba irang asida center amadi state government ani magta gi makai ma morungi dialogue thamgre ke system matang da khar ko tawjara honorable home minister Amit Shah ji na August ki tarik ku manga da thamam statement there will be no separate administration in Manipur and center has firm stance all form of inflation in Manipur have statement thabirame message natana makha tarak pada kokumi gi mute amaga honorable home minister Amit Shah ji ga unaba matamda honorable home minister na thamak wafam there will the largest illegal immigration of Manipur from Kukijin community from Myanmar to Manipur, and actually the red road is high ba pola mama thabirami ba masa statement ani je phongto kam matungda ikui dana mu honorable minister home minister na phongto ki wapam maji Manipur gi issue asi ethnic group ani gi maga thokpa issue ni hadana mahang na yam idala na phongto ki ba amadi union home union cabinet minister oibri ba kiran rijisuna phongto ki wapam maji hauji thori irang asi political dialogue na hamada sop to ngamni phong maga ikui dana hadak November ki tarik kunda phongto ki ba wapam da man hari madudi masigi hariba kalup ani ki irang ni masina maram warga notice ki state sing da yam saung thol sole hadana man statement phongto ki ba masi sing ba awaya ku mam tong nari ba saranga sida political dialogue purak ba ba se kasu ure da wapam ne ba Mr. Speaker, amadi political dialogue as insufficient o ya ba ki kudam khar pajara ba da how ki thura ki ba Sri Lankan Tamil ilam gi purpose jara ba Sri Lankan government ga Tiger Tamil ilam LTD ga wari sana ba lekre but adubu 1980 में 1990 के मगता वारी क्या हूँ सारा जन जो डिसिप एवं मिलिट्री सोल्यूशन तो अमाना इरान तो निम्ता मंगम की अमादी अफगानिस्तान का हमारी तालिबान का अनिगे मदद होना इरान असीदा जो होजिक फाउबा नकल अनिगे मगता वारोसिम परपंगम की थी मसे जनता ना सही लिसा सिना लड़ाबा जम्मू की इशू भुसरा बता इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ना Anjamadi Pakistani ki marta 17 years na Jammugi conflict si dimta na bani haida na wari sana kre but madubong ngasi oy bangamti but suguma situation kara si yengma matamda Manipur peace ambasu no mission sela baje political dialogue khakta na oigani ha basi aramba wafam ni Mr. Speaker sir amadi hojik Manipur toli ba irang si yengma matamda masina lillo lawri ba BJP ki MLA mingona panjara ba nemsa kip gen maning ba mako yawri MLA singa je kadai dagi sanglak banu ha basi myam punna khana wafam ni amadi mako ne lillo lawri haraga atamna na maitai community da lantarak pani masida yawri ba kaino wafam amadi masida mako na Union Home Minister ki mi kangu ga unagi matam da phungdoro ba article number 239 clause E gi matung ina Union Territory Puducherry da pigi ba atumaina akoi gi Manipur se jo separate ammunition phangma yarani haba ge manglan mangi bane ba keno kangu na hoji kuki su kangu na madu ba tar ga di madu da wari sang ki ba amadi memorandum kya honorable prime minister represent ba lai khram ne ba adu ba tar ga di aikoina ngasi BJP da phongju support tori ba makoina irang asi themsan magi mawata makoina separate administration phangtima makai akoi political dialogue toroi hana phungdo ba statement su lai khram ne adu ba tar ga di ngasi Manipur government na amadi central gi government ani mangna double engine hai ba government asina Manipur ki issue ase makoi gi losan ga ba tar ga di nahana BJP da support tori MLA sing asika makoi hana wari sana ba yada bra ba madu sum makoi na phong na support tori ni ko adu ba tar ga di madu bo irang ase ka pikilo samangam dri bane ba aduna Manipur ki irang ase madu kram na pisam ju taro to ga losan ga dri no amadi mase su natna nakan Manipur ki honorable chief minister da peace hanjale hai ba wafam ka ro phong kre madu na phong ki ba matung ne ngase Manipur da अखोगी लेमकोंगी आर्मी कैम्प दगी मांखिबा कंबल कंबुगी मेसी होजिक मागी हक्सांग फाबा होजिक सीरी नतगा हिंगी फमी हाबजे होजिक फंगमंगमद्री अमदी मोरेगी एसटीपीओ आनंद हाकिबदा सेनरीबा फिलिप क्ले खोंसाई अदुजु हा माना मखोय अरेस्ट तोगी पोते लेगे अदुबु मखोयदा करम मखलगी सब साब ददी पीपल लाइखबगे मसे सिंग असे नते ब दरकार ओरिबदी मणिपुर गवर्नमेंट इरान सिबु लोशनबनी हाजन कॉर्पोरेशन पीबदा नते ब दरकार ओरिबदी पोलिटिकल हाई पेस से प्रोग्राम की दमकता सिंगदब पॉलिटिकल की दारू की लालोंग दो प्रोक पुदने बदर का ओरिबसी मसे सुनतना नकन अनिबकता क्याम थोक मतुंगदा ngasi haukiba megi ta thagi tarik megi tarik ahum 2023 da haukiba irang asida involve toriba taiben soiteri masama jasin nare harga Manipugi da atamna iti tor podi yauri ba ko kijo asina Manipur government gi taliba liberate zone je operate tori harga makhona toriba zone gi area sing jitang asi state force mangam dribane ba amadi Central Paramilitary Force kena nga aga leriba buffer zone amadi red zone ki area da pupi paration doba amadi kani sumui thapa camera ma chathare ha baje make sure wa pawni Mr. Speaker sa masiki chap khudam hai babu bare video mo oraki ba 1 kg opium kuki lengi da mata pikhala kani hai ba bare video sina make sure ne madudi masigi Central Paramilitary Force ki mata umma tawdri ha ba amadi indan Malayam ki military rank da Malayam ki mari subala bata leiba Indiana Manipur ki irang ase kari maram ki lo samangam dribo no sineba CRPF company samga kunna ha matha jangre aduga November da CRPF company 17 ju thajang ki kya manom lege but adu mungasi ki irang ase mukhen atamna solib ne amadi kuki hai ba kuro base indigenous community tribe banga lan chona ba laikre amadi makhoi na ngasi sona ba la duna ne ba ngasi makhoi di admak kallaga laikhi bane minister sa aduna ngasi Manipur ki myang na pamle badi lana se losan biu hai ba sini adu amadi ngasi choli ba irang ase atamna na Manipur ka mengi khoi jawe ha ba sidi hoi ba bakai kya monti phangna wapam ni amadi Mr. sa ngasi Manipur hodi ba irang ase Manipur ki prasa myam na pamle ba irang ase kaino amatam da lang ye mari na sukhala ba amadi kathira ba myam jina pamle ba wapam ti kaino amatam da Sri Jagat ki mabungo Krishna Sri Ram na Jagoi bagi keno tomal gi makhona tongga fajaraba basigi su khongla padana te amadi Manipur ki fajaraba chingya ko seliba la tapak sidagi khongla pa kangsi gi makhona na te amadi leiriba amamanga sidar da ga khopa kangsi gi phojin ju taba pa manate ngasi Manipur ki miyam na pamni pasi kari no haba matam da peace hajalalo Manipur da peace amsu no mesti bolo amadi leiriba singa se relic masa masa ki relic sing da leiriba ibe singa se masa masa ki mem da jambi haba pam sidi aduna ngasi ki mosala sida pi ba matak palki ba kapik nam si nainaro matam da ngasi Manipur da tokli irang si pulinga taro khotna lo samang ngamloi haba tum jaga ngasi house ki mosala si wido top
Thank you Abinash. Next is also from opposition bench. Koronganba Thokchom. Koronganba Thokchom. Chair number 25.
Honorable Speaker, sir, imagine waking up tomorrow to find out that the conflicts in Manipur have deepened or worsened, not because of the lack of the governance, but because of the same cycle of blame, inaction, and shallow remedies continues. Picture communities growing more and more divided, laws failing to bring justice, and the cries of peace being drowned out by empty promises. This is the danger we face if we rely solely on political dialogue without addressing the deeper issues. Today, we debate the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. I rise to oppose this motion. Political dialogue is important, but it cannot be the only solution. The crisis in Manipur demands systematic reform, community healing, and real action. Let me explain why. Mr. Speaker, sir, political dialogue often prioritizes short-term agreements over long-lasting solutions. Histories have shown us that without genuine commitment and action, dialogues can become stages of political parties to showcase their intentions without truly addressing the root problems. Leadership is not about words, Mr. Speaker, sir, but about results. In dialogues, political parties often focuses on assigning blame rather than finding the solution. Let me draw an analogy. If a fire breaks out in a house, does the adult present spend time blaming on others, or do they focus on putting out the fire? The answer is obvious. Blame does not restore peace. Action does. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose this motion as prolonged conflict can become opportunities for political parties to position themselves as saviors. This tactic does not resolve issues, but creates a cycle of dependency on future promises. True peace comes from addressing the core problems, not delaying them for political advantages. Mr. Speaker, sir, economic hardships worsen divisions. During crisis, relief funds and resources are sometimes misused. Instead of addressing the real needs of the people, these funds are exploited for political or personal benefits. Manipur's challenges cannot be solved through political dialogue alone. Economic development is crucial. Without economic stability, peace achieved through political dialogue will be very, very fragile. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose this motion as prolonged focus on dialogue can shift public attention away from other critical failures, such as poor governance, unemployment, or lack of infrastructure. Political dialogue should not be a smokescreen to avoid accountability for these issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is one more big concerning reason why we should oppose this motion. Political instability is often used as an excuse to impose restriction on freedoms. Measures like curfew and internet ban may be justified in the name of safety, but they often suppress voice demanding real change. What is even more concerning is that the very political party imposing these measures are the ones violating the laws they themselves established. For example, when internet is banned, it directly violates Article 19A, which guarantees the freedom of speech and expression. Similarly, curfew disregards Article 19B, which protects the right to assemble peacefully. Moreover, these restrictions can impact Article 21, as people's right to life and personal liberty is compromised when they are confined in their homes, unable to access critical services or express their concerns. So, how can we trust, how can we believe that peace will be brought by those who don't even follow their own rules? True peace does not require only dialogue, but a genuine respect of freedom, fairness, and the principles enshrined in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose to this motion because the arrival of immigrants is a very, very sensitive issue in Manipur. But political dialogue often treat this as a tool for gaining support rather than addressing community concerns. Solution requires fairness and sensitivity, not just words in discussion. Mr. Speaker, sir, programs like South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission offer us a valuable lessons in healing divided communities. Manipur needs similar effort driven by local leaders and communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, civil society organizations, local leaders, and non-political groups plays a crucial role in building peace. Their independency allows them to address issues without political bias, and partnering with neighboring regions can also promote stability and growth. Mr. Speaker, sir, as my closing statement, I would like to mention that political dialogue is a tool, not a solution. The crisis in Manipur requires a holistic approach: judicial reform, economic progress, social healing, and the active involvement of communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mahatma Gandhi once said, "Politics without principles is a sin." Let us not depend solely on political dialogue without addressing the deeper issues like unity, justice, and equality. Mr. Speaker, sir, true peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to resolve it with understanding and meaningful action. Let us build systems that can deliver us lasting peace beyond the boundaries of political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, I truly request you to withdraw this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. The next competitors from Treasury Veins, MD Ishat Ali. Opposition.
Nasigi House ki motion Manipur da Santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjalakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasi. I stand strongly support this motion, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Prithibi ki maming leraba Nobel laureates Albert Einstein na haibirami. Peace cannot be achieved by the force, it can only be achieved by understanding haidana. Masimaktanani Prithibi ki conflict kuding mak political dialogue kutniti khaktana waruishin purakpa ngami amasung World War phawada negotiating table da loishin bangamki. Masina tai madudi Manipur gi charang na ba phibam asisu political dialogue khaktana santi amasung mahausa gi phibam da hanjelakpa ngamgani maramadana motion asi kakninga yaudana chumlaba motion amani Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjelakpa haibasi hiram kharada ikhoina political dialogue toba mathau tai. Masigi manungda Khwaidagi maru oibadi Megi tang ahum 2023 dagi thorakliba hingsa gi irang asine haine khoina loba yai. Hiramasigi matangda ngasi phawbada formal oiba political talk natraga dialogue tawdamana irang asi loishinba ngamdana misi mina lanthum amadi tangdu leita daba lawlessness ki phibam mama oirakliba ase matam chana political dialogue tawhodabana ohenbani Mr. Speaker, sir. Maramaduna nakanani makki maike dagi political talk ki damak wari sanapam thoi masigi damak party khuding magna whip jari duna MLA khuding mak state assembly lakna ba madi khanna bada saru gyana ba sinpam thoi masina political talk tawdringa gi ahan ba khongthang ni haina loba yai. Masina Santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjalakpada achauba mating oigadori bani Mr. Speaker, sir. Maramadana motion ase chumme Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur da Santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjalakna bagidamakta political talk toba matamda kana ga karamba criteria amadi condition da wari sagadage habese munna khan thaba machangi ahan bada Manipur government ga cookie singi mihut oriba MLA tara asiga political dialogue to bagi tangai phadaba dule masina cookie praja sing na taliba dimana madi aspiration sing adu official oina khangbat ngamgani masi tanatana ani subada India government amadi Myanmar government ani gi marakta political dialogue to bagi tangai phadaba dule masina boundary gi chain ba amadi illegal immigrant gi wathok asigi waruishin purak patanatana lamdam masida shanti purak pada achoba mateng oigadori ben Mr. Speaker, sir. Maramadana motion ase chome Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur irang asida season nariba highly sophisticated oiba weapon sing asa kanana kamdona kadai dagi supply amadi funding tawribana haibasi munna thidok patanatana suspension of operation su the lainariba militant cadre sing asiga nauna dialogue tawduna review tawba machange masitana misi mina thokba kuchu khulai kaya misuse tawbadagi kan matatana militant cadre sing asige surveillance su khangbangam gadori bane masina drug ki samasya su khara makai handan batanatana wathok asige waruishin purakpadasu achoba
achauba mateng oigedori bene Mr. Speaker sa maramadana motion asif chume Mr. Speaker sa Manipur da tangdu leita da singi manungda India Manipur gi conflict asi hena complex asumoi silagli yawoloi singna hanada gi pre-merger status demand tawduna lakpa do handak ki irang asida India government na lowri ba role ase pena da badagi amuk hena issue asi kansilakli masigi response oina India government apaspa re-impose torok pasina tangdu leita da ba mo helagli masigi charak chahing na ba si kok na ba kitabak India government amati Manipur government ani gi marakta merger political dialogue tawduna merger agreement asa review to pa machang masitana santi masung mahusa gi pibam hanjilakpada achoba mating oige dori Mr. Speaker sa maramaduna motion ase chome Mr. Speaker sa NRC pre-movement regime ILP base year ST issue district boundary gi wathok amati ADC mikal gi wathok kuding maksing asa negotiating table da purup kuntra manga pamin aduna yanadri ba kuding maksing asa dialogue tawduna waroition purakna ba khona bana lamdam masada santi madi mahusa gi pibam da hanjilak pangam gadori bane Mr. Speaker sa adubo akoina political dialogue tawba matamta Manipur gi interest integrity apun bagi saktam na mang da thamduna hiram si karigumba madata compromise tawroi dabane karigumba political dialogue aduna Manipur khunai gi interest ki on atai na ba oirakbadi hena santi thugai bai no thokani Mr. Speaker sa maramaduna political dialogue tawba haiba sidasu hena metyang sana wari sana gadobane Mr. Speaker sa prithibi gi achauba wathok wari ba Israel Palestine gi war phawbada ceasefire dil tawna kraba matam masida Manipur na asum political dialogue tawdana leiba haiba sa irang asi hena complex ocean kiduna civil war phawba tholakpa ya irang asi external actor kaya gi lanbung oi kibisu ya masa central government na haksin lobam toy masa central government na lumna loduna tripartite talk tawgada bane Mr. Speaker sa masidi nongmai na waroisin purakpa ngamoy masidi political dialogue khakta na waroisin purakpa ngamgane Mr. Speaker sa in Manipur da santi amasung mahusa gi phibam hanjilakpa haiba sa social harmony hanjilaklaba matam do oibangam gadori bane Mr. Speaker sa adubo kanglu purupta based over bested interest yumpham moiba kanglu purupta based over civil society organization NGO singna Manipur gi puwari masak munna khangdana ngangning bamong da ngang basina Manipur da social harmony hanjalakpada achouba khuroi gadori bane Mr. Speaker sa maramaduna CSO NGO amadi dharma gi luching basing asina political dialogue to yawhan bada wakal tamina ba machange masina social harmony hanjalakpada achouba mating oi gadori bane Mr. Speaker sa maramaduna motion asi chume Mr. Speaker sa Manipur da mara leichadraba chamjaraba misam praja kaya no makangdana sibagi pautari ba madi tattana kanglup masel onsen aduna hana suna basina Manipur gi tungi laibak ase kadom dano haiba phibam amada lakli Manipur gi naha sing asina education da onsen duna career sem jagada ba matam asida khutta khulai paiduna lanthing na basina karam na manglom da sangsin bangam gada ge haiba se achoubu wahang moidi masigi paukum di political dialogue khaktan wai gadori bane Mr. Speaker sa kuki praja singna तत्तना तालिबा दिमाना मदि सेपरेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की वाफम से लेंगा की करम थौसिल थौरांग पेन दबदगी तालकलिब दिमान नो हाइबसी मुन्न थिजिंदुना लेंगा की गवर्नेंस ता असोइब लेरम बतारगसु मदु मतम चाना इंप्लीमेंट तौदुना गुड गवर्नेंस मदि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की इथिल से इंफाल वैली खक्ता द कन्फाइन तौदुना मणिपुर की काचिन कोया थुंग यहन बा मचंगे मसिगी सु मतकता कुकी प्रजा सिंह न मणिपुर की लेंगा असिदा थाजब पीबा मचंगे मसिना नेगोशिएटिंग टेबल द लाकना बा अमदि तुंग कोइना नुंसी साना न हिंगमेन बदा अचो mating oi gadori bane Mr. Speaker sa maramaduna motion asi chome Mr. Speaker sa haina ba lay if there is a will there is a way haidana ngasi Manipur gi tangdu lai ta da ba piba masiso political will what pan oi bane Mr. Speaker sa India se prithibi gi super power manga gi manung chali bane Mr. Speaker sa India government na irang asu loisin da ba ya dekhanna political will ma yauna approach to ba matam da minute kuntra da loi bia ba irang masigi su matakta Manipur government na political will ma yauna ngasi phaw ba irang asu loisin da ba ya dekhanna थौसिल थौरांग अमत यातना फम कोलगा लैबा हाइबसा अपाट बदा थुम थाकपगा चप माने Mr. Speaker sa masidi political dialogue tawduna yanadribe hiram adugi matangda debate discussion home ministry level da tawduna waroisin purakpa ngamgadori bane Mr. Speaker sa masidi loijing loya da aikoi masel onchen aduna nomai kap na ban waroisin purakpa ngamoi masidi political dialogue kakta waroisin purakpa ngamgade Mr. Speaker sa loisin lakpada aina haizaning badi Manipur da shanti purakke harabadi prajai koi ama toiba mathautai ani thokpagi hainabi si tawroi dabani nunti oina one voice one apex body matoina changsin menero matamda political dialogue tawda khar makai mateng oi gadori bane masigi chu matakta lenga ki thausil thorang da pendra badi leadership body magi makha da point the bado pongto kadabani kanglup amade tainero dabani purup amade tainero dabani political dialogue to kadabani masina ningthau khage amba matamda laiki balainga amadi tangdu leita ba punsiro lado hanjalak pangam gadawri bani Mr. Speaker sa masimak tanani Manipur Government Consultative Committee ki member Lieutenant General KhutSem Himalayana political dialogue is the only solution haidana pongto kribasina time madudi Mr. Speaker sa Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjalak pa haibasa political dialogue khattana warushin Mr. Speaker, sir, Maramadana, House the game was and I say yet about Yaudana Pasto Binaba, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next from opposition bench, Ayekpam Benas Singh, Seat number 7 from opposition bench. Ayekpam Benas Singh.
Han makte da tin biri ba bu aina economic forum jari ai iming ek pambena sing amadi ai ngasi debate competition asida opposed lip jari Mr. Speaker sir ngasi debate competition asigi oina thamlbiba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue habasa ai ajaning de topic asida only haiba wahi asi yarom bana ai ngasi against le pangam jabani Topic asi peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Having a peace and normalcy can be achieved by knowing the core issues together and then political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, political dialogue mean over principle the government amasung praja gi marakta political gi wari sana bhaibani. Political dialogue asina ngasigi democracy asidadi yamna murui. Masina leba amangak pamatamda amasung leba adugi afafata achumara nainaba matamda achawu thodang lawi Manipur dadi political dialogue ki fajarba masak mangala si mang khibaga pangkha oire especially koki dominated areas da administration da sovel laikre amadi achumara matam chana well hodabana ngasi Manipur gi history da amambo awina lehruga ba method incident si thokre thokiba incident asidagi hauna ngasi phawda more than 60,000 people were displaced from their own homes and they have been staying at relief camps. More than 200 people were died and 1,700 buildings were damaged. Mr. Speaker, sir, supporting my issue, retired Army Amana, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Haina Sambasina Chumani Haina Tamikre, Tabudabu Army retired Adugi intention of core issues Tamiramdre. Mr. Speaker, sir, Santiti Brook Tabayade, Santiti Brook Navagadavni, Santi Labors in the Hygienic Body, Kurish Manibuda Toliba core issue, Manibuda Toliba violence, Sigi core issue, Karino Kaminaba, Matunda solution of Brookbang on the Vidamakta, one way, one voice, Amadi, one agenda that focused over action of Pamatai. Course using is secret in Okrapal Labada. Pugi violence is able to all liba. She the real accused she can have a Kongtopinaba and issue with that. Cookie terrorist in the Central Forces ki bunker degi Arambam Noni in the river peg bunker system asing matang du khangmina ba 1969 ki gadgets ki matung in the Turchanpur da 200 villages lerami Tengnopal dana 68 villages lerami aduduga Kangbupi dana 179 villages lerami adubu 2023 ki Ministry of Panchayat ki matung in the Turchanpur da 892 villages Tengnopal dana 326 villages amadi Kangbupi dana 700 plus villages lere masi kari dagi orak liba no haiba si khangdong minaba amadi soi khraba administration asigi matang du khangdong minaba mathau tai punga manga si khangmina raba matung da one way one voice ta focus tawraga solution amang probok na bagi damak ta phana minaba mathau tai phana minaba ya solution khra di kari no khra pallabada ahan bada central government na military ga intervene tawraga puki terrorist sing se neutralize tobiba ani subada mabung phana Su se abrogate to biba ahum su bada NRC cut off year se 1951 da oi biba asini machi to raba matam da Manipur Shanti Amasung Normalcy Handle Halak Yanabagi Ahan Mamiyama or Rakani to Tamjani, Mr. Speaker, sir. The government saying as if I would the topic so long would frequently changes the way. Even the Union Home Minister Amit Shahanasu Tony Birang share historical background influence the Raga to one by it class Nahana Sutambikre. Citizen give my case to unity became a section of Wale. Machine core issue coming up with the Tangtali Amadi political dialogue, Mangalama from Nabuhana Matamda, Pantahali. Citizens in the Tovia with the Tabakrapal Levada, Ahan Bada. Kuri Susia, Karino Kaminaba, Masiki solution among Propada Matang Pangba, Amazon, one way, one voice, one agenda, the Lamina Basini. And issue with the Akwagi the Mokta Liberiba regional political parties the focus of, especially the NPP, which is the most political power than rest of the regional political parties in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, supporters in the Aka Kradang Tamjani, Madudi Delhi, the 15th of October. The Ministry of Home Affairs ka three major communities ki representatives sanga negotiation to wari utai sana balai kre masigi matung da violence udum thoi koi su khangmina ba supporters sing su yaw gre makoi na koi su khang na ngasi faw da supporter lebri basi thokri ba violence si amasung tholak pa ya ba violence si gi request ama oi bira ba ha ba su hangjaningi Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, political dialogue dito na buhana daw yade. Daw first step siya core issues kang mina ba sini. Core issues sige future sige ino kang mina ba related actions consequences asi kang mina ba mataw tay kang mina ba matung da one way one voice one agenda da focus daw action lokot mina ba mataw tay. Adun na piram liba topic peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue ha ba siya. Aya janing de. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Benesh. Next is also from opposition bench, Navrek Yumnam. After that, we have these debaters from Treasury bench. Then 10 or 15 minutes House will be resumed for 10 Pambra, 15 Pambra. Okay, 10. After these debaters, House will be resumed. House will be adjourned, and after 10, House will be resumed. Okay? Yes.
Good afternoon, respected speaker, sir, respected juries, and everyone else. My name is Maverick Himnam, and today I will speak against the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And here are my points for it. Firstly and foremost, there is a lack of conducive environment in Manipur for proper political dialogue. There is violence and instability in Manipur, which undermine trust and the political dialogue process. There is a essential need for law enforcement, strengthening of law enforcement, and this banding of illegal groups, as well as creating safe space for every community for proper political dialogue to happen. Secondly, there is resistance from insurgent groups as well. In Manipur, the Manipur government grapples with lots of and numerous political and insurgent groups which may or may not see political dialogue as a threatening to their objectives. Sometimes not all insurgent groups may see political dialogue as a good initiative for their own. So my third point would be that some influential groups in Manipur may also misuse and misinterpret the political dialogue process to advance their own interests, thereby squashing the interests of other smaller influential groups. Thus, I would like to end my speech here. Thank you.
Next from Treasury Bench, Ronali Lorembam. Ronali Lorembam. Chair number 4.
Good afternoon, respected jury members, Mr. Speaker, sir, and everyone present here. I am Ronali Lorembam, a student of Business Administration in DM College of Commerce and a part of the Treasury Bench. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the National People's Front Youth Front, NPYF, for organizing this debate competition and giving us a platform to discuss a much-needed political situation of our Manipur and also a chance to build public speaking confidence. I stand here today in front of all of you in favor of today's motion of the House. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be restored through political dialogue. Through my performance, I would like to convince each and every one of you, and especially Mr. Speaker, sir, so as to we are all in confusion, dilemma, and doubt regarding how the peace and normalcy will be restored again, and today's topic gives us a platform to discuss a much-needed situations of lately. As I stand in the favor of motion of the House, my very first point on how a relevant political dialogue is the solution is because we as a society and students have learned and read about many wars that have happened even before we were born in history and political science chapters. Many great wars, including the First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, the South African apartheid, and many more wars, more severe than what we are facing today, have been solved through political dialogue. The great tragedy of the Second World War, which was much tyranny than what we are facing today in Manipur, has been solved through the dialogue at the Geneva Convention in Switzerland, 1945. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's high time we actually start using what we have learned and end the war in an educated way. Violence can only start war. It can never bring peace. So as I begin my next point, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think all of us present here have at least once heard the quote of Mahatma Gandhi, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. I, for one, believe that in terms of Gandhi's word, almost the whole of Manipur is blind. Almost, because I haven't lost the hope to recover yet. My second point is that normalcy can return if only the over-militarization, the armed violence, and the gun culture is reduced in Manipur, which is all dependent on the political scenario. It is not in the capacity of a layman to demolish gun culture. If the other party has strong military, it only makes sense for us to defend through our military strength. So it is time we pressure our government and the pressure group to rise strongly towards a solution. A much-needed political dialogue is long awaited. It is time we start seeking out for a proper solution instead of wishing fatalities against each other and think outside of just violence and strong military for a way of conversation to be our only option. Lately, there has been too much violence and too much gun culture over the citizens, where we are slowly coming to a situation where people with guns are taking the law in their hands instead, and their words carry more volume than the law of the country right now. The way our government has been silent regarding this is an act of nourishing this. This is a direct act of political dictatorship, which is the biggest challenge and threat to a political dialogue. If this continues, soon the constitution will be overpowered by gun in this state. So there are worst possible outcomes if we do not put a halt on this issue soon. I understand some might say because I'm not one of the internally displaced and I haven't actually seen the actual war scene, but Mr. Speaker, sir, I am no less devoted than anyone present here about the welfare of our state, and I'm very concerned about what is happening and what might come next after this. Excuse me. I strongly believe that the only reason Manipur is suffering is not because of the absence of a proper solution, but because our government doesn't care enough for us to enforce the implementation of the solution. For my third point, there is an old saying that goes, a great ruler thrives of the happiness of his subject, but a disgraceful ruler thrives of the misery of his subject and land. Our government has nothing else but been disgraceful about the matter in a situation of going on in Manipur for almost 2 years. 2 years is a very long time of suffering for a state. The economic situation of our state has declined, so did our lifestyle, but much worse, it has put on a hold of the lives of the students of Manipur. We as the pillar of our nation, of our society, need a strong foundation to fully achieve our potential, and it is not simply the loss of our generation to be unable to continue our studies smoothly, but it is a great loss for our state, our country. So I strongly urge the government to finally open their eyes and see us as living beings for once instead of their vote banks. If this conflict continues till the 4th year, it is going to be very shameful for our current government of India for letting such a small matter such as this one go even longer than the First World War itself. I really do wish our government finally settle on a political dialogue, one where they properly discuss whose demand is relevant and whose is not. Which is also my fourth and last point. Peace and normalcy is only possible when both sides are put on the table through dialogue. The most disrespect we feel from our government right now is that we do not feel seen, we do not feel heard or even acknowledged. At the moment, to earn our favor back once again, we need to feel acknowledged and we need the respect and value we were given during the time of vote. There is a very popular saying in our state right now, which I'm sure everyone has heard and everyone knows who have said it. Ekshando dumyeng biyo. It had been a while and any action haven't been acted out yet, so it only makes sense if we reply, Ekshando yengzarege kaday no. Last but not the least, all of us present here, the Treasury team and opposition team, we might be sitting against each other with different opinions, but there is one thing we have with each other in common. We all wish for the war to end and the peace and normalcy to be restored once again. But I am confident in my opinion, and I strongly believe as I have ever that it is the political dialogue that is going to mend our state, Manipur, also known as Sanalebak, to be able to shine like gold again. So here I stand, hoping to have convinced Mr. Speaker, sir, to pass on the motion of the House. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ronali. Now the House is adjourned, and after 10 minutes, House will be resumed.
We hope you and everyone enjoyed the debate session. As a part of your experience, light refreshment has been served at the front entrance. Please proceed to it.
Sorry, it should be from opposition bench. Wahengbam Langlen Thubi Langlen Thadoi Koksalaga dum korge Wahengbam Langlen Thubi Ngako Langlen Thadoi it's very lovely. Langlen Thadoi Zabi Manine Ngako Timekeeper am taling sin biro. Yare Langlen Thadoi.
Again, we started from the beginning.
Oh, how do you
Ngasi, House of Pukat Pirakliba motion, Manipur da Santi amasung mausagi pibam da hanjalak pahaiba si political dialogue kakta na purakpang ngamgan haiba mosa na si mayik sing da ba amasung aranba mosa na makakni Mr. Speaker. Aduna, haiba mosa na si mayik sing da haibagi ahan ba wafong kara ay Mr. Speaker sa mapam na tamzagi madudi mosa na si da panbili ba Santi hariba si kadamba makagi Santi oibiga do ibano amasung masigi wahan to si karay fau ba hanba yabagi Mr. Speaker. Haibadi ngasi fau ba Manipur na inata tilaba matung lamda masida makhal makha kayagi santi gi kholaw kaya ma law bale pale tri Mr. Speaker aduna mosa na sida panbili ba santi asi kadama makha gi santi obiga dori bano ama sunga sida sunatana ani shuba pointa mosa na si yamna maru oiba ma oiriba political dialogue khakta na hariba si kadamba makhalgi kadamba level gi rajniti gi wari oibira bano Mr. Speaker masi kana gi marakta lega doriba rajniti wari oibira bano haibadi lamda masi gi rang na sohalaba victim singe marakta lega doriba stakeholder ama oina makoina represent tawraga makoi gi marakta lega doriba rajniti wari oibira bra natraga na leader singe marakta lega doriba rajniti wari oibira bra Mr. Speaker asumna kana gi marakta lega doriba rajniti wari no haiba adu fauba mayek seng na banda na takli madudi mosa na si mayek seng de mi phamasi da pukatu na khana naina riba si mi phamasi ari matam mahan boina thoga da bana mara moiraga house agi mosa na si withdraw to wina bagi dama Mr. Speaker haiba pham na ning sing zari asumna mosa na si mayek seng de haibagi ai wafam khara thamjakraba matung mosa na si lali Manipur da santi purak pa haiba si political dialogue khakta na ngamloi haibagi wafam khara so ai mathang rana thamjaraki madudi ahan bada democracy chaliba lamda mamagi manungda leiriba apikpa community amana sugi mamna chathariba thawong sing asi communal riots natragana communal conflict na hana define to bayaro Mr. Speaker masidi terrorism gi thawong ama khakni aduna terrorism gi thawong ama bu kadam background da kari manam gi rajniti wari sanaga duribo Mr. Speaker amusa khana dona yengminasi madudi constitution gi article ama tada terrorism gi thawong ama bu rajniti gi wari sanaraga solve to bai wari panba like Mr. Speaker ningsing ba fai madudi 9/11 ki Osama bin Laden ki terrorism ki thawong da US ki response rajniti wari sanaba na oikhide asumna mang batak pa kaya loy kraba matung lamdam amada tholi birang ambu rajniti ki wari khaktana sol tawba ngamgen haina pukhalaliba ngasi house asigi motion asidi ai tasena ngaktaba ngamjadi Mr. Speaker mayam so mukdang khanduna yengbiu madudi irang asina mang tahan kraba kaya ama matu macha kaya ma mamang magtara tamthina hatok pikraba punsi kaya pikham nakraba mayung makai kaya ma mang tahan khibana maram moiraga ngasi phawba laifam laituda kangau na duna leiriba makhugi thamoida chakliba mairi adubu rajniti ki wari khaktana sop tawba ngamgadra Mr. Speaker karigumba rajniti haina leire khallasi madu iba taragadi makhugi thamoida chahoriba mairi aduna nongma natraga nongmari soidana mairik pitagi maijau altuna pumnamak chakla khigani matamda dana kadamba makhalgi kadamba levelgi santi purakpa ngamloidaba rajniti wari oibirabana Mr. Speaker asumna hariba motion asi lali haibagi ai han wapam thamsakraba matung ani suba pointa hena pakthok sakthokna lamdam amagi irang ambu rajniti ki wari khaktana sop tawba ngamloi haibagi world gi history khara sumayang mafamda thamjagi madudi ahanbada Sri Lanka amasung the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Ilam ani sigi marakta rajniti wari lekraba matung ani subada Colombia amasung the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia 2015 ani sigi marakta su rajniti wari lekraba matung hena irang kaya tholaki civil war phawa thorakpagi wafam lekrabani Mr. Speaker masina su loibanati madudi Nigeria amasung Boko Haram 2013 ani sigi marakta su rajniti wari leiduna mifam phamkraba matung Boko Haram na makoi apamba dimana du fangnaba amu hanna irang hauraki amasung mara leijadrabi satri mahiroi kaya amasu kidnap tawduna makoi demand phangnaba honaki Mr. Speaker aduna ngasi lamdam amada thogleba irang amabu rajniti wari sanaraba khaktada sop tawba ngamloi haibagi world gi history khara sumayam gi mafamda thamjaraba matung ahum suba point da muning singjaraki madudi community amana taliba demand separate administration asi phangna ba chathari ba thawong sing asi terrorism gi thawong ama oibana mara moiraga masi rajniti wari na sanabagi mathau tadi Mr. Speaker masi atha thoktaba makhakni matau karam na haibado ningsing zaraki madudi 2nd August 2024 hariba nomina sida mar amasung maitai community ani yauna Kasar district ta phamkiba mifam adu aremba taki haibadi mifam adu gi mathangi nomita amu hanna irang hauraki amasung yung kai kaya ma mang takhiba na mara moiraga thawoning deba thodok kaya ma tholakwi wafam lekhrabani Mr. Speaker masina su loiba nati madudi 2nd October 2024 hariba nomina sida su honorable home minister na koba mifamda community ahumge MLA yauna haibadi maitai kuki amasung naga yauna phamkiba mifam adu aremba taki matau karamna 20 October 2024 hariba nomina sida amu hanna irang hauraki amasung yanna si adugi Tayona bada hen irang horaktuna 2024 gi November thada Jiribam district hen irang kankhalaki maralaiza draba mama macha nupi kaya buso tamthin hatopoi wari lekhrabani Mr. Speaker aduna ngasi house of pukhat pirakliba house asigi motion asida panbiriba political dialogue hariba si asingwa makhangi santi purakpa ngamloidaba matam khara phawbo ninthina chanaba ngamloidaba asingwa makhangi political dialogue asi oibirabra Mr. Speaker asumna motion asi lale haibagi ai wafam khara thamjakhraba matung Laifam thoktaba political dialogue amana lamdam amagi apunbagi saktamda kairakpa yabagi achouba mami kaya ama suta aduna lai haibasi akoi khangminasi madudi mari suba point da panjaraki laifam thoktaba political dialogue amabu terrorism gi thawong amabu political dialogue na sop tokhiba haibasi akoi gi sarkarna masida terrorist ki thawong amasung makoi gi phatraba wakhalo na sibu akoi gi lo na chanaba ya haiduna ayaba pibaga chap mane Mr. Speaker aduna terrorism ki thawong amabu political dialogue na sop to bahaiba si akoi gi sarkar asi mapangan soli amasung makoi gi makhada lai takpani aduna terrorist sing na taliba dimana si achamba araiba diman oidaba na mara moiraga madu phangna bo honaba matamda hena tamthiba thoning deba thodok kaya tholoi hainingai leite Mr. Speaker aduna hariba asi ki terrorism ki thawong amabu rajniti wari na sop taukiba taragadi maikai amadagi su makoi wa tade makoi wa thawoi de haiduna amu hanna irang hawraktuna thoning deba thodok kaya amasu tholoi hainingai leite Mr. Speaker aduna terrorism ki thawong amabu rajniti wari na sop tau bahaiba si akoi prajana sarkada thanamba thajabadu mangkhigani amasung thajabadu amu hana phangangna buhonaba matamda hena thoning deba thodok kaya ama tholakpa yabagi mami kaya amasu sauna taduna lei Mr. Speaker aduna masidi santi purakpadi lairadana kuru khetri lanpham taduna tokani Mr. Speaker aduna ngasi house of pukhalaliba motion asi mayek sengna lali Manipur da santi purak bahaiba si political dialogue khakta nangam loi masidi Niyonggi wamna satharagli ba thawong sing asibu terrorism gi thong ne hana lok thok tuna lokhat from thok pa action lokhat pi ba illegal immigrant sing masak khang tok tuna makoi bo tak thok hi ba border fencing ningchina maintain tok bi ba leaders sing ne pi ri ba power adu bo michang mi khai nai dana ningchina exercise tok bi ra ba amasung India government na Manipur da sanari ba geopolitics asi lepi raga Manipur su Indian amani khanbi raga manaba mine yengbi ra ba matam da khak Manipur da santi purak pa ngamgen hai ba wafam khara si thamjaraga ngasi mosana si withdraw to wina bagi dama Mr. Speaker sai mafam da nengsing zari thagachari.
Thank you Langlen Thadoy. Next is also from opposition bench Maisnam Chanathoy Chanu, cell number 31. Maisnam Chanathoy Chanu, cell number 31.
Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi House ki motion na si Manipur da santi amasung mahausa phibam hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue khatana purakpa ngamgani. Motion na si da Kanaga amadi karamba party ga political dialogue tongnaraga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilakani haibasi mayek sengna pandabana motion asi aranba amadi mapung phadaba motion amani. So I strongly stand against this motion and let me share my valid arguments categorically. Ahanbada Manipur na 1947 ki 14 August ki nongyai chabukta British loram sasan gi makhutagi ningtamba fanglaba matung masagi oiba constitution na lengak charamlaba matung da muk 1949 gi October 15 da India ki expansionalist policy na malem gi lebak kya gi ningtamba gi chana kangon kya bu khongaung naram laga dominant of India na Manipur bu makhoi gi phibanung da namtintin sinki. Annexation asigi mayokta 1949 gi 28 September da form kiba Manipur Assembly session na yaning da ba fong na utuna condemn taw kiba 1949 to 51 da Hizam irabona sanction kiba ningtam ihaw 1960 da Maitai State Community amadi Manipuri National Community gi ihaw 1964 da UNLF amadi 1978 da PLA amasung tongan ba lukayana India gi mayokta political violence sathaduna ngasi phawba lamdam sida tangdu laita daba mihat mipuntana thallaba leibak ama oiduna ngasi phawba lakli phibam sida kanaga amadi karamba party ga political dialogue tongnaraga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilakador banosa ani subada 1947 ki 10 amasung Indian Constitution gi Article 30 370 gi matung ina masagi sovereignty pithoktaba sumnatagi associate state ama oina masagi statehood personality handriba loinana UN gi member oidrabasu Constitution gi Article 35 ki clause 2 amasung 3 gi matung ina clause 35 ki clause 2 amasung 3 gi matung ina International Court of Justice ta masagi maning tamba hanjin janabagi hak phawba lairiba wakat pagi hak phawba lairiba Kashmir phawba ngasidi Indiana supai passion kre aduna di missing shriam jadaba duga India gi divide and rule policy na maram oiraga lamdam sida khunda minirba phurup singi marakta ngaya kangdana hatna sunariba lamdam sigi mitram yam singbu ngasisu Indiana ira laina thamai duna thamli Masida political dialogue ki wafam de Taiwan abanisa. Ahom subada Khunai amabu maru phangna muthat kya hairagadi khunai dudo khunda minaiba phurup singi apun bagi saktam wakhalon machit thongna thugaiba amadi semilon bu lekhata na manghalaba matam data oithokani masimak Indiana Manipur da ngasi phawba sathaduna lagli ngasidi lamdam sigi chief minister phawba chingi lamda changba ngamdre Masina tagli badi Manipur masitana kairak haibasi masina mayek laraba khudamni Masida kanaga karamba party ga political dialogue tongnaraga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilakador manosa Maristobada Manipur na India gi phibanungda hek tinsin khibaga lamdam sigi mitram myam amadi lalhauban namtha naba yanabagi namada Opspa 1958 chalaiduna lamdam sigi mitram myam singda mihan mipun misi mina sathaduna lagli 1992 dagi 2017 phawada
Misam 2,284, Lalauba 2,790, Security 1,023 ki punsi pikam nakre. Ngasi so amuk lamdam sigi Tampaki District Manga Police Station Tarung na konba mafamda MHA na 14 November 2024 da AFSPA re-impose tawrak liba simangna takliba di ngasi su Manipur na India ke colonial rule gi makhada leiri haibasi mayek sing na tai maside ko na po India natraga kanagumba party amataga political dialogue tongnaru ba haibasi hingna khoi gumbir ke khata songshin baga pangkhak oiganisa mga subada 2023 gi Megi tang ahum dagi ngasi phaba sangshilak iba tha kun henzelak laba irang asishu Indiana Manipur masetana thugaina bagi lalongi saru amani Karigumba Indiana Manipur bu makhoi gi leibang manung da leiba state ama oina uramba taragadi ngasi thogliba lanasi thoglam da bayai Kuki narco terroristing na missile amadi sophisticated oiba khulai kya sizinaduna landarakpa Maitei singi yung kay kaya may thadokpa nupi angang yauna micham kaya abo minung silay na hatok pikraba pawada lamdam sida changsil lagiba masing yam laba sentren forcing na kuki singbo laksin bagi mahota ahoy na dum makoy gi mateng pangshin ba pumna maksina Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilag na ba hotna bada political dialogue tong na ba hebasi iroi ba haitaba mi amabu aruba ipag amada lang thabaga chamanagani masidi Indiana Manipur bu thugaina ba hotna bada atamna na kuki sing insin banisa Taruk subada asumna sahili sang shina Manipur da tangdu laita daba mihan mi punta na thalaba aki akhang yaw daba hanagi punsiron da hanjin mangamdri basi Manipur na India gi phibanung da namtin sinhan kibai mahaini Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilang na ba hotna bada Manipur na India gi phibanung da tindringai mamang da leiramba lamdam sigi political status da hanjin mangamlaba matam data oithokani kaigumba Manipur na peace and normalcy hanjilang na bani haiduna India natraga kanagumba party mataga political dialogue tongnaruba matamda Haudong uchiga wari sanabo na thokanisa Asam na mathakta panjakriba facts and figures sing asna mostana se mayek sing na lali haibo labani na yen na bayaw na house ke floor dagi withdraw to binaba speaker sagi pongning chingshinjari
Thank you, Senator. Next from Treasury Vance, Yumnam Difes Singh. Yumnam Difes Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected juries, honorable speaker, honorable members of both benches and the audiences. With the changing time, there is a need to change the outlook of the people in order to participate in the global race of development, and any movement needs to adapt to the changes. Several precious lives have been lost in the movements and conflicts that began since 1960s and 1980s in Manipur. Many women have lost their dignity, many promising youths killed, and the society lost uncountable academicians. However, several such movements and conflicts across the world have been resolved through political dialogues, and as such, a strategy in this line is needed to resolve the prevailing conflicts in Manipur too. With this notion, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to extend my firm belief and support for today's motion, that is, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Essentially, to get the right context of conflicts in Manipur, we need to look back at the history of Manipur. The first democratic constitution of Manipur, as the Manipur Constitution Act 1947, was promulgated by the King of Manipur in July 1947, even before the transfer of power by the British in the midnight of 14 August 1947. Following these, the king became a constitutional monarch, but shortly Manipur merged with Union of India, following the infamous Manipur Merger Agreement of 1949. Youths who opposed the manner in which Manipur was forced to merge with Union of India rose up to form several organizations and started undertaking movement. The movement turned into an armed revolution during the 1970s, which marked the beginning of an armed conflict with the government of India. Clearly, the insurgent movements in most states of Northeast India had their roots in search for forceful inclusion in India. However, in Manipur, the post-independence insurgent movements had their roots in search for However, in Manipur, the post-independence insurgent movements had their roots additionally more in conflicts of ethnic identity and demand for self-determination. Increasing ethnic clashes between the three major communities, Nagas, Kukis, and Meiteis over land and political power could be witnessed during 1980s and 90s. Mr. Speaker, sir, coming to the ongoing conflict between Meitei and Kuki-Zo communities of Manipur, we have already witnessed how much destruction this violence has caused on both sides and in fact the whole of Manipur. The suspension of operation agreement signed among the central government, state government and the two Kuki umbrella organization, Kuki National Organization KNO and United People's Front UPF appear to be the foundation of this balance. Signed on 22nd August 2008, this agreement was taken as an opportunity by the Kukis and as a consequence. Illegal immigration, illegal drug trade and arms smuggling came to arise across the international border in Myanmar. This shows active involvement of the two groups Kuki National Army KNA and Zomi Revolutionary Army ZRA under this agreement. While this agreement served as a foundation, Mr. Speaker, sir, the present conflict seemed to emerge as a protest against Manipur government's eviction drive for illegal occupants in hills, reserve forests, and protected areas, and the war on drugs campaign led to successful destruction of poppy plantation. However, the immediate triggers for this balance, which has been 1 year, 8 months, and 22 days as of today, were Manipur State Cabinet's decision on 2nd January 2023 reapproving the delisting of any Kuki tribe from scheduled tribe list, a case scheduled tribe list. Another important decision of State Cabinet Subcommittee on January 19, 2023 to identify illegal immigrants and to take up strict action against the influx across the porous Indo-Myanmar border. These two measures thus fueled up the Chin Kuki-Zo communities for this violence. Coincidentally, to their advantage came the order of Manipur High Court on 14 April 2023, directing the state government to sign a recommendation for the inclusion of Meitei or Meitei under scheduled tribe list, a case which has been pending for nearly 10 years. With this as proximate cause, the crisis started as a protest against the order on 3rd May 2023 and later turned violent in Kuki-dominated areas. After a deep analysis of this balance, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have come to the conclusion that political dialogue is the basic need of the hour. Proper transparency of government policies and programs should have been provided to the concerned communities to avoid misunderstandings. The sooner we initiate proper political dialogue between the concerned community with the state and the central government, the sooner we can resolve this conflict with a long-term solution. So I would like to request the Honorable Speaker to please pass the motion from the floor of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipesh. Mathang sidi opposition bench tagi ahum lokatare. Treasury bench ki kanosi debate si amak treko. Next from opposition bench, Ningombam Mangal Singh. Serial number 19. Ningombam Mangal Singh, serial number 19.
With the permission of the Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Mover ngasi House to move to remove motion. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi primniba topic aste yauriba peace haiba siga normalcy haiba siga anigi kenaba si mamangda supporting bench ki sinaw sing na mayek sing na thamiram da bumna uzai Mr. Speaker. Aduna ngasigi topic asigi main point oriba peace haiba siga normalcy haiba siga anigi kenaba si Mr. Speaker sagi from the masakha na thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, peace haiba taragadi santi haibani hauji oriba Manipur asida yengba taragadi hauji thokliba irang asi loiba matungda haiba peace ase phangada Mr. Speaker, sir, aduga normalcy haiba taragadi mahosagi oiba punshon aduda hanjalakpa adubu aikoina normalcy da hanjalakpa haraga khangnagani Mr. Speaker. Masida akhogi wakala samam nariba ase mahosagi oiba punshon haiba sida irang ase thoktringai haibadi third megi mamangi mahosa adu oigadoribra natragana mamangai nithau palingai haktak to oramba ching amsung tam ani gi marakta leramba nungsi chanaba madugi oiba punshon aduda hanjalakpa adubu mahosa da hanjalakpa haigadoribra haibasi akhogi wakala samam naba ama lairi Mr. Speaker. Hariba samam nabasi kok nabagidamagta Mr. Speaker sagi from the wafam kak thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, mahosagi ba punshon hanjalakpa haibadi normalcy da hanjalakpa haiba taragadi mamangai mahurol da leramba chingam sungtam ani gi marakta yenaba yaudaba nungsi chanaba na thalaba madugi oiba punshon aduda hanjalakpa adubu aikoina normalcy da hanjalakpa harga khangnagani Mr. Speaker, sir.
aduga hariba normalcy asidi Manipurda matam kayagi mamangdagi hanjilbang namdana laklaba wafam amani Mr. Speaker sa aduga masida ngasigi topic asida political dialogue khatana hariba peace asiga normalcy asiga masida political dialogue khakdana ngamgani hariba ngasigi topic asidi khannaruba matamda thoiding haidoga khunma sanabagum thokadaba topic ama oibna ngasigi motion asida yang oppose tawjiribni Mr. Speaker aduna ngasigi principal topic asi mayexing lale habdu unnabagi damakta aigi obe strong build argument khartan Mr. Speaker sagi phumda mathang manang na masa khaina thamjage Mr. Speaker sir ngasigi principal topic asi yauriba political dialogue habisi karino habisi ana munna khana ne na yeminasi political dialogue haiba taragadi party ahum punsalaga reconcile tobagi process du bo aikoina political dialogue harga khangnagani Mr. Speaker masida yanadriba party ani du balarani aduga atopa neutral oiba party amana mediator oigidabni Mr. Speaker sir adubu hauji thokliba Manipur gi current situation asigi haibadi conflict asigi mediator asi India government oibagi mami yamna sauna tari Mr. Speaker sir aduna India government asidi kanagi favor da leibano haibasidi mipum tingna khangnaraba wafamni aduna ngasigi topic asi langina ne Mr. Speaker sai phone thamjage masigi sumatakta political dialogue asida yawadriba party ahum se kyamuk yamna political dialogue asi sinabada satisfy oirabano haibase masi amu khanane duna yeminasi Mr. Speaker masida wafam makak thamjarumge madudi maya thongna penglaba thang ama hariba thang ado sinaba haitabadagi thangnamna haiyale haibugum thokada wafam amaka pangkhakni Mr. Speaker sa political dialogue haibase yamna afaba kulai amani adubu masi sinna kadriba leingak sasun asida yauriba leingak pasing asina political dialogue asibu sinaba haitabadagi political dialogue asigi mayak samhangaduri Mr. Speaker sa amasung mase mai papagi lambilomda pusinma ngamdoidabana ngasigi topic asi lale haina thamjage masigi sumatakta political dialogue asi phaba khuluina sinaba haitri aduga masida political dialogue khakdana haibadi can only be hariba wafam masina ngasigi topic asi hena lale habadu mayek sengna ulli Mr. Speaker sa makha trapada Mr. Speaker reconcile tawgodriba party ahum sigi marakta ama oriba terrorist party sigi makhogi slogan da sumna palli Mr. Speaker sa solution first peace later haina paliba makhogi wafam masina takli madudi kaidong nungda Manipurda peace amasung normalcy asi handalake haba taragadi political dialogue ngamlo habasidi machine marek larba khudamni Mr. Speaker sa masigi sumadakta Manipurda peace amasung normalcy asi handalaknabagi damakta akhona khana sabani masida akhona karigi damakta terrorist ka wari sanagadrubno Mr. Speaker sa masida political dialogue to haibasidi haiba terrorist group asiga akhoiga reconcile to haiba pangkhakni Mr. Speaker sa masida leader change phanamna tawba taraga su kaidong nungda Manipurda peace asi handalakpa ngammoi Mr. Speaker sa manamdi Manipur ki chukli se India government adum pari habasidi mipum tingna khangra wafamni aduna ngasigi topic Langin haina Mr. Speaker sir gi mafamda thamdari Mr. Speaker sir maramdi political dialogue asle yawgadiba party ahum se satisfy am fabo oidaba ngasi gi topic asle langani sir makha tapada Mr. Speaker sir Manipur peace ase handal halake haiba ta ka there is only be one solution there is military solution khatana ngamgadabni Mr. Speaker sir Indian Constitution gi section 15 da yawriba unlawful activity prevention eki matung ina haibadi refugees sing relief camp ta lariba miyoi sing amasung civilian sing na faniamna armed rebellion natragana civil war lapa matamda makhoi asi sokpa yade Mr. Speaker sir adubu hariba group asidi masigi law asibu break tawri Mr. Speaker sir aduna prithvi da lariba mipum khudimangna amasung prithvi da lariba country khudimangna makhoi ase terrorist ni haina yanraba wafam mani Mr. Speaker sir aduna terrorist ki di hidak like Mr. Speaker aduna makhoi asidi mapangan sonthan ma mathok tagani ana Mr. Speaker sagi phumna thamjage aikoina ngasi thokliba Manipur gi conflict asida politically kayuma solution prokiba tagasu matam kharagi matungda sungso chodina gi atop irang ammu horkani Mr. Speaker sir manamdi hariba terrorist group ase mapangan yamna kalli Mr. Speaker sir aduna ahan bamada makhoi ase mapangan sonthan ba mathok tagani ana Mr. Speaker sagi phumna thamjage makha tapada Mr. Speaker sir Indian Constitution gi 7 schedule gi union list ki number 1 da yariba amasung state list ki number 1 da yariba haibadi Mr. Speaker sir Manipur ladiba central forcing khudam oina haribada BSF ladiba CRPF ladiba Assam Rifle ladiba hariba central forcing ase under the act of civil power gi makada makhoi ase state government ki command makada laigirim ni haina mayek sengna palli Mr. Speaker sir aduna Manipur da hauji ji thokliba conflict asida akoina military solution ase nainatriba si hariba act ase akoina mayek sengna khangdabagi ni haina Mr. Speaker sagi phumna thamjage military crackdown natragana military solution asigi mayek laraba oithokani haibagi khudam haibu Mr. Speaker sir 1984 da Punjab ta chathagiba operation blue star na masigi mayek laraba khudam ni Mr. Speaker sir Punjab ka Manipur gi yengba matamdadi paklaba samudra amaga piklaba pukhi masa amaga tangdamna pangkhakni Mr. Speaker sir July ki date 1 da chatagiba operation blue star do numitani da Punjab ta terrorist mutatpa ngamgi Mr. Speaker sa aduga pikhaba khujin man pakpa Manipur se di karigi damakta terrorist mutatpa ngamdoi duri no haiba wafamje Mr. Speaker sa phone thamjare aduna Manipur da peace ase handle ke haiba taragadi athuba matamda military solution asina masigi solution oigina na thamjege aduga makha tarapda Mr Speaker sa Manipur da normalcy ase handle halake haiba taragadi yamna long term oiba process ama changani Mr Speaker sa ahambada legislative council ama lingduna linga ki oiba tongan ba thabak thoram singda tongan ba furup singi magi oiba representative sing thagatuna magi oiba community singi grievances sing ready sel tohangedabni masina ahanba Manipur da peace amasung normalcy handle nabagi ahanba khungthang am oigani haina Mr Speaker sa from the Thamzige. Makata pada Mr. Speaker sir, MLR and LRA Haibadi Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act of 1960 emento biduna Haibadi Jingle Lady Lam Singda Tampak the Lady Bamio Amana Lam Labor Amsuk Kundahan by Yan Biduna Hill and Valley divide the Lehendana Unity and integrity over Sakam Sakat Biduna Han and Ladam Liba Manipurgi Mahos Haibado Hanselakna Bada Machine Achoba Todama Logan Mr. Speaker second from Thamjari. Aduna Mr. Speaker, hardening the wafum Kayamadi Legeri, Adu Matam Sayam, limited Okibana, Matang solution Jagisa, Aduna, Mamanda Panjaki wafum sing us in a Nasiki topic as a Mayak sing and Lale Habadu Uli, Mr. Speaker, sir, Aduna, Mayak sing and Lale Kanaba Mosan SD, House to Yanaba Yaudana, we draw to Wikinaba, Mr. Speaker, Sergi, Langtak Narbapunim Injury. Thank you.
Next is also from opposition bench, Dineshwar Purit. Cell number 13, Dineshwar Purit from opposition bench.
Gasigi Pibirba topic Haidar Manipur peace and normalcy say political dialogue na Purakani have a say Hana, the saying Masi Toy Haksang Yang as an Inde. Aduna masi ruling bench ki site ki masi withdraw to bihan speaker kuthangda dokchari taseng na kari maram ge political dialogue na purpa khaktana purakpa yaroi haribano haitar gadi koina peace building process ta political dialogue have say part macha ma khatan state ki machinery sing na constitutional machinery sing na state na the fail loina oidan lerga state na collapse tawduna lerga hansa political dialogue ai se lamdam du da tawbai se soi oi thokta maram de Maduna Masiki Shukwai Orodaba topic ne Haitari Mas the Pibiram no sense. The saying the Harakanda, Koi Yengse, Koi Manipura Hosic Ladiba, Pibam Zakari Kamana Ganda, Koina Pipe worry the Hectaba, Yong the Tanyan Maduka Chapana was place. Yong the Tanyan Ba, Serapla Pipe, Yongduna, governments in both state and central governments in Duga, Nasagi, Sugaya Naroidaba. How do Mazani to Sugaya and the Davneva? Adu Aniduna Huzik Ohelis Ganda, Maitega cookie is in the Ohelis. I don't know how long in a heck me one Mamatam and the Koi Manipur the solution for Pungam dois. A Koi, the saying Harakanda. Political dialogue has a Karamba Mina political dialogue Toroga, Namgani Haitadi, Laibak Nuxiba missing Duna, political dialogue Torokanda, Maduna Mihut or Rakanda, Natra constitutional machinery sing the Lamzi the Punkstan or Hella Matam the political dialogues in my pack alone. Political dialogue have a say, Karam Kan Lakani Harakanda, a Koiki, Hosik, Yang to Oliba, eliminate Mamsa, eliminate Tor of Matunda, Mokoise wipe out Tor Matunda, sanitize to Matunda, a Koi, Lamdam Sida, the saying Harakanda, Santi Pur no Lambi to Lakadone. The saying that Amdan Kantar him you, Speaker Sir, a Koiki, Lamdam Sida, Brazazing, Masana Masagi, life and properties in actual and a lang to over Mikup Sida. Matau Gramna political dialogue to do it. Adagi Heidi Masi Article 21 appear in the fundamental right. Masi is totally violent in Manipur tourists. Freedom of expression of later Manipur the Gram fundamental rights say Miami enjoy to no have say as over question of or Sigi Pibam the political dialogue to Shiluba have say Aducamatic as over Soibam. Aduga Maitagana political agenda late. Was it Koi the Manipur Kaibearo, integrity Kaibearo heaven. Aduga Kukigi, political agenda, Mokoigi, separate administration be you have. Asigi is the Sigi agenda Sida, Mokoi political agenda, Aquina political Lee, Tailo, Horuba Daragadi. The saying the Harakanda Kukigi separate administration Pitocracy, Aduga Nagazing to Nagalim the Pitocracy in Yatoga, Chamani, Ramaduna, higher political dialogue sanctioner. Quaidigi, Matang Matam, Sadaba, Masikatana, Purok Pais, who I took it. The saying that a koi 600 square miles, the Dum Suzin Lerga, political dialogue to do conditions, the Karino. Nestan, however, the Quina Sapangam Draga, a Quina kari maram ge khona political dialogue tawgdoi no sising ji hana chatpa loimak yahalaba matamda loimak normalcy ma poro matungda state machinery sing sa activate tor matungda khoi political dialogue porokadawne Mr. Speaker sir amuk to khanthan jeng biu akoi buffer zone samje le buffer zone ji da central paramilitary forces myam la e bakoi na hoji work to boi mong je akoi United Nations ki peacekeeping force model and hoji work to is state ki machinery mo work to boi mami sukta da adoi ta ding asai ki yung do adu ki power do ne stories moi order phang da have ne order phang da bani na akoi gi santi rakha thugai ba kangbu se eliminate to no process am bol litre akoi ta seng har kan da maitai khudim na tra ku ki hune ba hai ba ma lai roi da bani masida akoi na santi rakha thugai ba vested interest thabuk tor mi mam za akoi na government ki constitution national nam do activate to ga loisin ga dam ne this is the first thing to be done masi hek tawdana masi yaudana Manipur da political dialogue suai oi tho political dialogue hai ba se yeng si ko akoi ki kai hai ta bodolen ki leader ma khak ni promote boro has mana bodo hai ba jaga se da koi ki 1996 ta ma 2012 ta ma akoi ki communal complex thoi amana adivasi sing ga bodo ga thokpani amana bengali muslim sing ga thokpan hai ba bodo ki dupa du na promote boro have no pass na ham bagi matungina Mr. Speaker sir amtan khada duni yengbiu akoi warring group ani sina politically solution poroke haiba khandragadi khutta khulai pairba ani sina natraga makoi ni yaba misingna political dialogue to natragadi kaidong isu lamdu da santi porok ngamoi government su kaim to ngamoi adugi situation ne hojik Manipur lai se tasengna any individual natraga group tagi mi amana represent torga Manipur ki maitai represent torga hosi political dialogue ta saruk yaba ngam mi se kanano wari sarba hek horuba ga dum sengdo lin kai na kana warring group to na yada bai ne taseng na kan aduna Mr. Speaker sir koi ihalan ba matam da Manipur da procedure established by law se lehen bam change asi suklai laitana mato kram na political dialogue ai se de koi ke usop te yen ba thum du go mane usop ki hinjang ma them ham loin charaga aroi bel lai ba koi ke thum do adu go mane atai do hana loin loi matung na political dialogue say it's the last step to be done masina aroi ba khongthang da na si khakna Manipur da santi porok bai se suai oi thokte Manipur da article 163 enjoy to bang hamba government ama lehenba kwai di mathok tari se aduga Manipur da akhoi ge constitution ki 7 schedule de yaw ba entry number 1 and 2 they are public order and police ki thabak se mapung phana thabak to bang hamba adugumba government ama state government ama Manipur da leiraba political dialogue sin masana dum leizara madu hek leibang amdriba hosi som leitrisin kai mangun hai kanda adu ki government do koi state da laita bai ani subada state sida article 355 to impose over hai da di center na so matik chaba lamjida mahaki ba constitution machinery lu sizinarga akoi lamdam sida law and order se lakshil laba matam du da akoi political dialogue si tobu yani until unless adu hek togdri bhaudi Mr. Speaker sir koi Manipur da political dialogue to was so we thokte political dialogue to na ba horu mi sing do loi mak adum sengdok kani su upai su lai le Manipur da aduna iroi loi bada akoi tasengna ngasai gi Manipur da santi purok na ba irai lai ITL ki power thupchen ba kotu ki power thupchen ba constitution ki 163 makhada 163 makhada fully functional of state government ama lairabata da Manipur da santi propang amgani political dialogue so tobung amgani aduna thringi sungam ngamloi aduna opposition ruling bench da hai motion je withdraw to thank you
Next from opposition bench Dipti Khetrimayum cell number 24 Dipti Khetrimayum cell number 24
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am Dipti Khetrimayum Kauzai.
Ngasi House Bukhalagli notion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hariba notion asida aina ngasi Mr. Speaker sir gi ayaba laujaraga yamna simple oiba wafam khara thamjage. Ahanbada political dialogue khaktana yamna solely depend oiraga yam solely minjam oiraga political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani habasidi ayazaningde. Karigino haba matamda political dialogue si yam achoba yam powerful oiba dialogue amani ayazaningi adubu sina khwaidagi most effective tool ama oibra habadudi ayazaningde, because we need public consensus and political consensus. Masida both the parties na yanaraga table talk ama taraga wari watai sanaraga resolution si purakadamni adubu hauzik Manipur gi fibam se oibana Manipur gi fibam se uraga di hauze puki tawba udribanina resolution se purakpa ngamde. Maduna ahanbada aina public consensus amadi political consensus anima yauraga table talk tawnabagi wafam thamjage. Ani subada Manipur gi hauze ki lairiba fibam se uba matamdadi aikhoi gi Manipur gi assembly constituency sida yamna achauba leg ama oina uyeba. There are many legs masida ahanbada power imbalancement in political dialogue. Manipur gi assembly constituency sida power imbalancement amagi power imbalancement dynamics ama se yam thina chawna uriba. Kuki gi miyoi tara amadi ruling party gi miyoi ya majority amadi minority tongan di divide tok thorakpanina masida power su setok narakpanina yenthok narakpanina yamna unequal oiba power dynamics ama thokpa uri. Masigi power imbalancement tholak pasina karida result tawri hai matamda akhoi gi legitimacy mangakpa adudagi di root cause to phajana address tawanga maktaba. Masigi root cause phajana address tawanga maktaba sina akhoina long term stability ama phangakpada akhoina haujipuk ngamdribasi sigi maram se ama chu oriba. For example, this proportionate oiba favor one sided oiba favor ama peace pura e hairagadi in 15 years 20 years we don't know that, but amukasu tension to renew oraga amukasu ihause amukasu lakaniba. Masigi purakpa the power imbalancement lay na purakpa PCD yamthina short lived oiba yamthina fragile oiba solution ne habado aina ngasi house thamjage. Second suba pointa the role of justice. Achumba tauba sisu khwaidagi achauba role amaneba achumba haibagi sisu political dialogue khaktana political dialogue khaktana resolution purakpadudi yam political dialogue sidi justice to focus tawdana compromisation to focus tawragudum layeba. Sigi compromisation to focus tawra sum layrakpasina karida mangjare I haba matamda relief camp ta layba yum laigidraba mi siraba sing sidana mangjabana tan atopani hel laigideba. Masigi resolution justice phangdaba compromisation na helaba solution sidi karida lakchari haba matamda miyoi bada enmity anger violence si noma sum hengal hala iba. Truth yaudraba adudagidi legal accountability yaudraba peace sibu kamaina short lived oidoinoba fragile oini masina long term peace stability phangbagi wakhalde akhona thadokba ma darka tareba. Mathang subada for example 1994 da Rwanda the thokiba atrocity Rwanda conflict moi kamaina restore taugi moina atrocity the loireba matamda moina kari the focus tawi justice purakpa amadi rebuild nation do amuhana rebuild nation rebuild tawrakpa nation do adu kari gi help gi tawi gakaka court widespread reconciliation program gi help gi amuhana mogi Rwanda manguraba Rwanda do amuhana hanjaleeba. Akhoigi Manipur gi samaina Rwanda ga su hojik lale pagi phibam di oina thoina udri. Mathangda people hujik Manipur gi praja singna pame basi karino haiba matamda security amadi stability pambane. Hoji ngatang adum pau adum tana lere ngatang lerga
Labukta nong may kapame relief camp tagi mi lauraga mi hato ame hariba conflict me amse nong may sum hengalakli ba si parabra haiba su phaba laitri ba Manipur gi prajana pamise karino haiba matamda Manipur da mai chakli ba mai kokhan biu haiba khidang ne ba mas relief camp ta lari ba si masa gi yum da hanjan han biu haiba wa sine ba masibu sehi ani suraktor ba lan se Hauzi po political dialogue khakta na ngamni harbani na hauzi po ki udri basi kari ginoba aina ngasi supporting parents aina hangjaningi se political dialogue khakta na pusan ba ngamni haribani na hauzi po la leptri bai maram si kari ginoba mathang suba point up akoina lan se Pahalake, Hiragadi, Kari Darka Tai, have a matamda, social cohesion ama Darka Tai, Masina, trust build Tauraga, communities Anigimark, the trust build Tauraga, Moigimarab, the Waris Hanaraga, Pushalakadaba, dialogue Sida, dialogue, political dialogue, Kaptana Pusalakani Habasidi, the same Maki Aina Yazaning de Aroibada. Political dialogue has a vital tool but it also requires a holistic approach that incorporates with economical development, justice, accountability, grassroots initiative. Sigi macha po sigi basic necessity se yaudring aida political dialogue na peaceful jalak pose ngamjaroi aduna akhoina political dialogue khakta da akhoina solely depend oile ragadi akhoina we are risking the neglection of broader structural and social factors masi haizaraga aina ngasigi aigi nga waro se loizarage aduga aroi bada aina haizaning badi masigi wafam mayamsna Tabiraga, Ubiraga, Mr. Speaker, sir, nangasi ki House to Bukhalagli motion as you withdraw on the Bahizari.
Thank you, Deputy. Next, from Treasury Veins. Yamtang Treasury Veins ki. Glady Ketrimayum. Glady Ketrimayum, chair number 5. Treasury Veins, chair number 5.
Dialogue is the most effective way to settle a dispute, for it enables people to understand each other's perspective even if they do not agree. Former President, African President Nelson Mandela gi wafam asiga loina na Speaker Sir gi ayab lauzaraga ngasi House to bukat pirak liba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi fiyam hanjin halak pai base political dialogue khakta na ngamgani harba motion ase kakninga letana chumba wafam amo ibna motion ase bu support tawjari. Mr. Speaker, sir, Santi Gilambi da Chang Nabagi da Makta Irangi Kongul Hanaliminasi. I coin Itihaski Latam Sing Han na Facton Yang Bada, Britisher Singi, Tung Sang na Yang ba, Ngamba Midyang na Sagat Lamba, Manaba Sing Tok Hai na Taning na Bagi Wakalon Yauba, Amasung, I koigi mainland Indian Sargana, Lisang Sit na Manipur Ase, Tok Hai na Tatina Atuambi Matadong na Tambiba, Matang Matamchana, Yung Kai Shambal Kabiram Daba, Amasung. Matang chana yung khay da thok liba irang sing ningthina lotion biram daba masigi mathakta amu aikhoigi state sarkar na lisang sit na senja thumjagi kom da puthaduna mahaki maramdam ching amasum tamgi praja sing na kari tauri makhoi da kari awad apa leiri karamba Thogdok sing amasung karamba thabak tawdena makhoi punsi hingi ningthina matam chan yengsin haudaba popi thaba horokpa matamda matam chan na thing haudaba popi lisang sitna tharakpa asi phawba ngasi phawba thingba ngamdaba amadi magi praja singna lam hen tu helakpa matamda matang sana warak haudabadagi thoglak ibe irang ni haina hajani ngasi gi irang ase Adu oiba taragadi May 3, 2023 dagi hauraga ngasi tha kun numit kun ni thoni shurak laba ngasi irang ase haujik population bangam driba sidi karigi oiribna wahang ngasi gi pakum oina ko ningsing minasi 19 June 2018 da phakiba malemgi kaithel da 27.79 crore agidaba chandel ADC gi chairman lokoi sai jaug dagi fagi ba drug ki case asina miyam na hana ningphung ala duna chingna dun leiba Drug case asibu angam athogi khut yauri brane haibadu mayak senghan bang manba case asina mayak senghan bagi maong da uri adu oiba taragadi makhoi ga KhutSem naduna thakiba nisagi sendong na lei nisagi marugi sendong na leiba khulai na praza da onsinduna kablakpan yumdang bana kainaraban masina ngasi irang thokliba asida fawba aikhoi gi lam amasung akoi bagi lam singda crore gi drug kaya ama fari masina takpadi lal haurak liba lomda sen thungi phibam dagi di lan ase loishin nabagi lambi di leitri makoi power yam kan na paidon leiri nakan ama romdana irang ase loishin ba ngamba aikhoi gi India sarkar na makoi national interest ama oriba kaladan multi model transit transport project ki khalag irang ase athu bada loishin haningdri habasidi akoi honorable home minister gi wafam da Manipur da thokpa irang singdi chahi ahum mari dum changbani haibna chingba amasung president amasung prime minister na khangsin ushin nadana tumin na leibagi thawong sing asina praja mayam na chingnaba ama pokhali mayam sing asigi mathakta aikhoi gi hojik paliba state sarkar ase leiri kaidri haibiri article 355 356 anaba mali mande chanariba thawong sing mayam ama leiri masigi mathakta makki sarkar gi minister singna mahaki mayokta amasung leibak sigi mayokta wangang laba constitution violation tawraba asi phawbada karimata haidana tolo piduna yamna nungaya thami sem ama oina leibaki mafam sinba thungna maning tamna chatpa ngamdri sem gi phibam na asi phaw yauraba study law and order gi phibam di kada yoram lagani khanbiro article 20 amasung 21 national emergency gi matam da phawba lauthok tab article 20 amasung 21 yamna thina khongaung nari ngarang ngasi makta mi hat mipun gi paw mayamna tabi basin adu oiba taragadi aikhoi gi irang asina asui yauna warabasida political dialogue tawduna irang ase loishna ba khona bagi lomda khong thangjenba tok khong thangjendana aikhoi hoji kubak muktang pak palam asida maikai sinba thungna su irang haujalakliba masidai sida mana adu haikre haduna mapuna thilak pa pungno sida akhoi kayam kuina jagoi saduna leikhisi haibasi haiba wahang ase hangjani adu oiba taragadi political dialogue haibasi karino masina aikhoi gi irang ase karam haina loishin gi dawri ba haiba wahang ase gi pakhum oina pijage political dialogue habase mi amana miyoi singi marakta amana amagi wakhalon khangna nabagi lambi amani marse partial debate kumba amana amagi wakhalon namthana ba tawba adugumba debate nate adu tar oiba taragadi Manipur gi irang ase karam ba dialogue sing tawraga loishin ba yagadage haiba ai gi oiba mod khar thamjage ahan bada akoina formal dialogue tawgani Manipur da kaitharakli ba law and order ase hanjinna bagi damakta parliament amasung Manipur state sarkar na Manipur da law and order hanjinna bagi damakta minister sing marakta tawbigada ba political dialogue ani shubada akoina community dialogue tawgani mayam na ngasai dagi haibigre dialogue tawna hojik phawba loishanrise kaigino matik chaba dialogue tawdabagi ni haijanegi akoina tawgadabase ani shubagi community dialogue aikhoi Manipur da khunda minariba community singna makoi gi community singi marakta idea of Manipur apunba Manipur gi damakta punsin nabagi damakta tawgadaba political dialogue amasung community sing pulap punsilaga aikhoi Manipur se kaiba yade haibagi wakhalon ase sagatnaba aikhoi community punna punsin gadauba community political dialogue ama tongminarba mathangda national dialogue masi sarkar amasung lal haurakliba amasung insurgent group singi marakta political dialogue tawduna santi proknabagi damakta khong thangjinba hauba yanaba khulai thaba lephanabagi damakta tawgadaba political dialogue mari shubada multilateral dialogue Manipur dagi popi asi maruf phakna muthat pangamnabagi damakta aikhoigi mayam punna hauduna United Nation dagi mateng launabagi damakta tawgadaba dialogue amasung irang asida khut thingjalakliba mapal gi leibak sing da wakhal taminana ba tawgadaba political dialogue masigi mathangda track to dialogue khut thaba leple haiba matam aduda CSO singna punsillaba CSO amata oiraba CSO singna Thajanaba leitriba kanglup singi marakta thajanaba puraknabagi damakta thajanaba anigi marakta trust sagatnaba tawgadaba political dialogue makha tarakpada bilateral dialogue kanglup ase conflict ase haktheng nana mayok nariba kanglup ani kuki amasung maitei gi marakta matam sangna leiminaraklaba akhogi kuki amasung maitei singi marakta hanadagi nungsinaba do leiminasi kari tawba yage habado khanasi haidana political dialogue tawduna santi gi lambida chatpa hausi haimna tawgadaba dialogue ama aroibada conflict resolution dialogue Manipur da khunda maniriba kanglu khudingi representative amamam yawba central government amasung state government yawduna constitution piriba law and order ningthina induna Chaukhatpa Manipur gi damakta unity in diversity in Manipur idea of Manipur puba political dialogue tawduna aikhoi gi irang asi losin mangamgani. Manipur thori irang ase yamna complicated complex oy maramna political dialogue su complicated amusung complex oy gani haba yajaningi aduna matang sana matam chana tanja khangna karam haina political dialogue tawgada gi haba hana ningthina nainaraga khanara matunda political dialogue khaktana Manipur gi irang ase santi amusung mahausa gi fibam hanjalakpa ngamgani haba sin. Okay, honorable member amasu hana haibikre amuk hanna ko tawjaram ge Mahatma Gandhi gi an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind. Aduna Mr. Speaker sir ngasi gi motion asikan ngal den chumba maram na house ki floor gi pass to wina ba speaker sir gi puni chingsinjar. Thank you.
Thank you, Glady. Next from opposition bench. Step Limbu from opposition bench. Chair number 11, Steph Limbu. Chair number 11 from opposition bench.
Hello. Good evening to all the juries and respected speaker, sir. Today, we stand here in a situation where the land has been divided into two parts unofficially, where the two communities had a war between them. And because of that, we all are suffering together. As you know, in the past few years back, it's a history there where the Britishers divided the Meitei, Naga, and Kuki. The Naga, they were like at the border side, Kukis in the middle, and the Meitei at the end of the zone, which leads to a communal distraction between them. Like they divided through religion, they convert Naga and Kuki into the Christian, and in the middle, they put Meiteis as a Hindu. Because of that, I believe strongly that that is the main cause that separated the community between them. Secondly, the topic itself, it says that the motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And I strongly disagree with that, and I oppose it. The reason is because if there is a peace and normalcy in Manipur can be only achieved through political dialogue, then why not now? Why? There is no such kind of peace and peace right now in Manipur. Why? Because the government is not taking action, and moreover, the Honorable Chief Minister, what he says that normalcy will come soon. But where is this normalcy? I don't understand. Because if there's a normalcy coming, then why there's no action? He always say that action is coming, but the action doesn't come all the time. He always say that action is coming, but action is not there. The reason because he doesn't have the power. The power has been taken by the central government, especially the Sri Honorable Amit Shah ji. Now he is controlling kind of Manipur. The Manipur, the situation right now is very, very not good, to be very honest. And moreover, the people between the two communities, I don't think that they both will agree with the fact that the situation can be handled. Because how can you displace so many people from their roots and their houses, and you just come upon them and give them a treaty to sign that we will give you harmony, we will give you money, and how can you replace the dead people? How can you replace the life of the dead people? Is it a valid reason? Would it be? The treaty might even help like this. Suppose someone died from your family by killing by someone, and now the other person is offering you a job and offering you some harmony, then doesn't make sense, yeah? Then how can you, even just the topic says peace and normalcy in Manipur can be achieved through political dialogues? I strongly disagree again. In Manipur, especially the highways, when you go through the highways, you will find central security forces. They all will be standing in line. What they're going to do is they're going to check either you are the community or not. Between the community, they'll check that is it the person or not that belongs to the two community. If the person is not, they let you go. But why they stop you there? The reason is simple. Because they don't take action, they just make sure that you won't attack. But somehow, in a few years back, not a few, even like some few months back, someone from Lima Congo got kidnapped. In Jiribam, the mass murder was there. how is going on? Like even the security forces are there. Is it like some kind of agenda over there, or something else, which like make us think like, no, it can be, it can't be like. But still, at the end, what's the ultimate result come out is that nothing has been there. How is it even? The point, the simply I want to mention is that when there is a conflict, the government can take action directly with the power. India is the third most powerful country, but still it cannot fix its own state problems. Whenever there is war against Pakistan, they fight back. But it's a communal war between the community. And again, how the government cannot interfere between them and stop them on the time. On 3 May, 7:30 p.m., I was at my house, and that time, what happened that shoot at sight order was announced by the Manipur government. During that time, the internet was also banned, but still, no peace was there. How it goes worse and worse by time to time. Why? Is there something agenda between the government? Because whenever there's normalcy in Manipur, after a few 2-3 months of conflict, somehow, from nowhere, a video will come out, someone is murdered. Like, can you understand the fact that how is this even coming out from there? Like, while when there's normalcy, why this kind of situation again occurs? Someone has to think about this. Even from the supporter side, can you reply upon that? Whenever there is normalcy, somehow from where we don't know, the video will come out upon, is there someone who don't want peace? Is it the someone from the government itself that doesn't want the peace in Manipur because they're getting benefit through poppy or many kind of extortions? Is it like that or not? So this kind of things that really make me think about this peace and normalcy in Manipur can be achieved or not. Mr. Speaker, sir, even if there is a peace and normalcy, we want to go and with the agreement, make agreements regarding this and that. But still, I strongly believe that both parties will not allow, because what Maite really wants is, they want is the ST. If not, peace should be bring back. But from the Kuki side, if you told them to stop the war, but they will directly demand a separate administration. They will strongly disagree the fact they don't want it. They will want it, and that's for Kuki side, they'll say this is the only solution to bring in Manipur. But we know that if a Manipur breaks in, there's no more peace. There will be no peace, because Manipur itself is a land. The name Manipur is given to the Manipuris. The name of the land itself given to them. Then, and the most surprising thing was, MIT cannot buy a land in Valley region, which like really shocked me, to be very honest, because suppose a land, the people has the land because they own the land, they are the native people, and that native people can't buy in some hilly area, because even if that was their place, so doesn't make any sense that who make this kind of policies? Is it someone's fault or not? We don't really know that what's going to happen again next. And moreover, if we really want peace in Manipur, first of all, I think that we should all reunite. Reunite in the sense like, doesn't mean that we have to go through normalcy, peace was through just political dialogue. We need even communal region. We need the community talk. We need to talk and discuss region. Where was the mistake actually we have made? The mistake, main mistakes, what we're going to do is we have to go through the policy where the Maite say that we don't want ST. Through that, we have to go through and figure out that truly and be able to know what's wrong in that. And for the cookies, we have to first, what we want to do is, we have to first, in Indian Policy Act said that if a person live in India for 5 years, and if he submit back the passport that he owns or the citizenship to given to the government, then he can apply for citizenship. Yes, they are a legal citizen. But those who migrated from Myanmar, Bangladesh, without a valid passport, nothing, they are immigrant. We have to let them go out of the country because they are the legal immigrant. That's what, and thank you. I would like to pass the motion now. Thank you everyone. Once again, Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Blembu. Next is also from opposition bench. Arambam Aboy. Arambam Aboy Singh. Chair number 30 from opposition bench. Arambam Aboy.
Good afternoon, everybody, all the respected judges, and especially Mr. Speaker, sir. Today's motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur, can only be achieved through political dialogue. Piram liba motion asi, ay thawai haksang yauna zaningde, maram asina ay opposing bench sa pamjaduna oppose tawjari bani Mr. Speaker, sir. Piram liba motion asi mayek singna lali hai de tak na bigi damakta ay go strong valid argument sing mathang manaw na Mr. Speaker, sir gi mafam na thamjage. Ahamada peace amadi normalcy amadi political dialogue haibasi aigi opposing bench ta pamir bai chil now sing amadi supporting bench ta pamir bai chil now sing na mayek seng na taklam ne habagi ai thajaba lei chei maram masina aina amuke ne explain tarubagi maru idana lawje Mr. Speaker aduna I point lak sage Manipur da peace amadi normalcy haibasi di British na palingai matam dagi lerem drabani Mr. Speaker sir haibadi 1947 ge August ki tang tara mari da Manipur na ning kha tamlaba matung masamang ki constitution leijaduna masamang na lingak chabalam dam ama oirami Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam haibabu loyum basilena sakini Mr. Speaker sir aduga 1949 ki September ki tang kunma thoida Manipur bu baran na namlau losin duna Manipur ki makha da thamkrabani Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam haibabu 1949 ki March ki tang kun tarukta Manipur Praja Shanti Party na Bharat government da ikiba chithi eduna sakini Mr. Speaker sir aduga hojik tada Manipur da peace amadi normalcy asi mani political dialogue khaktana hanjalakpa ngamgani haibasidi mayek sengna lalde haibadu takchari Mr. Speaker sir masida support togani haiduna thoglakliba aigi chinau singi wakhalon ai ngakta bangamjade Mr. Speaker sir aduga ani subada hojik Manipur da thogliba conflict haibadi megi tangahum dagi ngasi pawa chataragli bairang asidi Manipur da chanakhiba December gi date 11 2019 da ILP section adu chanakhiba du Myanmar rom dagi changlakpa kuki na terrorist sing na thugai duna changlakibadagi Manipur bu mache kya thok na thugai na ba honna duna lana du horakibani Mr. Speaker sir masida Manipur government na su makoi gi voter khara da bu phanglabadi ai duna makoi gi mathakte action karimata lokhalu da baduna ngasidi Manipur asida huran ba sing aduna ngamlakduna Manipur bu mache kya thok na thugai ba pawni Mr. Speaker sir masida huran ba ni duna Manipur gi damakta political dialogue taunaraga Manipur da peace amadi normalcy anjalakani haibasidi oi talk trabo apan Mr. Speaker sir masida nung dai sing haiduna Manipur da peace amadi normalcy purakani haibasidi asa taurubagi kana balekte Mr. Speaker sir aduga Manipur ki government asina haidi Manipur ki government asina mahaki nupi ahangi na sana lai na bahonari ngai atomi gi na play lai na bahonari ngai da Manipuri salak saraga le mabli Mr. Speaker sir masida political dialogue khaktara peace amadi normalcy purakani haibasidi oi thok trabo apan Mr. Speaker sir aduga conflict asida Manipur amadi kuki ani sina political dialogue toraga Manipur da peace amadi normalcy anjalaro haibasidi mayam nei na khangnara bo apan ni aduga masida India government na mateng pangsin ba yai aduga India government asidi kanano haibadu mayek se na khangnara bo apan ni India government na Manipur gi damakta karigumba khara kadai phawa tokrage haibaduri munna thiruba matamda mangna magratan magum thokani Mr. Speaker sir haibadi Manipur ga Nagaland ga kanana na state phangba han khibage Mr. Speaker sir masina mayek singna tagli Manipur asibu India government na michang mikhai na yeng ya habadu aduna aiba wapa masina pion liwa motion asi mayek singna lale habadu takchari Mr. Speaker sir aduga India government na hojik phawa thoglakliba irang asigi matangda karigumba akanba action amata lokatpa imisi tangi sugu hujatri Mr. Speaker sir aduga according to 360 article number aduga IPC section amadi 364 asigi matung ina mioi babu hatpa tuppa tawba taragadi madugi mathakta siba yabagi cherak pawa piri Mr. Speaker sir adubu kuki terrorist singasina Manipuri da chamjaraba bisa praja kayabu hatuna akan batam thina hatuna Manipur praja sing bu otpa nei ba tawrasi phawada Bharat Sarkar na Manipur gi mathakta karigumba action ama talokata ba haibasi su Bharat Sarkar na Manipur si bu thugai bada achoba mateng pang haibasi takchari Mr. Speaker sir maramadu na pm liba motion asi mayek sing na lali Mr. Speaker sir adugi matungina adugi makada The Arms Act haibadi India da illegal weapons sing season ba yadi Mr. Speaker sir aduga hojik oriba Manipur da tholiba conflict asigi matang su kuki militant sing asina illegal weapons sing season aduna Manipur da attack ya sathari Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam haibabu handak tai koi kuidana hana si minister oiramba koirengi mayumda missile attack torakhiba aduna mayek sengna saki ori Mr. Speaker sir masigi mathakta su India government na karigumba action ama talokapa udri Mr. Speaker sir masina masi hai ba exing asi Indian constitution asibu Bharat government na sing khong na signary bra natragana hai ba exing asi Manipur khakta da chana dra hai ba asi wahang amani Mr. Speaker sir aduna pm liba motion asi mayek sing na lal habadu taksari Mr. Speaker sir aduga ngasi political dialogue khakta na Manipur da peace amadi normalcy asi hanjalak pasungam ngam Mr. Speaker sir ngasi ge action yaw taba Tamil film gi batogum ariba Manipur government amadi kuki terrorist gi marakta political dialogue taunaraga Manipur da peace amadi normalcy purakpa ngamla Mr. Speaker sir masida India government na judgment pi duna haibadi wayan duna Manipur da peace amadi normalcy asi purakpa ngamla Mr. Speaker sir masidi yong na tan yen bagum thokani Mr. Speaker sir haibadi mathong maram kang de ba matai manao ani kana bada yumlo na bana wayan ba du thokani Mr. Speaker sir aduna ma piram liba motion asi mayek seng na lali Mr. Speaker sir aduna kanagumba kharagi mafam dadi kanadraba arguments sing asi na ngasi gi piram liba motion asi mayek sing na lali habadu tagli Mr. Speaker sir maram aduna house ki mama yamlaba matam amadi Mr. Speaker sir gi chilaba matam asi bu mangan bagi mauta house tagi piram liba kanabam suktok draba wapam asi bu withdraw topic hin bagi damakta Mr. Speaker sir gi sarang na pungning buting sijari amadi mayam dagi kaina na bagi bidai lauzari
Nanay privacy ko bada yam nungay nga mapate it's not parliamentary language anyway matang si treasury bench tagi malokot sage kaisam leoning singaira Leoras okay Kaisam Leoraj Singh from Treasury Bench. Kaisam Leoraj Singh. Cell number 9.
Good morning, respected judges, honorable speakers, and valuable audience. Ngasigi social scientist, political philosopher, amasung National People Youth Front ki Central Committee na hojik thok liba Manipur ki political conflict, present crisis asi the foundation thamlaga just menama purakpa ngamna bagi damakta puthok pirak liba ngasigi topic Manipur da shanti amasung mahuksa gi phibam da hanjalakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasi I myself as an supporter moina Harland the sole support tawjari haibagi foresight universal angle viewpoint pizari Mr. Speaker sir puning bundolukna chingshin ahan bada ngasigi topic asita palliba political dialogue hairiba se kanaga gi marakta tawgada political dialogue no haiba matamda India gi political delegates sing Manipur gi political delegates sing tongan ba ethnic group ki lusing basing amasung stakeholders sing gi marakta tawgada political dialogue ni haina lawgani ngasigi opposition bench ki sinaw sing na matam punamakta hojik thokliba Manipur gi Kuki amasung maite ani gi wars the foundation thamlaga ngasigi topic ase lale haibado modi wakal khantha watni haijeningi aikoina India gi phibang da hek tin silbo nimit adudagi ngasi thokliba crisis se sidagi ahen be tongan tam thiraba crisis kya ma thokre punamasing adusu ningsing haningi hojik tholiba crisis ase the foundation thamlaga topic ase lale haibado wakal khantha watpani haijeningi Mr. Speaker sir aikoi gi Manipur South Asia Mahadesh tamaning makha tamna panjarakpa sahi lising ani henbagi puari leijaba 12th century gi ining thok loyim bagi haktik Constitution chanaduna lagle amasung ithokuna leiramle haibase archaeological mythology resource na phongdokpa leikrabani hari wafam ase ngasi maksu International Court of Justice na accept tawduna leiriba wafam ni laibak thibadi 1891 Anglo Manipur War gi matung dagidi aikoi gi Manipur British loilam makha da leiruba matung 1947 gi August ki tang 13 da amuk maning makha tamba hanjinjaduna democratic election pangthoktuna Council of Minister na lengak sabalam tama mo oiraki masigi matung 1949 gi September gi tang 13 da aikoi gi ining thau Maharaj Buddha Chandrabu India government na Shillongta arunwa wari ama sanasi haiduna kauraga by using forcefully house arrest tawduna major agreement sign tawhanki Manipur praja sing e aba somati yauduna numit adudagi hauduna Manipur gi praja sing da phanglakhiba ningam dabagi maichak sing aduna ngasi maksu Manipur gi praja sing tengtha dun leiri Mr. Speaker sir aikoi gi Manipur se Mr. Speaker sir India gi phiban da tin silobadagi dam special pork 1958 thamjan biduna Manipur gi yelhomi kyabu ot pi khre nei bi khre hatok pi khre ningsing yabadi dungai Manorama gi thokdok Chitaranjing gi thokdok Kangla mang gi thokdok tongan ba conflict kaya ma thokre Prithvi gi laipa kaya na saukhat pagi lamchen tanraba matam masida aikoi gi Manipur ngasi muksu nungi chu ki mebe gi punsi gumna hingduna leiri aikoi gi Manipur sambal khabi daba hawai maton gumna changni masana apa ma chang duna chahalli masi meklar ba khudam di aikoi gi yumthang nariba to state sing atopa country sing na aikoi gi ngamkhai da boundary hena sambal yung sikla phawda India government kari su haidina aikoi gi ngamkhai gi sambal khaba ngasi phawba loisindana thambiri masi gi mathate Mr. Speaker sir state asigi political party khudimakpu national political party sing tamna tamna mami shamalagli masi mathakta aikhoigi manipur gi naha singna puthokchaba maming oina pallabada wangkhei pi rani pi tongan tongan ba nat ge yung ge phirol kaya basu india na matou tamdura asaw machine kya sin aduna masing yamna puthorakpuna manipur gi yeromi parja sing asigi sinmi sing asigi chakhaw ase makhoini hingtha thadali Mr. Speaker sir masigi mathakta akhoigi leijaramba lining laison kaya busu makhoina tamna tamna mami shamalagli melen india dagi sangsilakwa miyan cha kaya amana manipur gi yeromi ningol sing asibu blood relationship sagatna bagi damakta yeromi ningol sing asigi izzat temsing na ba makhoina nongmuna bagi henjilagli masigi mathakta melen india gi miyoy sing na akhoibu ngasi ngasi maksu india gi nagrik kumna uba ngamdri haibagi meklar ba khudamdi aikhoigi satra satri sing na atop state sing like tam chatpa matamda akhoibu regging tawbiba nupi obi kaya bu rape tawduna hatokibagi case kaya ama leiriba punamak sigi mathakta missing yamlaba india gi saukhatpa apakpa state missing yamba atop state sing da birth control policy system thambado adugumna kaisu missing yam sida ba apikpa khujin mamai gum lamdam asidu makhoina birth control policy system thamjanduna manipur gi yelhomi parja sing asigi missing hantha leba masigi mathakta ngasi ngasi maksu foreign country dagi sangsilakpa refugee kaya amana manipur gi yelhomi parja sing asigi mathakta lan hauduna ime kai munbiri kaya na mai thadori ima ipa ise isen kaya ama kaina haliba ningsing bayabadi jiri gi thodokta karisu khangjadriba angang ahum amasung nupi ahumbo minung sileitana rep tawduna hatok pikiba punamak sing ase mami chama longba mamai chama longba india government na khangna una mana tadaba mamit udaba murti ki saglol loduna leiriba punamak sing asibu india gi phiban da tinsilubadagi india na manipur da pirakpa nungsibagi khudol ni haina losing Mr. Speaker sir asugumba manipur gi crisis oibalam dam oirakliba shanti leitaba hingsa gi lamdam oirakliba se aikhoina india gi phiban da tinsilubadagi ne masidagi khoi shanti leiba moksa gi phim da hanjilapke hairabadi pre annexation political status hana gi mafam da hanjilaba matam da aikhoigi manipur shanti level lamdam oirakaneba punamak sing ase phangge hairabadi lan hoba mi hatpa amana mabu hingsa tawbuna kaisu kana bu phangloiba sumna tangi legally political dialogue tawbu matam da khakda manipur shanti phangani masigi mayek larba khudamdi South Sudan Africa country da ki tokhai ta jarage haiduna sahi lising kaya mo koi lan hoki adu mo koi mai pak pangam ge kaina thangda South Sudan ki political delegate sing Africa ki political delegate sing political dialogue tawbu matam da khakda mo 2011 da mani makhatam hanjilakhiba asumna su Kosovo na su Serbia ki mathakda lan hoki tokhai ta jarage haiduna arema ta ki lan hobu kaina thangda political dialogue tawbu matam da mo 2008 ta mani makhatam hanjilakhiba asumna aigoi ki manipur si su political dialogue tawbu matam da khakda manipur da shanti level am ma oiba ngamakaneba ngasi gi wakal khan thab wat pa opposition ki bench ki sinok sin khan biram ngani madudi lan tawba amana mabu hingsa tawba au hatpa akhoi ning kha tamna bani haiduna lan hoba sina akhoi gi manipur kari kana porok toinoba tek kadoroba thongra amada akhoi myam pulap lan hominna lemina je aduga ising ipak ta irang minna ga simina si haiba chap manaiba ngasi gi Indian constitution gi maikhum upa lang da thu khraba lamdam asigi phamnai basing amasung asigi opposition bench ki nauk sin khan biram gani madudi india government ki makha da khoi election pangthoi ano no scheme kya pbiri india na khoi da regional institution medical science thambiri central university linkhalai punamak sing ase uraga india na khoi buluna tawbiri habado madudi wakal khan tha wat pani haijaningi punamak sing asidi india gi saukhalaba atop state kya metropolitan city ni haiba mumbai mafam da leiriba parja sing nagarik sing da phangba scheme adune ba ngasigi sotharaba lamdam manipur ki parja sing asida खरा सोथारे खरा वारे हाइबम अखोगी मणिपुर के प्रजा सिंह असिदा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ना कई सो हेन बी लेते मिस्टर स्पीकर सर अखोगी मणिपुर असे अखोइबु नमलो लोक्सन गिबनी हाइबसे ngasi ngasi maksu UNO United Nations Organization na khangli masigi meklar ba khudam di akhoi gum state kaya amabu ato so country kaya na namlo lokshan gibagi rules and regulations leiba maram na makhoi gi article 1 clause 2 amasung article 30 da akhoi mani makha tamna hanjelakna bagi damakta rules and regulations sing thambirabli punamak sing adugi marakta akhoi gi manipur su ngasi mak yauri akhoi gi manipur ase maning makha tamba hanjelai akhoi se namlo lokshan gibani india government gi asumba maikum bo constitution asibu yaning de haiduna Manipur ki revolutionary wing kaya amana ngasi maksu lan hori masina takpadi akhoi manipur se india de tokhai ta pami habi mek lar khudani mamanga thamjakri point sing asida yumpham oraga Mr. Speaker sana ngasi maksu yelhomi kya na refugee ki bunsi gumna hingliba relief camp de hingliba punamak sing ase makoi shanti leiba moksa ki phim da hanjalak na bagi damakta sumna khaki pambai am oriba legally political dialogue tawbase masigi topic ase achumba amasung kaninga leiba daita wafamni Mr. Speaker sana motion asibu pass tawbiu haiba lona I myself as a supporter moina isagi motion point matang asida tension jari punamakte kaina bagi bidai logjari thank you to all
Thank you Leoras special announcement ama hojik se akhoi gi fire alarm khong adi pakhat pi ganu haiba moi trial to bu ne ba khoi sum chat thaje pu pu go la chen thok no gum chai bon da khatang tap na men tan to ri ko no yam select tre next from opposition bench ko Laishram Chana Jauba Laishram Chana Jauba from opposition bench.
Speaker sir, Manipur ngasi tholi batang du laita drab si hana phana binau tanumai kapak pa hana lephan hives na mang da thamjare har kanda ngasi house to pukat prikle motion Manipur da santim sum hausa gi phim hanjal hives political dialogue khaktana propangam kani hives political dialogue khaktana propangam loido motion ko em na han badaina opposed tawjre. Speaker sir, law and order hives state subject ma khakne matam tu da state government na ningtina hariba irang subu control to hotab tering asigi yamna luruba piom talak tanja se yaukhibne masigi mayek lara khutam haibu 2023 gi May 21 anti tourism day numita chief minister na haikibase Manipur da tangdu leita dripsi Manipur lenga ki state lenga ki intelligence phelam the security lapses na thon khibni loina na pali lenga sna madu gi teksak pun pugane na man mayek na thambasu leikram madu gi matung tarak pada foreign hands illegal immigrants kaya ma yausilak tuna ngasigi irang se khangchok chok porkhib tan natana ngasidi India gi national security mdi national integrity the power threat am oilakna yamna lubu phim da leire masiu ma talak tanja state government khaktana har bi irang se loisin bagi ofam leiroi central government ya soba khudam su yagu dur Speaker sir, irang amagi warusin porokke haragadi irang adugi root cause do akoina nitina khangbam sang hariba Manipur thogi irang asigi root cause ja central gi lusing basina khangna ngasi phawa khangsin adura sauduna leitholi Union Home Minister Amisana 2023 gi May tha dagi ngasi phawda tongan ton by statement ke ama thole harakanda India na magi national interest na Manipur haiba lamsi budu nungsiba Manipur haiba lamsi da laiba purup sing yellow purup sing asibidi kaisu leitana khanba mongom da lana se loichiloi haina loisinna laiba mongos da political dialogue hektamal torogo warusin poroken have speaker pangai haijin moi thokani motion jam laisa motion asi kadai pho lan be khap to ai masakan thamjar ke speaker sir ahan bada Manipur da khana dagi leijariba central force lising yankai phojing mathakta no makandra lepal leitana central force gayama India lenganam irang se control tongnam ni hadna thajilaki maduda Manipur gi praja sing da han bada yamna harau ki irang se control tawragani ningtina tangdu leita purisrom da leiragani rilu kem da lanjener busing sai koi mayum makai da ningtina hanjalaga leiragani han adumaina khanjaki tabu Assam rifles haiba forces na losing har kana nakal na bada tongsinu leikibdagi lana se loisin bangam da khurok thangno lein masi central government khangna khangsin adab sadno le madumak tawle Hokiba July 2024 da BSF ki additional DG oramba PK misana Manipur da ngasi chathari irang se pak he losin bi yaroi habagi ingidam su pikrabne madudi Manipur da lairiba Assam rifle sing siga kuki lalo sing apha mari leina badina Manipur da ki Assam rifle sing se hek loktuk trima khadi Manipur gi lana se warosin porpo organism ang su pongto play krabne adu is matakta India gi security policy um khalai madudi secret oiba policy ni India gi force amta aso open misim na amta yahonda mongom da wari sanariba adi pistok toriba sisper toriba lalobsing se sinare har kanda wari sanasi yadaba pistok tonsi yadaba lalobsing se takai bi thaba matam kai mawang sathano lalobdi madugi saruk amoina 2005 ta Assam rifles ka sisper tona khiba 2008 na tripartite tok tawduna lairagli ba dum lob kuki lalobsing se proxy army oina sinare har kanda maruoina kuki na tabasing sing akobda khundaramba lairamba dum lalobsing haibadi Manipur gi wari sanasi yadaba maitein lusing ba lalobsing se takai duna matam kai mangni sathan on laglabani madu lana se tholopatagi hariba makoi masel hana dura makoi masel loisanan duna India gi force ta sopan misim na yahon da bhaiba policy do maduga mapa pa sana khibdagi madu internal security su yamna kanai India gi national security makoi maduna pirpa threat su yamna handa yaiba adumba India gi aron ba policy ngal maramna lana se dealing tactics hana dura lana se film gi serial ye buduna ngasi India langa yenglu laithoklim na se political dialogue toroga hektam morison porkodom te speaker sa ani subda India da yamna koksikpom oribse wari sanasi yadaba Manipur ki lalobsing haidi maitin lusma lalobsing asine makoi gi ke mam de Myanmar da layap se myam loina khangnar ngak makoi ga Myanmar dam lengak pa reba military sigadi apha mari ma lainari aduna makoi bu Myanmar am de takthona bidamta sin kuki singa se masigi mating se India lengan lobo tangai phate maduna ni sin kuki lalobsing se India forcing anak pamari laine achet mari laine makoi da mating pangsili lan gi namta koi khuju khulai kyam pisali aduga Maitai gi lalobsing haitar Manipur gi lalobsing kem da landhale maduda kariumba Myanmar gi armies na hariba chin kuki lalobsing se pressure pirak matamda chin kuki lalobsing chu Mizoram da tik ta kaidna chensin na ba ya mong amada madu gi policy poram phawa India langan ya le masi oba taragati chin kuki sing amdi chin kuki lalobsing gi michang da India langan changdana Manipur gi michang changadra maduna ni makoina Manipur laga kuki lalo sing manarga mitai sing matak lan ka matam de India lenga na yeng dun dum adu koi dum dubi dun na dum yeng dun lese madugi maram dun sune ahari ba phibam talak tanjas political dialogue taroga kamaina warosin porokadun speaker sa masidi oitra wafam ne ahum subada India ki diplomacy da Myanmar da China na piba pressure se hantana bi da amti Myanmar manu da China na pakhal ba thau thau mayam se masi thingho ba se India ki diplomacy so to de ba thaba mo khone ma China na magi khano suk thangba lamdam si da ki be bekal ta na ba khwai da yam na sambalam bi se khoi gi Myanmar pharo ga semjal akhre ba masi da India na khwai da ning do pom ji masi ne ba masi na ke ma sema khib lam bi se masi na Indo Pacific region da China ki influence angak pa phang hengat ka du bi ne madu thingho na bi dam ta Myanmar si bu India na them ba ya ba them har kan da magi se sudagi kilometer sanga tranga khak lapna leiba dum lo city port se masi musim kana India ngai nga nom kana hojik lakna ri paisa thadari adu jama takta India na hande paikha leiba Kaladan national project se masi mai pak na binamta Kaladan hariba mapam se sigi city port sidagi haisagi asongi dol leiba paleto town haiba state manu da leir se masi yona कोई तुरियन खोंग से जहाज थोब यानम द करादान तुरियन से कन्न सेंग थब कन्न चथरी म्यांमार यानम चत पर इंडिया से पैसा अंग पोखन थादरी ngasi मधु बतादी कलादन हारिबा प्रोजेक्ट से माइ पाके हारगदि सागी पेटोआ हाइबा टाउन से मसिबु कंट्रोल तोरबा चिन यावना मागी इथनिक रिबेल ग्रुप सिंग मसि यानम चतपा मतंगाइ फते मखोइने यारकांदा कलादन प्रोजेक्ट माइ पाका दोइनि मरमदुना मखोइ यानम चतबदम त ngasi से कोई लापथोंनाबसि यामक यादा फिल्म द लेरि मखोइ से नकना दुम लोइनारगदि नॉर्थ स्टेट्स इंडिया की स्टेट्स से मसी मतम सुपदा कंट्रोल तौदुना लेगनि मरमदुना मखोइ से यानम चतप दुम दरकार ओइबनिना हारिबा यानम चतलेंgi तालक तांजास्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनरे हारगा मणिपुर की लानसु इराइलाइन हेत लेफन मंगमगद्रा मसिना मोशन से अकुच लाले स्पीकर अदय मोमरी सुबदा चाइना दा सानरिबा जियोपॉलिटिक्स से मसी इंडिया ना सु याम कन लांथिंगना बकन होनरिबा चाइना गा सक्चु मानबा अदि हरोकपम तिनबा अखोगी तोरो खंदानबदा नुंगाइबा नॉर्थ मियांगी मियाम से चाइना गा नक्सन गिब से इंडिया जियोपॉलिटिक्स से याम साउन सिंगबम को ओरिबने मरम मसिना हारिबा नॉर्थ रीजन दा लेरिबा इथनिक ग्रुप सिंग से खाइबुंग ताना हलगदि इंडिया ना मागी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी दा पिरक थ्रेट से हंदई हाब से इंडिया की लुसिंग बसिंग अचेट पथाजबने मरम मदुननि लान से लोइसन दबसु मागी जियोपॉलिटिक्स से मखल लेनि अदुगा इंडिया की जियोपॉलिटिक्स से यामना साउन मरु ओरिबसे साउथ ईस्ट एशिया हाइबा लमदम से खुंफम सेना लेपे हार कांदा नोमो नोगी पावर हेंगलेबा मपांगल शक्ति हेंगलेबा चाइना ना हारिबा साउथ ईस्ट एशिया लमदम से पीरिबा इन्फ्लुएंस है मसी हंथाना इंडिया लेंगाना होनबसे मसीजु यामना तौखद्रबा जियोपॉलिटिक्स सरो मने ngasi di india ko akoida leiba akogi leibak sing pakistan yauna adagi Bangladesh India na ning taman gribikni adagi India gi masim nang na hariba Nepal haibalam se masi dasu akogi China gi BRI Belt and Road Initiative project se masi makhad angak pa phongna ba paikhat kreb Nepal ju paikhale Bangladesh ju paikhale industry kya leng khale development project kya khale masi da khwai dagi India na ning dol pom se Myanmar ong da paikhale ba BRI gi angak pa project sin ne madu thengna ba ngamda honam da Myanmar ong da leba chin ku gi sing se masi gi mating lobo tangai phati adu Manipur haibalam sin su lerem libi strategic position se masi na su haiba lana se loisin da na thamna gi so marom khone political dialogue hektam losin gadom te speaker sa aduga loisel pa mga subdaina thamjaning base retired lieutenant general konsam himalaya phongtu ki wapam kol treasury bench members yang toina panbiam thengne mana phongtu ki wapam je kolkata ra pangtho ki ba symposium am da manipur lands political dialogue torgo warison porkani phongtu ki madudi khabar ge heading wane khabar ge heading du nataba mana ma hairiba symposium da kari kare hai khepsa madu sai kun ningtin nei ba mathok ta mana symposium da hai khep masing da haiba sing da manglum da sangsin bhai political dialogue amasung Andakal ani makta yanabam sa porpam sangay nakal ani makta yanab porpam so ore maramudna ningtin na nabiro kuptan na nabiro matak panjagri mam sangay sina masim mosan se am lale taksir amne speakers na house floor withdraw to
Thank you Sana Jawa. Next from opposition bench L Luchingbi Chanu L Luchingbi Say number 1.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we kai kumna bochari. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi house ta pukhat pirakliba motion habidi Manipura santi amasung mausa gi fibam hanjilalak pa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani hariba motion asi hek yengbada yamna chumba malaga su hauziki oiriba iramdam Manipur asigi asengba fibam reality da kupna yengluraga di motion asi chama lalaga da wafam amani maramaduna hariba motion asi lale haiba taktana bagi damak agi oiba points kradang thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi motion asina paliba santi amasung mahusagi fibam hairibasi hauziki oiriba context yengluragadi haukiba English ani kulhumdoi gi me gi tang ahum dagi maitai singi mathakta mapumoina Churachandpur dagi haurakhiba khulai paiba kuki singna landarakpa Churachandpur gi khumu jamba laikai yauna laikai kunlom uful ondringai
Bonpong Saparmaina, Kalapahadaki Maitay Sing Taktok Tringai, Serau Sugunu, Iko, Dolai Tabidaki automatic rifles in the Maitay Sing Talak Trinagi Mamang the Oiramba Fibam Adubuni, Mausagi Fibam Hairibasi. Hausexo cookies sing the Maitay Sing Matakta Land Tarakli Basini, AK rifle, sniper, drone bomb, rocket, missile, Shinaduna Landarakli, Asida Sunata Nupi and the Angang Sing Bufaduna Tamtina or Naiduna Halakli. Tawong Sing Set, Tasing the terrorist ni Haibasimadi Pumna Makna Kanglabane, Mr. Speaker, sir, terrorist political dialogue Toraga Warishan Purakani Haibasimadi terrorist bu Yokat Pani. So, terrorist bu Yokat pa motion, this so good from Tokte, I strongly oppose the motion, sir. Ani supada Mr. Speaker, sir, Hangbaya Wahangdi, Kanaga political dialogue Togoda Ribano. Cookie high riba sida, Challi high low riba, Hausik talk liba lad, Asida, Haking, and a young singasi palabada, Tadao, Mar, Paite, Mizo, Wi-Fi, any cookie drive the Chaliba Kangup singasini. Adobo, Maramati Paiti, Apun Mani Haizariba, Jomina, di Makoi cookie, Nate, Amadi cookie, Mingshin, and Basuyadri, cookie Mahuta, Joe, Haigatabani Hari. Adoga, Tadao the Swam, a home talkly, cookie oide, Hibatado ama, cookie oise, Hibatado ama, Amadi, cookie zo, oi, Hibatado ama, Makoi home sobuk yana de Hari, Asumna Yam, Chamam Naduna lady, Aduna. Cookie Mahut Silaga Warip Lobangangata Basi, Esosu Lady, losing Basulite, Luinana, India government, Amadi Manipur government, a yoke to Natamliba, Su, Toriba, Lalholo, Kungamanga, Asigasu, Muknariba, Maitega, Waris, Aduna, Yanaba, Purak, Bahibasimasu, Chanabayabam, Wafam Nate, Aduna, Oitoklarita Badisa. A home sobada Tamzaning Liba Wafam di. Hauzik Manipur talk liba crisis asi kanana sangthan bano. India lengak na karigi lan kam da bano haibasi achoba maram kaya amasulay. Isam samna Bangladesh, Myanmar amadi China gi honglak liba interesting da India gi geopolitics ki drama da maitay sing na chaiting phangbane. Maitay sing munam thana na pagi damakta India na yok tuna thamliba Myanmar dagi pro democratic forces sing association na duna maitay amadi naga gi counter insurgency da sijan na pagi damakta semgat kiba cookie su militant sing asina chatha hanba proxy war ama khaksune India na Manipur bu machet kaya thok na thugai raga idea Manipur bu thupchin na ba KhutSem gi oiba divisive policy amagi langlongni haibasimasu maitay sing na khange loinana Manipur government amadi India government gi joint monitoring group na yachan lak tuna thamgada ba so militant sing asibu koitha thadok laga maitay micham sing gi mathakta landa hanba pumna makda khanglabani isam sam namasi But Sanariba mean a but Sanaba Lotion drug a political dialogue Torga Warishan Purakani Hybasimadi, but Sanariba, Oza Maibabu, Nakoina can cut Paman Bigitong or a tokani, sir, Masi Apang with the Tiki Pizza, a false of Sagat and Bigitong. Maria Subata Tamzaning Liba Wafamdi, Myanmar Parliament of our MP or Laba, illegal immigrants or Riva Tanglin Po Gaiti as in a president Noiba, Jomi Revolutionary Army as a Indiana suit of the Yok to Natabli. Masigi Sumatakta, Myanmar Mongloy the Popa, Indiana suit on the Riva K, and Ogi President PS, how came the Fondo Kibada, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Amadi, Manipur gi mafam kaya yauna Northeast India gi saruk sing asi pullaga cookie singi oiba maning tamba homeland jalingam sem bahai basa fong na political objective oidi bari masigi tabak Manipur gi separate administration sem duna union territory sem duna amadi homeland sem duna ko na thangna maning tamba home Jalingam sem bahai basini masigi tabak Myanmar dagi illegal chin cookie sing angak pa fang na pusilak tuna demographic imbalance sokan pa ano ba kun kaya ama thok tuna area domination toksilak pa popi thaduna sel tanduna khulai lai tuna narco terrorism chatharak pa settle tribe ki mingda khudong chaba lauduna lai pa kum na hingzaram ba kaya sing asigi mathak tagi 1990s sa more dagi naga sing tak thoki ba kom maitai chura chanpur dagi maitai sing tak thoki na daba atamna na tholaki ba crisis ni masi nakal ani yana tabagi thork pa crisis nate masi maitai sing bu Manipur maitai gi Thakta Manipur bu machet kaya thok na thugai na ba chatharaki ba cookie aggression ni aggression hai basidi land thing na to na maithi pa piga damani masi lai pak asigi rules of law na chalai ga damani banga subata thamjaning na ba wafam ni Mr. Speaker sir Manipur da thok ni ba crisis asi wari saduna loishin ga damana te masidi lengak asina mapanda ki changshilak liba Mitop sing asya khandok na pagi damakta National Register of Citizenship implement tawduna detect delete amadi deport tawga dabane Manipur population policy ma puthokduna population commission lingduna demographic imbalance thokdana ba section thorang lokhat ka damane Manipur illegal poppy plantation tawriba sing asya maru phukna manghan ga dabane amadi war on drugs asya national level lagi puthoraktuna India gi naha sing asya nisagi paktagi kannana ba hona ga dabane amadi Sugi ground rule tugai riba India amadi Manipur lengak na yok tuna thamli ba su militant sing asya Logi matungina chayak piduna makoi singa se terrorist ni lauthoktuna su abrogation tawgadabani amade Manipur ki reserve area amadi protected area singda logi wangmada thorakliba khun sing se laingakna takthokuna yade haiba am khangan gadabani amadi yamna ngakpa mawongda anoba khun kaya ama thorakli samna hairabada Churasanpura 283 villages Kangpokpida 308 villages amadi Tengnopal 205 villages hairiba village singa se angak pangna hengalakliba village sing se ase Matam sana yengsin hauduna jalingam gi manglanda area domination tokshnana ba paikhalagi ba thorang sing asi tawhaloi da bane Mr. Speaker sir apun ba Manipur gi saktam da singnarak pa khuding mak amma toina leptuna yengna ba singbu maiti ba pina na ba hotna gadamni aroi ba Mr. Speaker sir law mapu yong na talaklaga yonga sangtainaraga warushan purakada banate maduna mathakta panjakri ba wafam sing asina mayek sing takle madudi Ngasigi, Manipur santi amasung mausagi pibam hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue khakta na purakpa ngamgani haiba motion asi aihak na mathakta panjakriba facts and figures singa sina mayek sing na taklabani na ngasigi motion ase house sigi withdraw tokbina na ba Mr. Speaker sir gi puning tingsinjari
Next is also from opposition bench. Hizam Pritam Maitei. Hizam Pritam Maitei from opposition bench. Say number 12.
With the permission of the Honorable Speaker, I would like to begin my speech with a reminder, and that is, dialogue without action is merely a drama and not a solution. Mr. Speaker, we must not fall into the trap of equating dialogue with resolution, because history is filled with examples where dialogue, even though initiated with good faith, either failed to address the root causes or serve as a mere smokescreen for deeper issues. Mr. Speaker, the ethnic violence that erupted in May 2023 in Manipur is not just a political dispute. It is an intersection of identity politics, historical grievances, ethnic divisions, and land rights. Mr. Speaker, this is not something that emerged overnight, but it is accumulation of decades of unresolved issues, including the competing claims of a ST status, forest rights, and territorial autonomy. Mr. Speaker, in such a multi-dimensional conflict, the notion of political dialogue as the only means for conflict resolution is reductionist. And moreover, dialogue between whom? The insurgents and Manipur government, the Meitei and Kukis, or the state or central government? Mr. Speaker, this is something irrational. How will, sorry.
Next, from opposition bench, Kulakpam Norendra Sahaira. Kulakpam. Mingdom tang hayo duda.
Kulakpam Nasiruddin Saha.
Oh, Kulakpam Nasiruddin Saha. Yang pasane ibirame.
Nasigi House the Pukhat Pyramid motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. With the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, Nasigi House the Pukhat Pyramid motion, Manipur the Santi Yamasung Mahausa ki Fiba Manjilak Bahai Base, political dialogue Kaktana Purakpangam Gani Haibase, Yamna Landbana Maram Moraga. Motion Nasibo opposed to Mr. Speaker, sir. Howzik Hakim among the supporter bench ki members sing na yamna chumbadi manba chumdi chumda wafam ki amram thambi kre. Howzik homage of India, homage of Amit Sahana. Hi, political dialogue kaktana Manipuri ki hani ki fiba mado hajilak pangam gani. Adubo Meitei ki MLA sing, Kuki ki MLA sing, Naga ki MLA sing na political dialogue kaktana Manipuri ki santi se hanjilak pangam gani hai kiba do hojik ngam libra. Political dialogue kaktana yaroi political dialogue khakta na Manipur gi page pork pangam loi nasi Manipuri da thok li beirang ase political will leitaba masagi work tauba ngamjadaba masana masabu thajadaba leaders ke amram na thokan bani hai buta himan bathok loi nasi Manipuri da May 3 da ki thoklak li beirang hojik phawba loishin bangam dana leiriba se India government gi yaka eng bane India government gi yaka eng bataraga de ekhoi matau karamna best propang ngani Mr. Speaker sir nasi ki house da nasi nei nariba motion na se yamna lali Mr. Speaker sir Palestinian resistance freedom fighter amada nakhoi na kari gi Israel ga wari sana tribano hangba matamda ngakka thanga matau karamna wari sana ga dawribano haibado nasi Manipuri da oirabani Mr. Speaker sir chammanana nasi gi Manipuri da tholi birang asa matau karamna kuki singa aikhoi ga matau karamna political dialogue khak tawraga matau karamna Facebook pangam dawrina Mr. Speaker sir kuki militant singa maitaigi militant sing maitaigi lanmi singa lalhoba singa wari sana ga dawribra political dialogue tawna ga dawribra maitaigi legislator singa kuki gi legislator singa dialogue tawna ga dawribra natragana maitaigi lalhoba singa kuki gi lalhoba singa political dialogue tawna ga dawribra hai besa hojik Manipuri da yamna confusing oiraba hiramamani Mr. Speaker sir nasi Manipuri da tholi birang asa illegal immigrants mayamam Manipur da changsil lakpadagi illegal immigrants mayamam na mapu sarakpa madudagi tholakpa irang ni Mr. Speaker masibu matau karamna political dialogue khakna ngamgani Mr. Speaker sir kuki gi miyoi singna India government ga kuki gi su group singa wari sanagadabni political dialogue tawnagadabni hairiba do ekhoi Manipur gi miyoi singna yagadawribra karigumba political dialogue asa su gi group singa tawnaba taragadi ekhoi gi peace asa matau karamna hanjilakani Mr. Speaker sir ekhoi gi peace hanjilakke haiba taragadi ekhoi gi union territory ekhoi gi boundary maram chana fencing tauba maram chana ekhoi gi union territory bunga aga thamba taragadi ekhoi gi space asa hanjilakpa ngamgani Mr. Speaker sir kuki gi di maram chaba demand laibana maram oiraga kuki gi maram chaba demand haiba taragadi separate administration union territory ekhoi gi di points political dialogue tawnaba gi points haiba taragadi Manipuri gi angkhoi kai be aroi Manipuri gi hana gi santi kai be aroi haibasine matau karamna ani asa matau karamna political dialogue tawnaga do Mr. Speaker sir nasi ga house pukhat piram lo motion Manipuri da santi amasung ap mahausa ki phibam hanjilakpa haibasa political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasa yamna lanbana maram moraga Mr. Speaker sir nasi ga house is the withdraw tawi Mr. Speaker sir supporter members singna nasi ga house da karigumba support tawbiduna nasi ga house da karigumba motion na sa support pass tawkhiba taragadi yongna tan yenbagi theory do ekhoi Manipur da tagani Mr. Speaker sir maduna nasi ga house da bukhat piram lo motion Manipuri da santi amasung mahausa ki phibam hanjilakpa haibasa political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasa yet na bayawduna withdraw tawbinaba Mr. Speaker sagi langtaknaraba puning chingchani Mr. Speaker matang aswaida thanks
Thank you. Next from Treasury Veins, Ria Tongbram. Yao Dragonation Biroja, Ria Tongbram. Treasury Veins. Oh, yeah, say number 2. Ria Tongbram.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, today I stand in support of the motion of the House. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. First, I would like to state what exactly I meant by dialogue. Dialogue is about listening to the person's opinions, to their own beliefs, rather than imposing our own beliefs on them. Political dialogue is about bringing a solution in which we respect the other's beliefs and opinions as much as we respect ours. We know that everyone wants to be heard. In a conversation, if the conversation has to continue, we should make sure that one person does not speak when the other person is speaking. Similarly, for bringing normalcy and peace in our Manipur, what we require is political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the surface, it may seem that our problem, the ethnic clashes in Manipur, is because of a law and order breakout. But in the inside, if we look deep into it, it's not just a law and order breakout. Inside, there's much more to it. And that's the reason why we have to look at this case very much importantly. It's very critical for us to look after it. Main reasons why the ethnic clash has arisen would be because of the law or order given by the High Court, which considered to include the Meiteis in the ST status. The second reason is because of the eviction drive taking place in the hills. And the third reason is because of the drug trade going on in Manipur. And this is the reason why it is of grave and utmost importance for us to realize how to bring normalcy, how to restore the stability in Manipur. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe political dialogue is the only way we can achieve normalcy in Manipur. I would like to explain why I think so. The very first reason, we have to look carefully and understand about national understanding. We have to bring out a holistic approach and intervention to bring a peaceful state in Manipur. We cannot just deploy troops, we cannot use force in order to calm down a situation, because it is not just a law and order outbreak. It is more to it. It has been an entanglement of the various ideologies of the various communities, whether it be the Meiteis, the Nagas, the Kukis. They have their own ideologies, their beliefs, their wants, and it has been entangled. And it is a very critical thing, and we cannot just use force, deploy force to resolve it. As members of the opposition bench had mentioned, that it can only be resolved and it can only be resolved when we use a military outbreak. I strongly go against it, because we cannot use force to bring a solution. Yes, there might be certain instances that it might bring a temporary solution, but in the long period, Mr. Speaker, sir, it would never bring a peaceful solution. And for our own state, our motherland, Manipur, I do not believe in such a solution. The second reason, the members of the opposition bench may argue that what would happen when the dialogue is being brought, and if the persons of the opposition party, the two parties, do not come to a common conclusion? What would happen if their ideologies are sacrificed? I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is a dialogue and not a debate. And a dialogue is about listening to both the parties and to bring a solution that satisfies partially both of the parties. For example, it is in Assam in 2021, 6 communities, which were the minority community Assam, brought about to the government that they wanted certain rights. The government of Assam in 2021, in order to resolve this conflict, brought about certain reforms and measures which would not only satisfy the minority communities, but also make the majority community feel that they have not been treated unfairly. And in such a way, the resolution was done through political dialogue. The third important thing, many of the members of the opposition bench has measured that political dialogue cannot be the only way to resolve the situation. They mentioned about social reforms, they mentioned about the economic reforms. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, social reforms, economic reforms, all of this can only be achieved when we have discourse among one another, and that is only possible when our representatives, when our elected members, the political people, they have a discourse, and this is very important. The fourth reason, as I would like to mention, is that many of us should know that Manipur, as a state, is a very critical region because of geographical region as well as political region. Manipur situation is very critical. And we cannot use arms, we cannot use force as a way to bring down the conflict that has been going on, to bring down restability or stability to resolve the conflict. Because it would gather and seek unwanted attention. It would gather and seek unwanted attention from a third party which may not be required. And when we seek this attention, I believe what would happen if we lose even the rights that we have right now? Isn't it better to resolve by letting political dialogue, political discourse among one another? Because in the long run, it is political dialogue that will resolve the situation. Fifth, the members of the opposition bench mentioned that the topic says, as the motion of the House, is that it mentions emphasis on only. I would like to say that it is not only, yes, I agree that it's not only the political discourse or political dialogue that can bring a solution to the problem, but what is the best way to bring a solution to the problem? There's none other than political dialogue, political discourse, because it is from political dialogue that it starts. Rather, we have to bring a solution, we have to speak about it. Rather, when we have to bring a solution for a problem in order to resolve something, we have to show opinions, and it is from our political representatives, because we are a democratic country and we should use our rights through political ways, through the right medium, to bring normalcy in Manipur. And because of that reason, I strongly support the motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to mention many of the members of the opposition bench has mentioned that political dialogue cannot be the answer. But they lack to inform us what could be the alternative rather than political dialogue. Because rather than political dialogue, it is only warshed, it is only the use of violence. Political dialogue may not be the immediate cause, may not be the immediate result, but in the long run, it is the bestest way. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, sir, what we want to bring is to manage the different ideas, the different beliefs of the different communities. It is about reconciliation. It is to reflect the various ideologies in an reflective equilibrium. And because of that, it is not about what the Maitais are getting, what the Cookies are getting. It is about bringing and restoring stability and normalcy in state. And this can only be achieved by political dialogue. And therefore, I strongly support the motion. And I hope Mr. Speaker would move and pass the motion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ria. Next, from opposition bench. KhutSem Roshan Singh.
Sigi matangda rekharadang tawjage. Ahanbada Treasury Bench ki honorable members in Habirami. Treasury Bench ki honorable members in Habirami. Madudi Aikogi Maite Amadi Kuki Anigi Marakta community gi oibal lebenda idea of Manipur ja masina mangda thamlaka the political dialogue tawgadabni. Mr. Speaker, political dialogue taunagadabiba kanglup ani sigi manungda maite haiba kanglup sidi idea of Manipur ngasi su lengdan lairi aduga atopa kanglup amasina idea of zolne da sakrakanda matau karamna idea of Manipur da aikogi base tawrakanda matau karamna political dialogue taunagadabiba haiba se asobo hangam oiri maramasina ngasi dialogue taunagadabiba haiba se asobo hangam oiri maramasina ngasi mosala se lali Makhat sing the Osala Kanda Puba Saiba, you might have a singba, Amadi, Tokliba, Nasigi, Pantokriba, Relia to the Cookie militant singer Sina Pong, no my Pira Kansida, Tauriba activities singer Dona Maram Orakanda, unity, integrity, Amadi security the Kai, Hadibasa, Alofun, Activity Prevention Act 1976, section 15 Matung in a Makona Tauriba, Tabaxing the terrorist ni. Mr. Speaker, terroristing the Injagi counter terrorism policy, Aikogi, zero tolerance against the terrorism Hybadok. Adu the season Arakanda terrorism Marupuna Mutakadamni, Makoiga political dialogue to Bahabasa, Makoina Torbe activities in the legitimate or Hana Lobaga. Some money must the Manipur terrorism give Mahum Sarakanda, Hiena, Pamdaba, Dokama Torona Bagi, Asobamara Moheli, Mr. Speaker, Maramasina, Mosalasa, Amukasulani. Mr. Speaker, Makata na Yengway Abasi, official sing na Indian Express the Pongdoki Bagi Matung ina. Manipur gi state force tagi lakhi ba khulai do adugi only 30% the mongasi boba recover tori lemhoriba 70% dinga si jo recover to bangam dena leiri masigi amuk mathakta tampaki lamda maru oina maitai singda 1500 weapon aduga singila maru oina cookie singda 2000 weapons ya import to rakhre haina mayek sengna pali masigi mu mathakta manipur da law and order laitre amadi missionary khuding ma absolutely breakdown oire haina constitution supreme court na so already phongdo ki balai bani lakchani li wafam the Mr. Speaker masigi khudong sa balaura kanda sing amasung tam ani singda group semna rakanda leibak ningbagi namada amadi khungak pagi mingda senkhai thongkhai toba mi bu maram cha dana warakpa makoina authority khuding mak para kanda makoina haiba yada haiba gi damakta phuba saiba toba amadi hat pan singba kya ma tawrakli masida gi hendo khra kan sida handa ikui kui dana maitai amasung maitai pangan ani gi marakta ungkhana rakli ba amaji singdana naga amasung kuki gi marakta leinarakli batian san sing asya matau karamna political dialogue tawrakanda pis amasung normal sida hajalaka dorno masida sungam ngamloi Mr. Speaker maramasina central force amadi state force ani pulakanda operation ama sathara kan sida haire ba khulai sing asya local ba recover tawrakanda matha mathongmakta pis amasung normal hanjalakani nataba taraka di singkhong chingyada kuki amasung maitai ani kapna balep khiba tarasu maitai singi marakta siben war natraga maitai amasung maitai pangan gi marakta akhoi gi wa communion gi oba war kya ama thorok pa yabagi akiba tujung ba kya malai maramasina khulai sing se hana lokhat laba matamakta pis amasung normal se da hanjalaka doribani maramasina mosala silali makhata ne Mr. Speaker 1951 da Myanmar ki sin state ki sangang division da leiram liba makhoi ki population la se 4.5 lakh oirami aduga 2012 ki census report ki matung ina sumna tagi 45000 khaktam oi masina takpadi Mr. Speaker hariba matamadu da akhoi ki ethnic politics amadi junta number moira kanda displace kya ma tauki hariba displace tauki pasing do tongan ba neighboring country kya amda sensa ki maduk do India da sulaki hariba do adugi matung da 1970s da Burma Refugee Association ama CM la kan sida India da makhoi ge permanent settlement ama PBO haina se thakiba leirabani masina ta emadudi makhoi je Myanmar da amu hanba pamde maramaduna India da leiba pam haina lakchani li from the Mr. Speaker Myanmar da amu hanba gi mahuta India sida makhoi ga sakchul manaba marab ga sida makhoi da punna leisala kan da nationalize tawra kan sida makhoi da illegal immigrant mayam sing sina makhoi ge ba tongan ba jolen amagi manglan amadi drug singa se drug singa se business ta rakan sina moigi oirakli ba manglan singa to adugi mathakta amaka jo Mr. Speaker thokle ba irang ase illegal immigrant sing na thogali haiba gi damakte FMR lok thokiba amadi border fencing tawrani ana home minister na phongdokriba singa se asida west to bira kanda Mr. Speaker illegal immigrant singa di makhoi gi tobam thokpa thabak foreigner ek ki matung ina tobiba aduga terrorist sing asina India ki counter terrorism ki policy do season kanda muthat piba aduga makoina union territory ama di separate administration demand do constitution gi oiba mong da yam democratic oina to hanba aduga Maraleza da ba misa miyam singi marakta reconciliation gi process asi tawraba matam da kakta Manipur da mahuksa gi punsi da hajalapang amgani nataba taraga di Mr. Speaker illegal immigrants sing amadi narco terrorists sing siga political dialogue to ba ba sa masidi maram sukta sa to ba mosala makha oi maram asina ngasigi mosala sa amuka zulali Mr. Speaker aduga treasury bench ki honorable member amana phongdok piram ba statement ama tanga panjage madudi ngasi thokliba irang ngasigi mosala sida paliba mahausa gi phibam da hanjalak pa haiba sa ngasi dagi sahi kya gi mamang da South East Asia ge maning makha tamba Manipur ama oina leiramba isagi ina ngakcheramba adugumba maning makha tamba adugugi phibam do adun hai Mr. Speaker sir adugi maning makha tamba isagi ina ngakseramba adugumba leibak ama dugi damakta kuki narco terrorist singa natraga India government ga maitai ga matau karamna political dialogue to naga doribno masini sugoi oi thokloi daba mosalama khakni maramasina ngasigi mosala se aina mathakta bijakriba strong argument singa sina lal habidu mayek sena ucherbanina aranba mosalama bu afaba khunai amadi peace amasung normal sida hanjalakna bagi damakta ngasigi mosala se house tagi withdraw tawbina ba treasury bench ki honorable member sing the honorable speaker target through the punishing sinjari thank you sir
Thank you, Roshan. Next is also from Treasury Opposition Bench, MD Sharif Khan. MD Sharif Khan.
With the permission of respected speakers, sir, ngasi House motion the Ariba, Kakta Harbo Haisina, ngasi motion you hear Lahan Mamarana, Lari Taktan with the Makta Igi, Matik Chow from Mamadimaram Jingmaton and Tamjake. Speakers, sir, Manipura political dialogue through the solution Prakana and Kanjabataragasu, central government, political dialogue Tobomatamda, Michan Midan Naibat Punna Tobungam Daba, Tongan Tobana, Nasibu Manipur Social Popungam, Amdingam Singam Speakers, sir. Ama the political dialogue Togurikana Kanagano, Manipur political dialogue Tomatamda, Karamba losing Bakaramba from Naiba Karamba government political dialogue Togane. Manipur losing Bashing Facebook, the YouTube, Hundabangane, Namjaba, Aduga, Facebook, the YouTube, Hundabanga, Boduko, Bogi Bunkai, Mena, or Sarmangane, Aduga, Manipur political dialogue Habitatagadi. Speakers, sir. Afaba losing ba afaba government ang matan tawbutay amadi Manipur da India haibel leba ase military da rank 4 da lebak ne adu India haibel gi manung rebe Manipur ne pikraba state Manipur ne adu India is of lanchau kaya da 1962 war Indo China war da subna gi 1 month for solution Indo Pakistan war 1971 only 13 day for solution but our Manipur small state Pikraba state Manipur sida 600 day hena balance to ibja India government Manipur usita bane amadi India government Manipur thosada bane because Manipur da political dialogue ki thuna tabida watho osigorisin blockane khanba taragadi Manipur da lairi ba CSO media intellectual sing thamoi sing thabuk tawbutai miyam gi thabuk tawbutai machum chaba khal lepi batai machum chaba ji hen galakpa matungina akhogi malem gi Manipur gi mamang di kaijai aduduna because akhogi lairi ba Central government Manipur ki thole bo tho sida mediang chang pataragadi thole bo tho cha no modelo jinbia bo thokne May 3 2023 thoki bo thok to May 3 2025 lo jinbia bo thoki central government mediang chang da banina thausa da brin ngasi bo ba wa tho sigurison bo pangamdri is because Manipur da watho sigurison bo kai taragadi magi root cause ane ingbatai magi root cause ane ingbatam da koina political dialogue ki through the solution ji kamena phangani political dialogue khakdana phangadra political dialogue na phangani har magadi ngasi motion ji isamak support taw jarang madabne adu political dialogue khakdana har ngasi khakta har bo haijina ngasi motion ji mesin la hanbana ma morega ai ngasi motion ji yang da phonok chapni special asuk lalaba motion ji da asuk lalaba Khudam na itraba motion jira aigi del lane debate singna chummena puthok libase ngak tamgam jide amadi gyan taro su okhan tabiyo speaker sir Manipur gi orba hojiki wathu asida oro sinji kamena purakane amadi political dialogue khaktan ngam magadra haibe je koina khanna mathauta political dialogue khaktan ngam gadabo oita lagi ngasi Manipur mai cha iba Manipur wari bise waran dabsu ai thoi wathu asina chaitheng kaya Manipur phiri wathu asina Manipur revolutionary ki mingda miyam de lut pat taw miyam de nai halaga chaba yumthong khuding ki demand taw school college kudem mak demand taw CSA akogi Manipur ki government na Manipur ki state ki lai power asina security thaji laga akoina state ki private property ngak pon de khudam ne because Manipur da only through political dialogue ngatarom batara gadi horok padi ga hona Manipur political dialogue ka cha kan de lai Jammu Kashmir ngasi India tilub the war basuna Manipur haibleba aja masai political power lejidaba sakti lejidaba corruption chathalaba furup masin toina khatnariba amadi CSO singuli gen manadaba CSO kharamna minister resign tawon tawgone kharam minister resign taw biaro ne wangangane sina maram more ngasi Manipur solution bopongam dam speaker so aduna aigi delane debate sing okhandabiyo Bimra Ambedkar said it kagji kam kafi nahi zamini hakikat pe dhyan de paperwork is not enough. Please pay attention to the ground realities. My dear learned debater, please pay attention to the ground realities of Manipur. Please pay attention to the ground realities in political dialogue in Manipur. Please pay attention. Manipur tholi bothok is a political gi akhoi leader sing laitaba. Political leader akhoi Manipur government ngambadi Manipur government gi thaunadi internet thingba amadi Facebook da min comment piakpada mi du phaba aduga Manipur gi government gi mathaudi internet thingba Facebook internet da mi phaba Masih tani speaker sa aduna ngasi ki motion se election lan maram na lal hen ye cherbene aduna speaker sa ngasi house motion se election lan maram na ngasi house floor se diyo tobio speaker sa ai ki mamana pan biramba der lane debate pan biraba 1965 war Indo Pakistan war only 48 days for solution 60,000 na displaced person dalai hai aduga mentioned 3,000 people were killed but 48 days the more the solution pug heba ngasi pick khaba Manipur di 600 days balance hoeba Baren thok pachida political dialogue tawudruba India ki mako oilbel luchingba Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji nong matama Manipur ki damada okhan khan laiteba Ranbir Kapoor ki family ki gadima meeting tawba me pung ani homna wari sanama me adu Manipur ki thole be thawdo sigi damakta Manipur ki lairiba CSO leader amata ma wari sanama ngamde magi matam ka thokung ngamde speaker sir adu duna Manipur political dialogue tawba sa akhoi ki lamdam asida political dialogue tawrugaba luchingba leite amadi Manipur political dialogue tawba matamda changadaba community Maiti and Cookie community ja Cookie have a community is separate administration Pedri Makhaidi wari sanaro political dialogue tawro na laihaba community asida akoina hanjin political dialogue tawgadana wari sanagar speaker sir ngasi motion je action lale speaker sir ngasi house motion je akoina may action lanba madi may action perform yaudaba amadi yamal lalaba motion khanbi dun ngasi house motion je house floor je video tawbiyo amadi akogi Manipur lairiba Naharon Ching, Naharon giming the Maribak Ning Bagiming da, Miam the Lutpat Toriba, Miamgi Puchiro Maliba, Asiako and Asi Hingleba Asiako Kunai, Mio even Kunai Drane. According to Hingliba Punchi, according to Punchiro, Mio Habitati in Himanga Kunai in the table because Manipur Habitat the Maja, Azukimatic Tiba, US key, Topori Polamada, Wolgit tourism Changbi at the Mafam Manipur Yao because aduna speaker sana khantha biduna amadi agi lane debate sina khantha biduna ngasi house floor la lekhan biduna video to bio aduna ngasi video ta hobana khoi tungi mirol da amadi tunga lakro feature da kana ngane khanja duna ngasi house floor video to bio speaker sa adu duga agi lane debate sina political dialogue si tawdagadi sukyara yaro ine khanbi taragadi 2042 da ai chief minister rakane matamdra political dialogue to biagane speaker sa
thank you
speaker sir Manipura I lane debate in the wari in Tangli jage mapa masamale masanu pache chahi mangas sure chahi mangas masanu pache na mapache dai baba ai football am bi hai mapache de paisam leite lupa chahum magar le me mapada adu mapana lupa chahum ji purga bazar chale football live football do leire adu ko thangna ba dukan achapot ki dukan me andura angang china baba achapot lai hai amuk football ki khop lai hai adu mai baba der pisadra itamina wari sanne ngai da mapa macha mang nakre matam du da Mapa macha mane macha pas kappe adura bagi thangre bi dukan gi mi sing acha bijali football gi but bijali loin bijali adu ma kaim pam deba adugumna ngasi Manipur gi prajamiam development economy is good but people of Manipur want peace only solution one peace Manipur gi prajamiam shanti pame hana gi development economy adu kaim pam tre hojek shanti pame ing tappa mioi bana hingi ba punsi mahing je Manipur hingi punsi mahing je hingai ribane pung mari dena pung Taruk Potong Himba, Makata, Buduna Karim later Pussy Mangy Hinglibane, Pung Turki Yum Hokumatamda, Mampanas, Miparable and Damsu, Hingle Speaker. Aduna, last but not the least, Bimra because said that Kaji Kam Kafine, Jamini, Haket Pivdandi, Papuak is not enough. Please pay attention to the ground where this is my deadline debate. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. MD Sarikana, Si Mr. Webmatam Dokwidi Hingdom Mandre. Sorry for that. Yamdre. Hoji opposition bench ki ahum treasury bench ki amma khatangai reko lore ka dore aduna request ka sanathoi ga leri ko boda muba opposition ki ko anima ready review minute jam pi ni ko ngan bani na ko kitang pi ge tor mani yam chang pi ni adagi audience sing jusat biginu withdraw togadra pass togadra ngasi di audience ta leidoi ni maram di treasury bench ki ju adegi di opposition bench ki ju yam mangang ni chat khre pakhani bje sapa mi myam jing di NPP supporter ngaktrani no move si pass ta ugidra na pakhalim ni anyway house is house now mathang se Treasury Bench tagi yam maroina sai digi yam sang ngai rapi Bomika Laishram as a treasury from Treasury Bench Bomika Laishram.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, sir. Ngasigi motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Haiba sida yauriba political dialogue to nawaro isin purak pangam gani haiba sina ngasigi motion asi mayek sing na chumhale yeninga laitra wapam ni. So I stand strongly for the motion. Ahan bada political dialogue haiba se center am state government na sanagada bani masigi ground rule amo ina hauzik laiba balance se control to bama changi through state and central government. Masi micham praja sing ngam gada banati amadi military sasan ngam gada banati. Hauzik laiba phiba mase maitei amadi kuki ki marakta khana banate kuki na horok laga mitei na defense tawjaba khaktani. Asikum laba chin kuki terrorist singa se Government of India Section 130 of India Constitution gi matung ina makhoi bu terrorist ni haina lauthok action laukhatuna makhoi bu phajin lon thamlaba matamda makhoi gi mathak action laukhalaba kanda political dialogue se sanaba ngamgadari bani chap chaba waris nama purakna bahona bada center gi chawba thodang lai haibase kanglinga leitra wafam ni Mathangda political dialogue sanaba haibase khulai yaroga sanagada banate dialogue ki table da khulai yawba yaroi haina Bharat Sarkana instruction pigadabani aduga laiba political leaders sing is CSO amuko kokomi sing asi amatoibi agenda da ngasigi laiba issue asigi wari sanaraba kanda political dialogue is the only solution haibasina warisin purapangam gani maramaduna ngasigi motion asi chumgani Mr. Speaker sir Anisubada hauzik central government amitei prajasing thamliba meeting asi karino head of the state head of the constitution CM da karigi unified command pidriba amadi leiba ase law and order laitaba leiba amoireba law and order laitaba state government orgadi state government leibagi kana dabani hauzik central state government asi dissolve to bomangna tri adu karigi damak mangon da law and order di order pidraga governor da ikhoina uba phangdaba law and order kaya review toraga laiba masi hangba yawa famni central na khoida sanari role ase Masigi mathakta hauzik haurakliba ihau ase lam masigi mapu yauribra haibasine 1830 to 1840 ki matamda palamba ningthauda Kukizoli Singh kun mukchangda fampi ki masigi matungda 1962 da Myanmar da land tawbadagi refugee oina lanjena ba oina changda fampi ki masidagi ngasi fawbada illegal immigrant kaya narondagi foreign policy kaya na thairaga Jangse lagli baneba. Matamamna like in 1970 da Brahma Refugee Association Manipur na Home Minister da Gerald Mapisan ki madodi refugees sing jangsa fampi bagi da magta thagali adubu refugee masing yambana maram oiraga makhoi gi lebam kona de haiduna lamhe na pibiyo haikiba. Adu ngasi horogli bai hawasi adugum laba Brahma Refugee Association Manipur adura. Adu arabadi masina mayek sing na taglima Hauzik hauraliba lan ase lam asigi mapu amata nate asegom laba kanglup asida Bharat Sarkana separate administration tale hairaga piragasu indigenous people singna makhoi gi matata kari toropaya haibase khangadabani amadi piba taragadi India da laiba refugee khudimaki India na leibak amabam piba tabaneba ngasi fawbada center na state government gi wa amada taba laitri adubu kukizo singi demand security force oktopa yaroi haibada adumak thambanga mi chalhan khiba mangmi masina haibadi central government ase one side favor like haibani masi democracy chat balai ba amagi principle nate maram aduna laibak asida Naka animak da chap manaba meeting yengaba kanda political dialogue ase niti chumna sanaraba matamda leiba asa political dialogue tana warosin purakpa ngamgani haibase mayek singna utkadawri bani amadi political dialogue ki principle di people and government adubu naman kuba makhon thoktabane ngasi fawbada praja gi ihau kaya haukre satra gi ihau kaya haukre nakal khudimak ta ihau kaya haukre adubu warosin pigadawri ba political leaders singna tadaba udaba mana pangbagumna leibana maram oiraga political dialogue ase Pulasiba Pangamdribani Ngasi May 3, 2023 dagi tarakiba irang ngasi tha kun pharaglesi fawbuda central amadi state government gi marakta political dialogue ki karigumba amata same sadri masidi democracy palaiba amagi principle nate aduga ngasi fawbuda phongphong sana laiba issue amana Assam Rifle gi former DG oramba amana hagi laiba irang asida drone bomb missile chingba sisina de haiduna adubu handaki NIA da confirm tokre asigum lava drone bomb missile sisina de haiba innocent kangu ase confirm tokra central government na karigi mokhoi gi mata action amata lokhatri banaba mathangda even P3 da oigera leiba amagi manung da oigera santi hanjalaki haiba taragadi chakliba mai ase muthatlaga warosin purakadabani masi Center de ki chawa interference ama changi aduga leibak asida leiriba terrorist ki thabak tori basing ase maru phangna muthakadabane Manipur ki territory ki manung da chingmai kaya kokthokduna popi thaduna ngasi fawbada nattaba thaba kaya tawduna Manipur ki territory ki manung da narcotic FIR anauba golden triangle ama lingba sida India government na ayaba piraga linkhatpaga chamana thokadawri mani mansu manari bane masi lo na yaba thabang nate eco masina popi thabasna ecosystem kai halakpada natana natural disaster environmental disaster tholapada chawba thodang lawri aduga ngasigi lamdam asigi youth sing amadi leiriba angang naha ahal khaidana nattaba lambi da chatuna lam asigi lamdam asigi chakhotnabagi lamda yamna thinda hangadawri bane ba Mitaina jing kitang kokthokpada nan land forest area ne haibiba adubu ngasi fawbada lisang sitna chatharaliba chingmai kaya koktholiba sidi land forest area na tabra naronda lambi kaya semliba sidi land forest area na tabra aina haijaninglibadi ngasi fawbada political dialogue ase sanadabana maram oiraga waroisin ase purakpa ngamdabani political dialogue sanana waroisin ase purakpa ngamlamdabani hai boragadi ngasi gi motion ase ai phone oppose tawjaramgani adubu ngasi fawbada political dialogue ki kariguma amata same sadri maramudana motion ase tasengna chungani Mr. Speaker sir even P3B doigera leba amodaigera political dialogue tana waroisin ase purakadawri bani aduga khudakta irang ase horopa matamda Bharat Sarkarna Kokegi minister MLA tara yamna karigi sarkar paina BJP gi mayokta lepi bano haiba matamda ngasigi irang ase khudakta losin ba yabaneba Central government na kumbakarno oriba sina hemi ka tholokpada ngasigi Manipur gi irang asidi khudakta losin ba ngamgadawri bani dialogue ase thengdare hayagasu masinatana Manipur da waroisin purak pangamloi Laiba ase law and order like the Baleba more. Law and order like the Banamaram or terrorist masing hingalale, Kulai by masing hingalale, Masina amaga, Hanaduna Irang as a hena sagala libaneba. Maram aduna ngasi state asida state government gi order like tre, Maram aduna akoi house center government da, Yam kana pressure biba der katai through political leaders, CSO, Amuko Kokomina. Masi center pira matam center da ko na kan pressure pira bakanda political dialogue ase niti chum na mai kai ani wakta yengla bakanda ngasigi waroi sin ase pura pangam gadari bani leiba ase law and order like bana tawning ba tawbada athing ba thamdre aduna senabina ba like ba inkol adudi sanjabora paise masana tabani masigi motion ase tasenga chumgani Mr. Speaker sir so I would like to request to our prime mover and the speaker of the house to pass the motion and thank you all.
Thank you, Bhumika. Mathang sidi opposition bench tagi ahum lorga loiduba. Dana ahan bada kautok say si KhutSem Srinivas Singh from opposition bench. KhutSem Srinivas Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to express my views on the motion under discussion. Ngasi House ki floor da pukhat pirak liba motion. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibasi. Treasury bench bu oiro, opposition bu oiro. Manipur da peace pamdaba, Manipur bu nungsidaba kana amat yawbiram loy haina thaze. Adubu wakal khanta hogdabadagi Manipur miyam ki punsi amambal lambi da chatkigadra haina chingnazabana. Today I stand strongly against this motion. Ahanbada terrorist ka wari sana bahai basi prithibi ki mafam amata da chatna da wafam amani. Manipur High Court na writ petition amagi matung inna April 2023 da thorakhiba order adudagi haurakpani haina claim tawba. Aduga masigi onna taina badana micham prajada sophisticated weapons kaya ama sizinarakan sidaisida May 3rd 2023 dagi haurakhiba mathong maram sukang khang daba irang asi icham chamba political disagreement amanate mase terrorism ni. Manipur lairiba issue asi state government ki failure khaktamak sunate mase national failure amani Indiana democratic nation ama oina Indiana democratic nation ama oina constitutional values ngak tabadiki thorakpa yamna ikai ningai oiba wathok amani constitution bu hek ngak traba irang mayam ama tholakhini lawlessness bu hek oiraba wathok mayam ama tholakhine ba kaigino kaigi maramgi damakta government se lairibano haibase ekoi amuka hanna ningsing minase aikoi miyoi ba haibasi social being ni Aristotle na man is the social animal kaina ga haibiramidana aduna social being ama oibani na society ama da hingminna ba puna leminna ba haibasi tangai phade togoda bu society aduda ing na nuksi sana na leipak mara tap na santi leina leige haiba taragadi society ado organize oiba amadi mathok tai haiba organized society ama leige hai taragadi definite territory ama leigadabani population leiba tai hariba people sing dugi conduct regulate tona bagi damakta law mathau tarakaneba hariba law se leitraba matamda ne hingsa tholakadori se mana apamba lambi da chatna ba matamda irang haiba se tholakadori baneba hariba law asibu enforce tona ba law sibu semna ba miyam gi punsibu ngak na ba lanthum se kannaba government se leiri bani haiba se ekhoi miyam ningsing mina se ba adubu manipur da thokliba irang asik karino haiba se loina kauthok minaraga government na togadaba major tax anisa tobra haibase yeng seba aina government gi failure ni haiza bagi maram di manipur da mi lising humfu hen bagi mayum makai mai thadok phikre maram asina tai madudi manipur sarkar amasung india sarkar na miyam gi property ngak pangamdre ahan bagi magi primary tax se fail oire ani subadana mi chahum hen bagi mapunsi kem khre masina takbadi India government both center and state government se fail oire haibaneba sir aduga makata jarakpada logi mityeng de yengoba taragadi bharatiya nyaya sanhita 2023 gi section 113 da terrorist act haina tongan explicitly define tawraga lei hariba terrorist act sida terrorist kamai tawraga thengnagadabo no haibase yaujaduna leiraba ngataneba hariba act se yengjaraba matamda kuki militant sing se aina terrorist ne haina house asida thamjabani I'm not talking about all the entire community I'm not claiming them to be terrorists hariba militant sing du khata terrorist haina claim tawjabani aduga terrorist encounter tawba haibase law na tawgadabane ba masi law sibu khongaw nari hairaga political dialogue tawgani haibagi wakhanje kari gumba hek leiraba adu itaragadi sarkar leibagi mathau chusukta tade law semu bagi achasu leite haib Of course, I agree that you can do political dialogue with the Kuki community, but not with the terrorist haibaneba. Legitimate oiba leader ga aikoina political dialogue tobadi yai togada bungasai treasury bench ki member amana panbigi ba matamda suda leiriba militant singsiga tongana muka wari sanaraga haibagi wafam ama yaubigi haribo wafam adusu withdraw tobiyo haina thamjari Mr. Speaker sir makha tajarakpada akoina terrorist pu legitimize tokthokpa haibase yamna laibak thiningai neba makoi bu encounter tobagi mohutta logi matung ina chairak pibagi mohutta akoina political dialogue tawba haibase Terrorism cannot and should not be legitimized by inviting them to the negotiation table haibasineba aduga ani sujarakpada Mr. Speaker sir kuki militant sing gi demands yam clear ni solution first peace letter sinemoina haise solution ji kaino separate administration hana piu aduga peace ti masa mathanta laksagadabani haibani wafam simakti non negotiable oi aduga we cannot compromise the territorial integrity of Manipur aduga Manipur di article 3 season naraga irai laina thugai be yaba state amasu natte haibase hoi notominasi masigi makha tajarakpada Manipur da hingsa la heloi ge haiba taragadi aikoina lai harau bagi tangka ama ningsing ba yaeba lai harau ba matam da aikoina thogal jagoi haina jagoi ama katli Thogol jagoi sigi athagi manungi oiba wahan thokta leipa ama khunai amada karamna shanti lakani haibase yaweba kamaina yawriba no haiba matam sida thogol jagoi sabagi maram se leipak ningthau punsi nungsang na ba leipak mara tap na ba ningthau punsi sangaga leipak mara tappaga chahong ahong na ba khunjau leichau na ba thogol jagoi se katpani haiba yamna phajaba wafam amane ba masidai sida politically economically socially loina yawre akoina kamain tawraga khunai amada peace lakani haiba matamda hojiki context yingagadi leipak ningthau punsi nungsang ba haibase politically government se stable oigadabani mapangal kangadabani haiba aduga ani surakpada economically su pali economically dana chahong ahong ba haiba society amada peace lege hai taragadi economically sound oigadabani economically sound oidriba makai society amada peace lairak ba haibase wana thokani haiba aduga hariba mayamase achieve toroba matungda leipak mara tapakani haibaneba hariba phajaraba wakhalon mayamasi ekoi youth mayamsi chungsin naraga akhang ahei mayamga tanari hairaga cooperation amadi coordination tawraga leipaki tungi damakta aphaba wakhalon kaya ma khana gadabagi mahutta naha kaya drug laichu duna laikre aduga hojik lairiba irang asi May 2023 dagi horakhiba irang asina akhogi youth ayambana militarize tawkhre haibase thamjage Mr. Speaker sir aikoigi ngasigi irang ase lotion khiba tarabasu Manipur da peace leiba haibasidi oithoktraba wafam amani maramdi power without authority is very dangerous maramdi Manipur da leiriba CSO organization jing je power yamna leiba not only for the Kuki community. I couldn't peace like a high taragati bias or a yinga sunga yaroi. I could maintain a chumi, no in a lali hiraga adugi argument that don't sanaraga lairagati, kadung the pisla oiba. Haribus had animoxi yinga kanta, maitaigisu aran balay, aduga, Kuki gisu aran baleva. अखोई CSO organization ना मपांगल यामना कलक खिबगी मरम से कई मरम गिनो हायरबो मतम सिदा lawlessness लगी बसिना मरम ओरगा नेबा हायरिबो lawlessness से लैतन बगी दमक्ता law दो enforce तोगदौरी बसे government of Manipur and government of India ना तोगदबो नेबा India की सरकार से करीनो आर्टिकल 74 नेबा मणिपुर की सरकार से ना करीनो आर्टिकल 163 नेबा हारिबो पावर में हम कराई दगी लाखो सोर्स नोबा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन दगी लाखो नत्रबा अदुगा अखोइना सेंटर दगी पावर से नी पिबिरो हाइबगी मोंग अमसु उजै मसे सेंटर दगी निगदबु नते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑलरेडी 163 हारिबो से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ना पीबा पावर नी अदुगा सेंटर ना पाइबो पावर सिजु कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ना पीबा पावर दुगी मतुंग इन मखोइना पावर सिजिनबनी हारिबो मयाम से अखोइदा लोइना फंगजबो ngaतनी मसे सिजिनबगी महुत्ता टेररिस्ट कंगुगा अखोइको पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तो बहाइब से ओइथोक्तबो वफम ममनी मरम मसिना ngasi मोशन से विड्रॉ तो बिनाबगी दमक्ता ऑनरेबल स्पीकर की पुनिंग सिंह सिंजरी थैंक यू
Thank you. Next, Chitreshwar Maibam from Opposition Beings. Chitreshwar Maibam from Opposition Beings. Hoji debaters amma khatang ngaire loigadabo ko.
अहमद तेवा में युवा इपा वी कोन खुरुम जरगा तेबिरो में हम पुनु स्वीकार खुनु बचरी मिस्टर स्पीकर सर पिरम लिबा थुनुलिबा टॉपिक असे मणिपुर शांति अमसुंग महौसा की फिल्म हंजलकपा हाइबसी पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खतना प्रोकपा ngमगनी हाइब टॉपिक ने मसी टॉपिक असे तसेंगना अइना सपोर्ट तौजबा ngमद्रिबगी मरमदी खक्ता हाइब वाइ से औरमबदगिने मणिपुर असम सांगलब मतम सिदा करिगिदम तो हुसि होबदा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सॉल्व तौबा ngमद्रिबनो करिगुमदा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सॉल्व तौबा ngमगदबा मरम ओइरम तारगदी पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग हाइबसी अतै करिसु नते लैरिबा कम्युनिटी अनि की मरक्ता लैरिबा कम्युनिटी अनि की मरक्ता मोगी तोंगान रिप्रेजेंटेटिव पुंजला मतमदा वारी सानरगा कॉमन ग्राउंड में फुथोगा लैरिबा पिरमिबा लैरिबा थबक तो थोलिबा क्राइसिस मदुगी सोल्यूशन में फुथोकदुबिनी मसिगी फुथोलिबा पोसे नेशनल दा कम्युनिटी दा नत्रगा लोकल दा तोबो याय अदु मणिपुर थोलिबि इरांग सिदा यंजरगदि मसि कम्युनिटी क्राइसिस तो तौरगनी अदुगा अखोगी सपोजर ब्रेंस ना हंगबिरंबा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तना सॉल्व तौबा ngमगनी इरांग खुदिमक पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तना पुरकपा ngमी न हाइबिरो वफमदो अहांना लालेना प्रमाण पिबा पामजै मदुदी 1992 की लॉस एंजल्स की रायोट 2011 की लंदन रायोट अमसुंग 2019 अमसुंग 2020 की सिलियन प्रोटेस्ट करम थोकी हाइबसे निसंग बियो दुगा करम सॉल्व तोकी हाइबसे मसिदो खंदबा सुमे 2011 की लंदन रायोट फेटल सूट तौबा मिसक अमबु पुलिस ने नोमैना कापतना हालबा मतुंगदा थोकीबा रायोट असे judiciary reinforcement तौर मतम द सॉल्व तौबा ngमखे दुगा 1992 की लॉस एंजल्स की रायोट असे पुलिस ना ब्लैक मैन अमबु पुलिस मरीना ब्लैक मैन अमबु तमथिना फुरो मतुंगदा थोकीबा रेसिज्म की रायोट असे फेडरल लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट तौर सॉल्व तौबा ngमखे दुगा 2019 अमसुंग 2020 द थोकीबा सिलियन प्रोटेस्ट असे कमाय तौर सॉल्व तौकी हाइबा तारबदी सपोर्टर की बेंच दा खंगबी दुना यंगबियो अनोबा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लॉ अमा सेमदुना सॉल्व तौकीबने मसिदा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सॉल्व तौबा ngमदबा वाथोक मयाम पिथ्रिबिदा लेरे अदुगा हाइबिरकने वर्ल्ड वॉर फाउ द पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सॉल्व तौबा ngमेना अबु तसेना वर्ल्ड वॉर से कमाइन सॉल्व तौकीबनो हाइबा तारगदी मिलिटरी सरेंडर तौरबा मतुंगदा अंगमबा फोटुना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग की मरमदा वारी सानर मतम तौकीबने तसेंगमदि मसे पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग नते मिलिटरी सरेंडर ना मरम ओरगा थोकीबा लोशनकीबा लानफम अमा ओइगदबने अदुगा ngасai mamangda supporter की बेंच ना यामना कोर्ट अमा यामना हाइबिरमे मदुदी an eye for an eye making the whole one blind ना महात्मा गांधी ने हाइबिरम बवाय दो अइना मसिदा हाइजनी मोदी अइना महात्मा गांधी ने हाइजरी वफम से लाले हाइजबी वफम नते मसि यामना चुमे महात्मा गांधी से इंडिया द नतना पृथ्वी पुंबगी लुचिंगबा मने महागना बैलेंस नतबनन बैलेंस असबु सपोर्ट तौरनबगी मक्ता पुखनागिबनि मक्ता अमसुं अमन अमबु लमन खुमनदुना महान ताहनबगी थोक से थोक्तनबगी मक्ता यामना कन होनर मिसक हमने अदु हदक 23 जनवरी परम परा दिवस पांथोखिबा मा की मपोक नमितो अखोइन इकाई खुमनरिबा नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की मिंग तादब कना यारंगने होय ꯇꯥꯗꯕꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯝꯃꯣꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯈꯪꯗꯕꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯝꯕ ꯌꯥꯏ ꯅꯦꯇꯥꯖꯤ ꯁꯨꯕꯥꯁ ꯆꯟꯗ꯭ꯔ ꯕꯣꯁꯁꯨ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯐ꯭ꯔꯤꯗꯝꯗ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯆꯥꯎꯕ ꯊꯧꯗꯥꯡ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯂꯧꯏ ꯃꯁꯤꯃꯛꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤ ꯃꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯂꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯊꯣꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ ꯔꯥꯏꯠꯁ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯊꯣꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ ꯂꯥꯟ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯅ ꯁꯣꯜꯕ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯉꯝꯒꯗꯕ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯃꯤꯁꯤ ꯃꯤꯅꯥ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯂꯦꯝꯁꯤꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯝꯃꯤꯕꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯇꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯁꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯗꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯕ꯭ꯔꯤꯇꯤꯁ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯅ ꯊꯥꯗꯣꯛꯑꯝꯃꯤꯕꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯥꯟꯈꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯛ ꯑꯝꯇ ꯅꯠꯇꯦꯕ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯆꯠꯆꯔꯒꯦꯅ ꯀꯧꯈꯠꯂꯛꯄꯗꯒꯤ ꯆꯠꯈꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯛꯅꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯥꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯒꯗꯕ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯛ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯁꯨꯛ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯥꯡꯂꯕ ꯆꯍꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕꯒꯤ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯅꯤ ꯄꯤꯊꯣꯛꯑꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯛ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯕ꯭ꯔꯤꯇꯤꯁꯅ ꯄꯤꯅꯤꯡꯗꯅ ꯄꯤꯊꯣꯛꯑꯝꯕ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯛꯅꯤ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯝ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯀꯧꯈꯠꯂꯒ ꯄꯤꯊꯣꯛꯑꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯛꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯁꯨ ꯌꯦꯡꯕꯤꯌꯨ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯁꯔ आर्टिकल 371 क्लॉज सीदा मणिपुर ट्राइबल एरिया मागी ट्राइबल अफेयर्स की तोानब एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन फीजदुना लागली लेना लेना करीगदमत सेपरेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन तालीबनो हाइबसे मसिसु खंदब अमा चंगे अदुगा इंडिया हाइब लेंगासे फेडरल जुनतब यूनिटरी जुनतब क्वासी फेडरल ओइब लेंगाने मसिन ताकपगी मरमदी ngalingay matamdigi mifum khudimana khangduna laeba akoina khangdrabasu acho sangnadi khangduna lae maramdi karino haiba matamda tholiba thodo khudimakse political dialogue khakna solve to bangamoi mahatam gandhi gi liching mukha da thajadana tung iduna chatpa misang moijaba taraga su manipur se kanana loksin gi webse mifum khudimana khangraba ofam amaneba aduna quasi federalism je thamame thamami magi maramdi tholiba irang sing asibu sasan to bangamneba makoina tawning momongda to bangamneba samna haribada aina haiba yaragadi afaba saba aina haiba yadragana namfu saba hekta tawagi thongse masi tawnaba tawba yanaba gi tamsung chathaduna lakne habse ai jagan thamjaniye Mr. Speaker sir article 356 ta India gi president na tangdu leita daba state amabu president rule thamagi hagado piduna lai aduga article 355 ta na asumna sungpali maramdi kari karam asumna supali madudi state amagi tangdu leita daba phim sing se central na solve to da me haiduna ana hajin wo famdi kuki lal haire kuki na mu maitai je mu lal haire kana kana tanaga dori banoba kuki na mu maitai lal haire maitai na mu kuki lal haire nakana ne kim fum khudimang nadi aman amal lal ina loina thangjin reba adu baina literature digi wahai kharadang wari kharadang lijani mayam de madudi virgin gi aniata anilesna Tronas pu ha leba aduga Rome Foundation to gi mami ama tamba ho khieba taseng namak Aniles sa Trojan war matungda Italy da lak pu sakneba mafam du da khunda leita duna leiraga mafam du gi ram tu moin occupy taroga Tronas pu Italy gi Tronas pu hatuna Rome Foundation to gi asoba thoda ama lok pagi mami ama tamba gi mami do adu da utleba miyo bagi lichatta miyo bagi puari da masi made dum chathaduna yauduna la emadudi masana masagi top top maram dum pamjaba masana masagi top top leifam pamjaba se hona sani namfudo gera namfuna tabadu gera Mr. Speaker sir masi thamjriba thank you
Aroiba learned debaters from opposition bench. Langamba Yumnam, he is from opposition bench. Langamba Yumnam from opposition bench.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, in the opinion of the House, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. The motion is absolutely wrong and needs to be withdrawn from the House. Therefore, I stand here to oppose the motion, for which I request you to permit me to put forward my arguments before the House. Mr. Speaker, before proceeding my arguments, let us first define what this motion means. Peace is a state where clashes, conflicts, and insurgencies are resolved and does not occur such that it ensures safety as well as security of the communities in the state. Next, normalcy, according to this motion, refers to the restoration of a stable economic as well as government affairs such that it is not affected by the crisis of conflicts on various parts of the state. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, political dialogue, according to this motion, refers to a structured communication between the two conflicting communities to bring negotiations such that it is resolved without any violence and peacefully. Mr. Speaker, in terms of bringing normalcy in Manipur, we need to discuss, does this normalcy mean the normalcy which occurred when there was the kings, when monarchy was in place in Manipur, or does this normalcy refers to the one that occurred before the May 3rd event, which was an unfortunate event of 2023? Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the monarchy system where peace was there between the valleys as well as the hills could no longer be revived back. So let us remove this problem. Let us now focus on the normalcy state where it occurred before the May 3rd event, where Meitei as well as the Kuki communities lived together, especially in Churchampur. Mr. Speaker, this normalcy itself is an unfortunate event which is not feasible in this date. The reason being that, can honorable members from the opposition bench guarantee me that through political dialogue, this 70,000 internally displaced people, especially from Churchampur, can return back to their own homes in Churchampur, where their houses have now been burned down, where those lands have already, where their houses is no longer there? Can they return back to Churchampur and live peacefully there with their neighborhoods, especially with the Kuki communities, Mr. Speaker? Next, let us talk about political dialogue. I agree, and we all agree from this opposition bench, that political dialogue indeed is one of the solutions to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur, Mr. Speaker. But what we are standing against is that it is not the only solution, and it cannot be the only solution because the complexities in Manipur is too much, that such that only on the table, due to some paperwork, it can't solve it at all. Let us talk about political dialogue, whether it can even occur in this state right now or not. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the demand of the Kuki community, they state themselves as a separate administration in the form of a union territory with legislature. And the Meitei community insists on not breaking the territorial integrity of Manipur. 1/6 is on separate land, 1/6 on the unity of the territorial integrity of this very place. Mr. Speaker, this brings us to a deadlock such that both the communities refuses to step back to have a compromisation. Political dialogues, as honorable members from both the supporting bench as well as the opposing bench already admitted that it needs compromisations from both the communities. Mr. Speaker, currently both the communities refuses to step back on their own stand. Therefore, political dialogue itself is not feasible in today's date, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, let us talk about peace. Mr. Speaker, let me remind of an event that occurred in Manipur itself, the Kuki Naga conflict that occurred in 1992. Honorable members, everyone, as we all know from knowledge, we know that it was solved through political dialogue. But is it really solved, Mr. Speaker? Let us take an example. Its epicenter was More, where the Naga Kuki conflict occurred. Mr. Speaker, due to that very conflict, till this date, after having been a decade, the Naga communities have their own villages was already overtaken by the Kuki community, and till this day, they cannot even return to their own homes, Mr. Speaker. How can political dialogue alone solve and bring normalcy in Manipur, Mr. Speaker? This is a prominent example. Next, let us talk about this political dialogue again. Honorable members keep on repeating that political dialogue is the only solution, It is not, Mr. Speaker. Political dialogue is not the only solution. A prominent example is the Bosnian War of 1992 to 95. Where the Bosniaks, the Kurds, as well as the Serbs, they all had an ethnic conflict, which led to mass atrocities as well as genocides in Srebrenica. This was tried to be solved through a political dialogue known as the Vance-Owen Plan of 1993. However, Mr. Speaker, it led to a failure. Instead, it was solved through an accord in 1993 through a peace resolution, with including military interventions of NATO as well as post-war improving programs such that both the communities where there is divisions and where there is conflict needs to be resolved, they were given on various programs such that they were peace at all, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, military intervention is also very much necessary. Let us take in today's state itself, Mr. Speaker, more than 50,000 personnel have already been deployed in Manipur, but till this day, Mr. Speaker, there is no peace at all. In the bordering areas, there is still gunfights, and we hear it every day. We hear so much dead that there has already been 200 deaths, Mr. Speaker. Until this day, today, we are taking it as a normalization. How can we take this as a normalcy, Mr. Speaker? Now, talking about peace, Mr. Speaker, if we remember of this Nagakungki conflict, not only that, let us also remember about this Israel and Palestine conflict, Mr. Speaker. They signed an accord in 1993 as the Oslo Accord, 1993, between the Israel and Palestine conflict, Mr. Speaker. But till this day, we know that there is a conflict and it has not solved at all. So political dialogue alone cannot solve at all, Mr. Speaker. The motion is very much wrong. It also needs a lot of actionable reformations such that it is also implemented, not only taking it on papers and saying we can do this. It is not an election manifesto such that the political parties, the political members lie to their own people, promising them of a utopia which is not possible at all, Mr. Speaker. Today, we need the ground harsh reality. We need to check on the ground reality such that actions are being done and through which it can be proven. Now, we realize that political dialogue in today's date is not possible at all, but we also agree political dialogue in some time in the future, it shall occur. But today, we are not discussing whether it will occur today or not. We are discussing whether political dialogue alone can solve or not. And today, we, the honorable members from the opposition bench, deny that it alone cannot solve. Mr. Speaker, let me also remind that it is not only of territorial disputes that is occurring in Manipur, it is also of economic inequality that occurs. The main reasons the Kuki community, they claim is that development are occurring in the valley areas and the hill areas and the rural areas. There's no development at all in terms of transportation or in terms of education or in terms of job sectors. Mr. Speaker, this is a failure of the government. And they need to solve this socio-economic problems needs to be solved such that peace can be brought up, Mr. Speaker. Only then will they be ready to talk. An example is the Bodoland Accords, Mr. Speaker, that occurs in Assam. It is not a political dialogue alone that solves it. It also included a 1,500 development package. Only then there was peace in the very area, Mr. Speaker. Now, lastly, honorable members, Honorable Prime Minister as well as the External Affairs Minister also admitted that the conflict in Manipur is due to influx of illegal immigrants in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, this can be only solved when the border fencing is done properly, 388 kilometers which is left unfenced. When it is fenced, only then it can be solved. And hence, due to these various reasons, the government, they also need to take actions, they need to take measures in bringing peace, and at the same time, all the communities, the neutral parties as well as the other communities should also be ready to have a political dialogue. And only then will peace and normalcy in Manipur be achieved through political dialogue. And it is not the only solution, not only political dialogue, but also need other measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Hojik si debate si lore. Aduna masai House the motion si move to bigiba first mover and recase. Minute kya lobby ke ahum logira mga logira. Minute ahum lobby ro. Next na Thoksom sana thoi ready lebiu minute ahum logo daba. Judge singi jury singi marksi tinjan binanaba organizing secretary kari mayam lokshin biro si loraga jury singwa khara ngang ni adu bomong da loishin biu pudakta lauthok si natradi NPP corruption to wi mo hai ni aduna lokshin biro jury singsi cha ahok bomom bitha di phani speaker yauna now Enriquez, please take your time. There is not more than 3 minutes.
Speaker sir, dagi permission log jara kanda. Koi supplement point oina maka chatha jara koda. Koi House dang asi koi hagi samang na move to duna chatha rakli ba. Koi ngasi House ki motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hai besi da khana rakli ba koi debate asi da koi opposition side longi observation koi yam kum na tare adu Hek ahan bata bada di sumba man ba sumdi sumdaba am adugi sum mathakta self contradictory oiba observation mayam ama khoina phangjai si khakte sunatana makha tara koina yam su nokning ba poina moina panjarabada opposition side longgi khoi honorable member singna ngangbiram ba haibiram ba poina ma khoi political dialogue asi usoki loisalakpada yenba thumgum bundane haibirami ado lakse ningli ba wafam di loisalakpada yeliba thumduna khut hama kanda usop to chaba to kadorimni aduna political dialogue sina hairiba solution asi loisal matung du daida koi santi hanjalakna ba manipur bu mahausa gi phibam da hanjalakna ba honami na si haiba wafam se thamjage ai koi mamang dagi opposition sailong gi honorable member singna thamirak liba hangbirak liba wahang sing asi koi taro ro kanda ai koi di koi ngasi gi house da phambiriba proceeding chathabiriba yaubiriba learned member khudimak ai koi treasury bench long gi maikai dagi di yamna awang ma thak ta khanjabani adubu ngang turak liba wafam khuni ma kupna taro ro kanda motion asi da yauriba peace hai je kanano kain hangak bugumba political dialogue se kanaga tawna ga da bono kain hangak bugumba hai re bo wahang sing ase taro ro kanda opposition sailong gi honorable member sing ase ikoina awang ba thaki miyoi sing ne na khanjaru bu du thajaba khitang koi da mang bagi phibam lei paukhum ama oina pijara bada motion asi da yauriba peace ji kanano kain hangbirakpodu akoi mi maming da thonba adugi peace shanti du nate akoina laksaning lebo wafam di khangdragasu amuktang waro wiro speaker gi through the pakhum bijage akoi Oxford English Dictionary na piba peace sai base freedom from disturbance natre haragana a state or period in which there is no war haiba madugi peace tuni khangjan biyo ngasi dagi aduga political dialogue si kanaga kanagi marakta tawnagada bono haiba du dei tialaba matam loisalakbagi remedy sida aina panjadragasu agi mangna ngangbi ke bai koi treasury bench longi honorable member sing na macha khaina thambigre ana loisalakbi sida laksaning libo wafam di Manipur sidaida thoibe irang asidaida haktheng nana akoigi masibu control tawgadaba yengsen gadaba Indian government Manipur government makoina tumina laikhiba asi pendabagi damakta i solution porangna bagi damakta makoina initiative lobira political dialogue tawnabiu aduga Manipur mahausa gi phibam da hanjen hanbiu haijabani aikoi khange Indian Constitution के article number 355 की मतुंग इना मणिपुर थोइबे इरांग असि एकोइ external aggression नि हाइबा मखोइना फोंदोखिबा वाफम न मयक सिंगना ताकसरे मरम असिना Indian Constitution के article number 355 की मतुंग इना कोइ central government is responsible for protecting states from internal disturbance and external aggression हाइबे भारत संविधान पीदुना लेरबा वाफम अमनि मसि खंगना मखोइना थबक अमता तौदगै थवोइना येंगदुना लैरिबा असि तहन दनबगी दमकता अखोइ मरि लैनबा स्टेक होल्डर सिंग फमिनर कांदा तौबा याबा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौमिनर कांदा मणिपुर बु महौसागी फिबम दा हंजल हनबा होनसी हाइबा वाफम से थमजरगा अजि खक्ते सुनतना अखोइ अहान बद ओपोजिशन साइलोंगी ऑनरेबल मेंबर सिंग से मसिंग यामबिरमबनी अदुबु मोशन सिदि ओपोज तौथोरा कांदा लास्ट सुममबदगी अममम चनगी अनि चनगी सुम से चाकुई सुम हांगौरे मसिना दुम ताक्सरबनी अदुना मोशन नजि पास तौबदा मतिक चारबा मोशन नम ओइबना असि मोशन असिबो हाउस फ्लोर की पास तौबिनबगी दमकता स्पीकर सारगे अमदि हाउस पुनिंग चिंचिनजरे
थैंक यू रिकेश नाउ opposition bench की leader थोकसोम सनाथोय take your time minute ahum
With the permission of Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, as a leader of the opposition bench, Honorable Speaker, sir, ngasigi support the bench the phambiriba members sing ngasigi house the pukhalkliba motion asi iram the Manipur asi the lairiba praja singbu lan lamjing nana honorak asida aroiba aigi concluding remark oina ngasi iram the Manipur bu lan lamjing gadaba asidagi kalhauna nabagi aigi concluding remark Honorable Speaker, sir gi mafam da support the bench na thambiramba statement sing question tawjaba oina Honorable Speaker, sir gi mafam da mathang nau nai thamjage ihan han bamakta ngasi iram the Manipur thokliba structural amadi cultural violence ki core issue asi kari no haibasi miam punna ihan han bamakta khangminaba yamnamak darkar tai ngasi iram the Manipur thokliba irang asi ki core issue sing atudi ihan han bada illegal immigrants ki issue opium cultivation ki issue narco terrorist activities singi issue aduga recently suspension of operation ki wathok issue sing asina maram oiraga iram the Manipur da ngasidi achauba wathok sing asi thoglakpani Honorable Speaker, sir, we all the members of the opposition members we do agree the fact that political dialogue is the must, but the question arises over here is that kana political dialogue tawgada ripno haibasi achauba wahang amani Honorable Speaker, sir, support the bench the phambiriba members sing the jarimba wahang di ngasi ki political dialogue asi center amasung state lenga ka ahain na yada mawongda yamna ningtamba leibak amada illegal immigrant oina sanglakliba mi sing asiga political dialogue tawgadoribra ani subda center amasung state lengaka drug thariba poppy plantation tawriba mioi sing aduga political dialogue tawgadoribra ahum subada India gi leijariba Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita aduga formerly IPC amadi criminal procedure court pu legal system pu khongau naramaga narco terrorist activities sing they involved the riba terrorist singa iramdam gi leiriba center abasung state lengaka political dialogue tawgada ribra haibasi achauba wahang amani hair report asi support bens the fambi riba members na understand to pham thoi ai ga ani suba point ta nahan makai support bens the fambi riba members na tumduna leiruraga ngasi mak makeup thoklaga political dialogue haibagi wafam asi topiu masigi sabsabu khudam haibu I would like to remind this house to the especially to the members of the supporter bens is that 23rd October 2023 the Ministry of Home Affairs na already rudimentary oiba mawong da tripartite peace talk ama violence thadok ba haina mutually decision ama lawkhrabani where decision to the violence thadok ba haina lawkhiba taragasu ngasi makfauba violence thadok taba sina clearly political dialogue tawraga iram da Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjilak ba haibasi oithok tabu wafam amani haibasi clearly state tawbana maram oraga motion asi aranba motion ni haina thamjabani honorable speaker sir I ge ahum suba point ta KNLF ki president Tiger amasung Hizang Misona social media da yamna openly and loudly ngasi iram da Manipur da thoklipi irang asi perpetuate ta honnada honagadavni haina social media da clear and openly hairaba phawbada asigumba aggressor singbu leiriba center amasung state lengaka political dialogue tawgadabani haiba targadi my question over here is that India is a sovereign country in which Manipur is a part of it, and India never accepts security threat as it is. And moreover, support against the Pambi members in Iramdamgi, India gi leiriba constitution bu khongau nana ba kaidong num da sinbiganu. Honorable Speaker sir, last but not the least, my appeal to all the supporter members of all the supporters bens is that Article 371C of the Indian Constitution na Scheduled tribe category the piriba special protection amadi safeguard aduna maram oiraga illegal immigrant cookie sing asi ayambana iramdam Manipur da thomjilaga iramdam da assimilate tawraga scheduled article 371C of the Indian Constitution na scheduled tribe category the piriba special status the maram oiraga illegal immigrants sing asi bu incentivize tawraga ngasi the illegal immigrant ge negative fallout ama oina iramdam Manipur da ngasi gi irang asi thoklakpani supporter bens the phambiriba members in the thamjaramba wafam da constitutional amendment asi political dialogue tawraga constitutional amendment ama tawgadavdi hai Honorable Speaker sir, supporter bens the phambiriba members in na India ki constitution bu hana marit chumna India ki constitution bu yamna munna understand to you karamba India ki constituency ki provision da constitutional amendment asi political dialogue tawraga constitutional amendment tawba yai habasi karamba India ki constitution ki provision da khairam bage Honorable Speaker sir maram asina ihan han mamakta da India ki constitution bu khongau na ba sinbiganu the country India is beyond and above everything. India ki constitution bu khongau na ba sinbiganu India ki constitution bu understand tawraga iramdam gi leiriba country sibu govern tawriba constitution sibu respect tawraga different provisions sing constitution makha da thamlamliba asigi framework ki manung da chatlaga India ki constitution bu aran ba maung da iramdam gi leiriba praja sing asibu karisu lairik la shu haitaba karisu khangdaba mioi ama oina guide tawbiganu Honorable Speaker sir maram asina supporter bens na ngasi Pukhalakliba motion iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana oithokpa ngamgani hariba motion asi mathakta thamjakriba already ai introductory remark aduga concluding remark asina different dimensions tagi yengba matamda aran ba yumpham yawda motion amo oibana ngasigi prime mover na ngasigi house the move tawramlaba motion asi amukka han reconsider tawraga aikoi amatoina tungi khunai gi damakta yamna chaukhatpa iramdam Manipur peace and harmony oiba iramdam Manipur amagi damakta ngasigi house the pukhalakliba motion asi amatoina unanimously withdraw tawraga iramdam Manipur yamna chaukhatpa peace and harmony leiba iramdam Manipur ama sabgal asi haiba wafam asi thamjaraga Honorable Speaker sir dagi kanana bi athang lobjari thank you
Sanathoi mayamju house ki member ngatani election birize sai how de loina loi tabiri ni nako speaker aiju ani maktai adum ama wintawi aidi aiju withdraw to gadra na chaga motion ji pass to gadra gyanam ta deba aduna hojik si lengzin biriba mayamna ai ahan bagi motion ji pass tawbining bangai khudam thagapiyo house ki motion ji pass tawbining bangai khudam thagapiyo okay amta khanbiyu da house ki motion ji pass tawbining bangai khudam thagapiyo ikai binu kaino si house ni kaino okay yare waro bibi adre lakpiriba leibiriba house ki member me amjigi khut thangar pasi yengjiraga motion ji pass to pam dabagi mong de leire aduna hoji motion ji withdraw tawgadra habi wafam mulai and as a convention speaker oina aina ngasigi motion house ki motion ji kari khali noi kari khali pass to ninge ba aduga aseng bagi hayadi magi treasury bench su opposition bench su yankanda noi opposition bench ki mi myam chakhibje masi hayadi house tagi withdraw to ba nata the pass to den pay ba kari khali okay Manipur ki speaker adagi India ki speaker adu dadi khangdre ko misam khayam naib dong tong na mali ai di debate ki ni ne achum masum logjirage motion je pass to jidre withdraw tore khoi mak teli to bo loidringai ki sida sum jury sing na magi mot khara pining ba leini bihum juthe aidi angang sing khoi debater sing sida su kanai dana go aduna ahan bada khoi uza noni kai khum nazar uza noni na matam kitang lobi gatra uza
Thank you everyone. Mr. Speaker, Obigiba, Amasung, I colleague jury members and participants and audience. I respect Uchari. I'll take about 5 minutes. I have NPYF initiatives. I am not Tagachani. Karigino have Mutamda, Wangang the Bahibse, Kunayamagi Tangai for the Nachangba Machaamani, Masiba in a public culture koi. Hen and why repeating a sea, Mahiro in a how we sing na Yam the Toy Yauna, Nangbiba. Aduga maming panjadraga su aina yam impressed wa giba opposition gi bench ta su yaujei aduga tragedy bench ta su yawi yamna nungai ekhoju learning oiba moment ama phangi aikhoi gi manipur dang si khoi ngangnari basida yamna nungnang ba madi yawi debaters sing sida aikhoi si karam haina hingogadagi haibagi concern ama and I think that reflects that we are living with a sleeping conflict what Johan Galtung calls as negative peace. And I would call it sleeping conflict. Anytime it can wake up and put you in trouble. That's a very, very concerning situation. Second point, peace porakpagi matang sida debate haibasidi khana naba yana nabagi competition gi model puthorakpani sida puthoi sidi maroina akoina house ta assembly the parliament hek puthok padumaina di puthokta ba bill gumba su oina tawi adada ina opposition bench amasung treasury bench ta hangningi treasury bench ki problem sina tawgodori ba peace dialogue asi kanagano haibasi akoigi mover na khadi attempt tawrami adubo mover na tawrami di amna pakti pak pa chawba aduga pointed way the bahaitare. I think that was a big lacuna in the entire process as raised by the tragedy bench. Makogi wangang loy kuding magna ayambana tawduri ba dialogue si kanagano karino karamba issue da tawduri no haibisigi bill sita puthorakta ba si tragedy bench ki awacha ba mani hana khali. Opposition bench ki problem sina karigino harakanda wangang loy mayam ji thola ga member mayam ji agreement tawna ba Adaidi peace ki building process to basi dialogue ki manung chandi haina ba oina honar posi yawi adudegi batak da su amok opposition bench di lairaga conflict haibasidi wari watai saraga tawdamni haibagum basudum haibiyawi adana masigi akoigi yamna finally akoina argument tawdab area du da treasury bench amasung opposition bench animaki weakness khar uba phangi mado akoina matung tarpa debate sing da khar semdo haningi haibase mathamni aroi bada treasury bench amasung opposition bench ani sina soiki baji kadai dono haragati tawriba issue asi political dialogue asi maitai gu kuki gi oina khaktang ubadong toi kari no hybrid topics di bill se di pande maitai su kuki su adana magi canvas asi amna pick no ugi ba hai tare hena chawba problem amana manipur gi wari ji khanar pamatana maitai gi wari ona tawna ngangba dawna tawba su members sing si uba and it actually disheartens my entire political consciousness because you're shrinking your own ideas about the idea of Manipur. Masima bench anida ikan hainingi topic asida bill asida community amatagi maming pande aduna khanarak pamatamda ngasigi bill asi khanabada maitai amsu kuki gi wari oina chatkhiba asisu aikhogi miyeng sandaba members singi wakhalni haina idilose masima miyam gi mihut oina khara section hangi haibsani maramdi miyam gi mihut ni haidana ngasi lairiba mayam sesu miyam na pen da bakya lainariba matamni aduga peace amasung dialogue tawna ba haibase aigi wakhalda infrastructure aina hainingi aikhoina dialogue tawna doriba political process ma tawna doriba sigi my environment ma changeba madu aikhoina infrastructure haina kobiyai khudamoina e da public culture ma leiba khunai ma han batai aikhoina ngasai opposition bench ki member amana sukana haibi khiba akoigi lamsida wangang ba yaraktaba phaba punba tawba aki akhangi phibam ama lakpa siguma mayam se akoigi public culture da directly threat tawi adana aigumba researcher amana di sigi public culture kanjenabagi wakhalon si amna phawi aduga ngasi member oiriba singnasu adugi public culture dubu kannabagi damakta miyam ni mihut oina thakatlibani haibase kauba yade haibasini ani shubada aikhoina peace amasung dialogue tawna ba haibs abstraction da tawna ba yati yamna platonic obe process amanati masidi yamna pragmatic obe process amani madudane khoi institutions innovation sangis innovations of institutions to address the problems that we are confronting with number c aikhoi gi member amasung akhoi khunai is constantly akhoi the democratic world views sing se koina hengat han batai खुदमोइना मणिपुर की वानी सानाबदा फुरु अमा खतगी वखल खलगा साबा नत्रगना political movement तौबुतर कांगलुप नाइब मोंग तौबा पुनम सिदी democratic world view यावदबा वखलोनी मरम अदुना हाइरिबा world view सिंग से democratize तौदबा तारगदी आइखोइना पामलिबा peace process dialogue ओसी तौबा ngamde करिगिन हाइद मतिक साबा infrastructure अदु aikoina leite haina lawi ahum subada aihangna pukhachaning idea mana hojik ethnocentric homeland wafam yam kan lai kanglup nai balai pak sem gadabani haidana ngasai debater amana supalami aina suai gi public speech te am ngangjabani adu waina sida am khaktang haining badi aikoi gi kanglup nai ba wakhal khanbasi maike am khaktana khanba mande maike kaya de khanaba ui aduga kanglup ki miyang dagi khunai amasung raniti tauba asina aikoi gi matam sangna lekba political culture adu de yamna chawba chaitheng piba si aikhoi gumba mi amada di amna nuai zadaba wazaba phawi maram di aikhoi gi future se yamna mak slipping conflict ama gi maikai da sangselakba hekta makeup tholakpa da hekta hanarak ba yaba phiba ma semgat pra habi aki baduna maram oraga aikhoi gi marakta leiriba khenaba sing asi leiraga su aikhoi gi marakta manaba kaya su lei haiba si su aikhoi na kawba yade haibasina aikhoi khenabasing asi absolute oide haibase nahasingna khalangi haibaduri aduga wakhalon kangluki wakhalon sum sangsin khibasina amamba tanel amada amamba surung amada sumak sangkhiba amamba surung adu sangkhibata natana surungdugi manungduda chumthang makhong thibagum tauba political ideologies mayam kanglup naiba mongda poklakpa sina aikhoi political future sikari oigedagi haibasi yamna mammi haibatare maduna ngasi tinbiriba membersing amasung khunayasina nainabiba matamda adugi langadru thudanabagi machaksing infrastructure sing semgat pasina akhoi manipur kan gadori bani haibase political party sing nasu mieng sanna yenglabadi laiba ase chawkhat pangamgani haibasini loishalam dai dain haining base aikhoina kanglup ki oiba wakhalda aikhoina yengba aikhogi political worldview sing si community the loine picture like pa se matam go chunadaba philosophy matam go chunadaba political ideas oirak pa sina Manipur dang asidi masigumba wakhalon sing se manghan nabagi adugumba yamna ningthiba political worldview sing democratic culture amasung sigumba debate chathariba public culture se semgat pama thautai public culture asi aikona kalhauda ba taraga dictatorial ba khunai lo namra changkini adu akoina matam sangna sagalakpa adu mangasai palliba democracy 1947 constitution 1949 the lotion ki bagi wari punumak tugi adugi nungnang ba sing ado makha tanamak adumak leikigani haibagi thazaba chingnaba adusu aingonda fawi aroi bada aikoina ngasi piriba ideas sing ase aina haibana chummi haiba langadu thugadra natragana ai langadu tholaga chatna bayaba political worldview amada khoi thajagadra haibasi hangba taragadi aina khanjabada political science su yawba aikona su khara hena nainajaba aikogi aikona political propositions ama thamba matam siresida akogi value amadi yawpham thoi hariba value asi yariba makhai malem sida lairiba amusung humanity khunai singsina yagadaba political value sing adu puthokpa aduna institutions singi mathau oigadabani miyangi leaders singi mathau oigadabani aduna hariba value system adu puthokpa yanadaba tamudi political dialogue ama tawba mathau tai haibase political dialogue ama tawdaba taragadi karigidamakta problem lakani haiba society ado militarized torakani society ado conflict holakani aduna mugnari ba mayam se aikhoina democratically lotion si hairabadi aikhoida wari saba ngambagi awat apa hangnaba ngambagi adugi innovative oiba thauna ado leitrabadi aikhoi masel phunaba hanaba amasung aduga ironana khoi khunai ase lanmi sing langoi chankhibana tana thoidok po option leiroi haiba wakhalona sida aigi oinadi ngasigi motion ase yamnamak support tawjai. Thank you very much.
Next, Ma'am Shreema, Madam Khalovi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected speaker of today's debate, respected jury members, and people in the audience. Ihan mamakta de hagna ikok kumna kai kumna butchari. Thoidokna ai haningai lekte akhoi oja noni ne yam phajana debate sigi process amasung award pa soiba yam point out toraga thambirame yamna haraujai kaigino haiba matamda sumaina yamna ningba kairaba yamna thawai nungaitaba matam asida akhoi gi haurak liba inkhalak liba akhoi students sing haitare mukhoina yang launa sigumba debate asida masing yamna participate toraga faza ba idea myam puthok pirak pasi urakanda Manipur se ashama di uri habase haksia na thaje asigumba debate competition asibu sinbi bagi damakta NPYF pu hanna thagachari debate si khakta sunatana essay competition amasu sinbi haibasi ha khangjai essay competition dugi just ha oijabanina yamna thagat ba phongdok chari tungda su debate essay competition ain hapsing jaring badi poetry ki competition su to view extempo speech ki competition tu so view karigino haiba matamda ningkha tambagi wahai wata sing sidi saireng gumba art kumba da phongtokpana hena sakti leibani masi ehak thamjage aduga saireng amusung art pu yam pamjaba mioi ama oina nupi ama oina ehak saireng ama khak ai isagi ju thamjaramge aduga madu thamdringai du da ehak na shiro shairi se ehak yamna pamjai masigi inspiration se angang ringai de su pamjare tabu 2019 da ehak Jamia Millia Islamia Delhi da refresher course ama khak ehak December thada yauzarui Jamia da aina refresher course ama yawus da aikhoi na di Muslim gi institution Islam institution ne khoi khan ma khallaga changu bado aduki matik aidi aran ba wakhal ma oirame aduki matik democratic oi aduki matik nongai aduki matik humanitarian ethos yauna ma khoine pangthoi madudari da classic amai tawge da refresher course ki resource person se laktaba numita shero shairi tawe aduki shero shairi kharaduna ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯀꯌꯥꯃꯨꯛ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯏꯊꯤꯜ ꯄꯤꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯉꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯏꯊꯤꯜꯗꯨꯅ ꯊꯋꯥꯏ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯀꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯁꯦꯔꯣ ꯁꯥꯏꯔꯤ ꯄꯥꯔꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯐꯒꯠꯄ ꯌꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯤꯑꯣꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯁꯦ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯀꯥꯏꯕ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯅꯤ ꯑꯋꯥꯕ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯅꯤ ꯃꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯨꯗ ꯄꯣꯏꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯥꯔꯠꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯕꯨ ꯀꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯃꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯂꯨꯅ ꯂꯧꯐꯝ ꯊꯣꯛꯏ गालिब सुमाइना हैरमी अहमद उर्दू हाइजगे को उम्र भर गालिब यही भूल करता रहा धूल चेहरे पे थी और आईना साफ करता रहा मैं आप खंगबीरंगनी आई अमतंग हाइजगे को पुंसी सुबह गालिब ना अरानब थबा अमा सोयब थबा मा अदुम तौ लेरमेबा माइद मोलगा मिसेन तो कन्न तअगा सेंगदोक लेरमेबा सिने गालिब ना हैरमी अदुकी मतिक अर्थ कयाम चेनगे हाइबदा सिगी शायर की पोएम सेंटेंस अनी खक्ता सिना अखोई पुंसी कन मंगमगनी हाइजरिबा मागी पावर से सी हायरगा आई इसाबगदा इजबा सैरेंग अमा खक थिजरमगे याम तेनबा सैरेंगनी सैरेंग असे आइगी वाखलदा हप्ता अमनी था अमनी मुसे सुम लक तरोगा लेबनी अदुबु ngasiगी सिगुम्बा प्लेटफॉर्म सिदा हांगना प्रेजेंट तौगे हाइदना सिरेन सैरेंग असे हांगना कंसोलिडेट तौबदी ngarang ngasi खक्ता कंसोलिडेट तौबनी असोबि यारोगा सुम यामना ngakpigani आइगी सैरेंग असे मिंग थोनजद्रे मयामना दुम चानबा येगागा थोनबिबसु याय नंगना कलकना मितारुरिबा आइगी हक्चांग असे कनाना खंगनी नोंबा योंथोकलंबसु याय नया तरा अमदा लंबीगी चिदायदा लेप्तुना नपी सिंथरुरनु आइबु नुंसी हाइदुना सिंया उरगा खुन्या खुंगंगी ताकलब लंबी उरगा नंगना पंखरे हारिबा खुनाय असि उरगा सिंथनबा खाओ नंगी नपीदो नंग आई क्वा मतप अमा लाना खिसरा हुजिकपो नत्रगा खुदलाई अमा लाना सिरा लौरो मतम यौरे थेंथरनि वारेप अदो ngairuranu kauthoklo khalluranu haibadi yamna lai adubu ngasi su ngairam khini mama kharadi musi musiba podon do paiduna sukhan halakloroba masa singbu khunthok kayagi wari likhoge खुदम कया पीखोगे इरमदम से आइगी इरमदम नि हाइनबगी दमक थोइदोंना थिररोइसि नंग आइगी ई कनाने हेली सेंगबा लैमाइदा ताखिबदा तुरियल सेंथखिबदा महेउरोलदगी सिंथरकलिबा इमाइबेन सिंगी इखेंगना ngangleinaraba lehause hena nganghanbada nang aigi ina khetnana mateng pangloi mayam pungno pukhrum jai
memgi sailing sida dibesu ke sulo yaure matang sidi kai khumnajar bagi uza nuksijar ba uza kunjo
kai khumnazari ba ngasigi debate sigi speaker lengsin biriba guest sing aduga debater sing akhoi oza noni ga akhoi madam gana loi haidok pirame ai di thoina haininga rite ado aina haizaning baje ngasigi debate se debater sing je kharadi yam phagre hoi sai oza noni na haibadu maina akhoina manipur gi hauzu leriba topics da hairizi Manipur da santi amasung normalcy hanjalakpa haibani community ani je khatnabagi wana te koin hairize ado maitaiga kuki khatangi oina pubadona sum tawkhre madu khak natabida debater khadi yam phajana performance pi akoi kana ne heli haidoino na haibada khanbam khangdaba mikup yauki aduna karigumbada kanagumbamna position taraga aidi ta dega na haiba matamda maduna nakhoigi performance ta reflect tawgane na khangano akoigi ngasigi daw ne khandokpiyo kharadi yam phajana patauki hoi angang pam sa ma yam nuksibam khayawi open debating competition oibina lakpu erangani dama yam nungsi ma na ngang bado aduma akoigi chimpha purga ngang bado na toba ꯃꯊꯪꯗ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯕ ꯗꯤꯕꯦꯇꯔ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯛꯈꯤꯅꯦꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯤ ꯑꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯀꯅꯥꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯈꯔꯅ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯍꯧꯔꯛꯄ ꯅꯨꯄꯥ ꯃꯆꯥ ꯑꯃ ꯌꯥꯎꯈꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯗꯣ ꯃꯑꯣꯡ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯥꯗꯧ ꯃꯥꯜꯂꯝꯃꯒ ꯈꯔ ꯇꯧꯔ ꯇꯣꯛꯈꯤꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯌꯥꯎꯈꯤ मासु ngang ba pronunciation ke yam nungai tabdo adagi khitang preparation to the wat pa khar yawi mathang de hena phaba akhoi gi kenoma debaters sing oirakane na khanje NPYF na ngasi tawrakli basi topic si akhoi gi pass to bora taw da badu nataba aina khanjaba dadi ngasai wazana su takpi gi baduni akhoi lambi makhak thirak pa male Manipur se ngasi ware hana thengnabiramba hana leibiramba akhoi Manipur gi matam amagi hoi conflict marakto oirisu awana marakto oirisu suk yamna wabadi akhoi chahi tare khundak matam da tagi badu natana suk yamna wabadi thengna kidri Manipur da aduga maitaina suk yamna upai leitaba suk yamna pangan somna manba masak am uthorak pasisu handak kisine maitai singzi agidi amuktang akogi historical responsibility akogi thauna lingzen adu akogi wakhal miyeng nauna amuktang define to bachange na khanje masagi dro jano ni takpiram baduni akogi debater singjina maitai khatang sum haiba manba adu Manipur gi ransti wala sing gi marak tasu adu maitai gi population sing gi marak tagi ju maitai khaktagi wa sum ngang baje maitai nu siroi je haiba dinate ko maitai na maitai khakta sum nung siradina aidi Manipur je punna lemin ba yadau mande maitai na maitai khakta nung sirai ngai kuki khakta nung sirakani naga su naga khakta nung sirakani pangan ju pangan khakta nung sirakani na khalle de aduna maitai singna pukchel chong thokpa ma big brotherly attitude ama mityeng se aduga asuk kuiba sahi lising kaya asda aikoina kalakhi balamdam je sida aikogi pukchel chawthokpa khara pulap konsin bangamba sikon naukon bangamba aikogi wakhal miyeng amakak changi na khanjai masi haibada maitai singi khalloi je haiba natte ado aikogi nuksibadi isa nuksibadi thamoida thammaga aikogi mama pa singna aikogi migi masabudu yokhatpa ichana chaibudu adumaina kharaga tawragadi akoi phagane na ina khanjaba leije ai wakhanja lalambasu yai Hauzik akhoi sum haibagi wani kona pharakhini swai matang sai zo ozan noni gi Keynote da support tawjage aina si haidana aina supporter de hena mark pi khibagi aduga kenogi opposition da mark pi da bagi wad laite adudi purely on mogi performance based da pizza khibani mark ti aizu dialogue sidi support tawjaninge dialogue ki process se huzbau initiate tawdre na khalle Government of India has initiate tawdri dialogue se state government has try tawdri akogi state ki luching basingna kari khallaga no khangdaba mongda pulap punba yadaba mongda wa ngang ba hek tajai madu kitang to hanjaninge ang sa haizabudni maitai singna maitai kakki khanbaje aduga adu khanba manba mongda thabak tawbase masi hongdok piu nai appeal tawjaninge maitai singdi Manipur bu semgalaki baje atopa community singi contribution ju yam yawi haibu hek akoina thengnajaba itihasta maitai singi ipai pu singduna sei tharol kumba bada iramiba ningthau singdo maitai ningthau ngaktane adugumba iningthau singduna palamba nga amba akogi lamdam se haujiksu akoina dum kanbam thoi ado si kanba matam sida khwaidi chawba thodang do akoina mang thana lominaje akoina akoi kaktang maitai kaktang nungsibagi wasum ngangadi leibak se punba yamna nungai roi aduna koi puksel ka chawthok minasi haibu wapam je thamjaraga ai matang solution jagi
ai ge roi ba ai gi zuwa phong khara thamaga loisin ge yam te na ge ai di sang ngang man ai ne thol mi pakhat ne nong khong di bok tha roi ngasi di yam tin ngai handak se mama sigi manak ta ko pakhang ikhalak paji lepe chempa chini hapagi yom ga pi ko makuchida phanek machet tukibi mata phagraba machagi marai baktuda manam nammagane image ningthem lan chatlu nangi khunjanga u nangi nari pak naramdam nga oidana mapi chadum targa bidai tobuse handak originatana atai matamda su uroiba angang singse mayam ju salam gadra khangde marak ta chatlaga nungdang tummiba bagi internal displaced person sing leibam du da amtang chatpiyo bako apik pa angang mayam mama din ningai tobuse ima khoibu kedong yumda handoino na kapiba mamitagi mapi taba natana pakhum leite khara chawba angang sinane yum mai thagibu ubudo aduna ma khoi yum saba ngamgidro ina mamada wang hangi ko adu ju mama na mamitagi mapi taba natanu palite mahi da khwai tang buse sangom ju tangi mahini khoi ju tangi mahini ko yu bawa mahini tangi hidak thakna badu ju mahini tangi ko adubu mittagi tarakba pigi mahi se sidagi na tangba mahi prithibida leite masidine thamoigi wakat yaweba pendabagi wakat yawi tungi punchirol udabagi yawi nahet pibagi yawi ningba kaiba ningba thungdabagi yawi handakti yam tagre mitki pije ko aduna aina thamjaningi de noi naha singda hojik se tokshanaba amate yaroiba politics yawi ge ju tokshanado di yawi ge no politics tawrage na khanbiraga tholpa mayam je tokshanaraga yawi tokshanarado di yawi no please lalo bujune tokshanagado di lan tawbino ba mayam gi wangang jere ba khoi sune tokshanar ngang dor dine ngangbi ba tholakano ba khoi ju tokcharo eba no maira pai bi june tokshanar ga maira pai riso budi tawbino ba simista we bi june tokshanar ga we dor di tawbino ba serious stay no ga dam tam ne aduga dialogue nunglog adu ada lan tongnaba khonaba tongnaba tawsino malem da tawdo kem yaw putti sigumba maraksida sigumba phattaba jingsina khwaidagi chawba kanaba pi haisi akoi khangda wani pidribida phau gi mayam mi oigara lam oigara mayam je sigumba awa baji thengnar kana phau gi yaktene ba aina sak lambada heta mina tak bizaraga aina sak lamadu bagane sa phangdana koi di dana wangai waraga phangdana saram chadat na dana khogang na bana sa ba lamba ko khibaje sigi lamba ko pagi aina phangi ba gyan jigane mina salong bizaraga aina lamba phagi badugo yam thi khenani aduni I want to go beyond that goods and evils guys an idea igi mot dine hojik si lan nung kai tawsino ke sukai deba akhoina tawgadaba ma tahuseba in order to save our future hojik atai the mieng amuk thambiru naha dam da thambiyoba within a very short time moijini mantri were kadoriba police were kadoriba adagidi ukil were kadoriba doctor engineer were kador lawmi sinmi oido mayam je moiniba akhoi matam ji kuirak treba moijing jina serious horaba yes we can save Manipur. Koi Manipur kan mangam neba. Aduna hojik sida koina angang sing sida kari yahun ngedege da. Punsi haiba hanju haloi daba. Punsi ji unretenable journey ko life say. Amu handage ga ya ponte sum chakhi bajin loi gi doini. Adugumba haloi daba punsi ki khongchat tuda. Punsi haiba pochida saruk mari khag yom na yauriba. Kari no hai kan the personal life aigi punsiro lama isagi oba ani subada family life imung manungi punsiro lama ahum subada professional life aina toriba thabak se sigi punsiro lama mari subada social life khunai ga ai ga lainari ba mari si gi punsirol ama sidani leipak nimga loi yaurs mari je khoi angang sing da hoji amat ta leitre amat ta leitre mama pa sing na ju nong mu ta angang lai pau mak phangu pisa pizar thabak tawni ha ba professional life sidani hoji khalis professional life to khalu kai sukai di ko adubu aina tolob lupa lakh ama sarade I lakh amaga lising kun gi thabak toromge aina tolob lising yang kai sardi lising humpu gi thabak toromge ji each of the individual na khalag bole ba kamai chakole duino adu de pung tra de office ka ni ya de ma pande ka tar na pung manga da ni har gai taruk ta halalore ahen ba surami ba thabak to aigi khunai da kathokpa leipak ta kathokpa aigi kathok chaba duneba adubu ni dana bread level theory aise sarba Manipur dana tara de ka ka da utrama thum khai ka ni manga da da ohum khai halani lising yang kai chawa mi duna phangi ba mai tolob se lising kutra hurali ni ma chai du lising kun mukta neba ako university wa sa sungai ne tolob chawr buri lak ani ni mkhai tham da class kun khalor ga lai thok le ga di ma chai tolob du lising bu pha pon te hurali ne ba simyam se Sigi hurat do mayam jina ne ba khoi lebak chakutri ji si professional life to understand to the company aduna aina khanjaba da khoi angang mayam si pagan amtang hojiki punsirol mari ji yom ga sem ji ba nong loi khong da tur ne ba Manipur will be golden peacock in the world in future loi tur da dong ni dialogue ai kari lan gai loi tur da dong ni Japan tourism na nungti mai gi chingni nungti juar ha ni juar chahi do 1617 har ni see the development see the progress aduna ID angang je pajan am da sem je silai si mama pa ta ni tim biri je aduna ne debate gi haido ngang is angang je fusana da sem ji imung ji pajaba imung am to hen ji nupa nupi leminari bisi nungchi na leminabiu usi nupa me amni nupi yang koi tumin thungam thoga telephone to busi am yawi message ge tha bako mama aduna mai nupa du sena bada anga nga sena sang ponte adumai jum to di program tane bale bak se ko aduna personal life sida noi yam phajana khang ko personal life sid nangi communication skill ngasi aina ngangjari je se akhoi my communication skill da group communication koi ade interpersonal mi ngang na sungna ba aina ngang da ingon di yeng video di kai de listening skill lai doino mi na ngang da ina mun na yeng daga de ai confidence kai de gain to doino aduna mashi yam phajana aigi personal life ta communication skill lega da bani listening skill lega ta ingi gyan hen kala ka doini kitang ngangba yamna tabas yam marui ko siam sangre tension jage adagi critical thinking hoji mayamna adu dara du tonari je nang sigi somda toriba geopolitics di mai ne ba sigi geopolitics mai ne di si nei na du numit humni nei na zu loroi adugo sigi impact lai tabra ai di bari de lei ni ai di pakhalim ni kuki ga khoi ga te tawna bi de khara phai kui dana China ga Russia ga na Myanmar gi misang ga rebel me am jina America misang ga India ju kabak yaur ga kapner kadren kan khali hoji me am khang da bon khulai no bu angan pa da lak jani sophisticated oi khulai pa lan tawna ro da di khulai di pasina roi ne ko kari gi noida China ju magi akoigi China gi keno si mai lambi sum magi state of Malacca ina ko mayam na Malacca Strait haiba Indonesia Malaysia rom da chatpagi lambi si masu America na control sat tok saladin nungai roi na mana America na maming thom da string of pearls na masu lambi ising gi semi ba ayo ba ma Myanmar da Sri Lanka da gi ke adegi Cambodia da sum kap ki ba India is Indo-Pacific region the India is same is South Africa yaudini. Adai sigi uji transition road kasi khoi na फागी मानबवानी योगदोइनी यूरोप योगदोइनी सब माने रूसिया जो सेमीबा चाइना जो सेमीबा अगुदा मल्टी डेवलपमेंट बैंक ना ले मल्टीलेटरल डेवलपमेंट बैंक ना IMF का हरिबा वर्ल्ड बैंक का हरिबा अदगी ब्रिक्स की जो मागी ब्रिक्स की जो बैंक ले देना चाइना की जो न्यू डेवलपमेंट बैंक का ले एशिया कनोगी जापान का जो ADB एशियन डेवलपमेंट बैंक का ले देना से मल्टीलेटरल डेवलपमेंट बैंक से सिगी पैसा में हमसे अखोई से मणिपुर की प्रोजेक्ट तरे से मोई चाइना जो यावरिनी जापान जो यावरिनी वर्ल्ड बैंक जो यावरिनी लोई थादरी नेबा si malem gi oina masigi paisa gi karbar si munna basida ko lam amasi nanghalladi lam amasi lan toksalaga nemal ladi ga in tawda trump ne ko ji harido any exchange values the dollars sin nei honaraga di china da 100% tax lo ni haise sam da pio process chani yo ni ga haise sigi paisa gi karbar gi pose sina ju lan tongai masak yam we tawri neba manungda अदे हुजी लंबी दो लंबी में हमसे मतलब इंडियन ओशन जी पाइसन नब होने रखपा अदे माई लंबी जी क्लियर होने नब होने रखपा क्वाड काइने ले रही बा साइकी इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन जी की फजना इंडिया जो सेप तो नब ना अमेरिका ने इंडिया ने जापान ने अदुगा मरोइना ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने पुनो क्वाड काइने ले बा अखोई की सिक्योरिटी कनो बॉडी नी को सी में आम जी की तोनरी बस सी की लान जी तको लाइबक थी भाई तारे अखोई ने लेसलुरिबा जगह सिदा मसागी डिबेट जुंगांगबी के बस सिडवे हाइगिदो माना ममिंग सेरांतोरान अमा हाइग्रे सुमि सिडवे दुना रांग खाइन दे लेदुइनी सिडवे दे संगजलकपदा पलेट वा हाइबदुना चिन स्टेट न लेदुइनी चिन स्टेट दगिना मिजोराम ताबोक्ति बाय रोड लाक्तुइनी बको अदुना चिन स्टेट लुन तौदबि यादबि मरम अम लई मिजोराम इंडिया न लुन तौदबि यादबि मरम सु लईको अदुबो अथु मतमदा अगर सूम खनजबदी लान लेपकद माले कहीं सोम उखनरी से अखोई मनुंगी प्रॉब्लम मचासी सूम यालग थमगे इंडिया कईदौनुंग स्ट्रेटेजी होटपंगमोबको मोद कंपेल तौरप है लान लोसनबगीको लोसनद्रब मोई सोम तौरकद पोतुद मोई मथा थी सानी हजिक हेक मथंग नहानो जेट फाइटर अयांब सोफिस्टिकेटेड पायरग PDF की केम का थुगाइब रही लान हौरमने अने इंडिया जो लालबुजु खोई सगली मिलिटरी जुनता सगली इंडिया सगल पुसो को फजन सगखरबनी खोई थाव पुनब जहाज बेसल कुनगा ब्रह्माल पी नि फ्री द कइनो सबमरीन बो पी नि कइनो चाइना जो दुम तौरिनी इंडिया जो रेबेल मिसंग संगी चाइना जो दुम संगी अमेरिका जो दुम संगी अदा खोई असोंगी लालोब मैम सोम गाइदे चंगदना लोचबनीना मोइना जो अखोई लालोबदो सुम काप खोट तौबनीना इंडिया जो ओइजबनीना लूना सुम तौबनीना लानदो हेक तौनरकांदा हाना चेंजन मोंग दों चेंजलदिको अखोई जो मिसाइल अदुम थुंगरनी अन आइदि कइम तौदे होजिक फौ खर वानजले हेंग तमंगमदेनको अदो सीना सी ओइग्रे थमजनिंग जे होजिके अदुमाइना कम्युनिकेशन स्किल listening skill adai maru in critical thinking ko adai noi the positive thinking am to noi na de kwai di maru ba poti uja kun jo khoi na ngai te da yam na pak sana ngang sing da gyan tan ba je problem solver instead of problem creator khoi meti je problem creator wo bi problem solver wo bai te political party manung de jo problem लहंदे होना बारी याउने प्रॉब्लम लोशन नतब अद इमुंग जुने प्रॉब्लम वेंदे तब नुपी मैम ले नुपाजु अद प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर होगदब प्रॉब्लम लेदोरे हादि थो लोशन होनगदब से मसिगी मगुन जी यम वांग मगुन मनेबा सि नोय नहाद सेलोब इमा इपा कफनगनु इमा युमद प्रॉब्लम वेनगनु आ प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर होइबको अदुगा पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग लेबको सी आईगी पर्सनल लाइफ की ख्वाइदी मरु पोट अमनी अदुगा मसागी फैमिली की दुदी फैमिली दा लेरिबा युम नुं कई दुदी दरकार लेतेदा मादी पोटनेबा सीमेंट गुंबा योट गुंबा जिंगा गुंबनीना इमुंग फैमिली हाइसे आई नुपी इमा बाबा अंगांग नुबी कका लेरिबा मैम दुगी थमोई की मरीदो नुंसैना बेबा तौलना Dami kai kumnana arai leita tanadana awana saruga minadana nongmuta mek hainadana puba imungse masi loi leiradine family are the units of the state. State are the unit of the nation. Nations are the unit of the world. Masa dum sawkani ana imungi punsi role sisu phajana khangbi bako profession ge eng sahaijar re thabak pu torodi kana ba khradi dum pibiyo ba rajniti tawrasu lebak miyam gi khara kana na ba dum tawbiyo ba isa ge su logadabani adugo akun bagi social life sidi aina yum yam wangdana car makhan makhan tongdana low ingon panglei de leiraga ko number 4 karbar tawbagi angang sing uiraga HIV positive oidana siri miyamsi aina talibu wealth siga khunai gi welfare ga ani si khara khara gyan tabiraga khunai ga nakshan na leiradine afaba khunai su dum oigal leba aduna lan tawning tawsinu ama tawning tawsinu Singapore pikraponi Hong Kong as a pikraponi paying chocolate Bhutan maktada khoina bari de helimina Bhutan jina sai taram ki matung ticket keep demo moi miam jing jim magunje si yam thi wang reba an idea khoi angang sing se apa ba magun chen na bane am to hona si nong mane lan oi gera oi roira lan torjo dum kanni tawdra dum kanni kok bu pharaba puning bu pharaba mindset ju pharagadi ai khanbada khoi manipur kan bangam ne jam kan thajai ko manipur soidana kan bangam ni manipur gi future lei aduna masi haijaraga kitang matam sang lori jim mak tinjam loinam ni ai lobira mane khali punang pu khoram jari asoengam yor sunga piu adu mayamna ai ju se support yam tokjam ne ba mayamna ikai ba ni khangde khuri thang thang ka tab du tu go ba adagi formalities ju tobam thokba ko khoine samjan buju angang jing the culture ne si ju ko akoina thaina ka debate ngang ba chalpa matam daga di as hekta house tagi hena house manjan matam digi oja ahan jing duna speaker woi bu ko ado yamju nungai phajana su phai aduga compete nga akoi debater jing je juri ga diam waram ngani iken khena dabs loina bakse aduna yam nungai mayam leng dana ga lebi yam nungai political party yawi banina mangolo view haija tare election jun naksal lakpuri na ko regional party hairaga region gi khara khanbi ba iram dam khara khanbi ba darkar hoi ko regional party ni hairaga Delhi gi prabhu me am du khuning kang kang yeng bai thabak sim di tu ozin thamjage thank you very much microphone je organizing committee de sinajari thank you very much
mayam hojik se event se loisalak pagal loina na mark se hojik adding up tawri adunang mayam ngaktang wars wana ngai minana ba lingsing jari
SKTV presents the Manipur Files Special Edition, a marathon discussion on the topic Manipur unrest, geopolitics and geoeconomics, live from Harmony Hall, the junction, Ningtem Chakarong, Imphal West, only on SKTV on 28th of January 2025 at 1 p.m. Program host Raj Nongthombam, editor SKTV, panel members Haurukcham Anil, Secretary Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, social scientist, Ningthau Kongjam Satyajit Singh, UNI Bureau Head, and Dr. MC Arun, Professor, Department of Anthropology, Manipur University. Special highlights: interactions with panelists and eminent personalities, scholars, etc. on analytical views, strategies, economic upliftment, and many more. Don't miss it. The Manipur Files, a journey through the past, present, and future of Manipur.
SKTV na puduna luxury. The Manipur Files ki special edition. Thasi ki tangkuni pan ki nungtil punga mataba matamda Imphal West District ki Ningtem sa karong dalaiba Harmony Hall dagi miyam na life oina fangbigani Manipur unrest, geopolitics and geoeconomics hariba hiram masida SKTV ki marathon discussion. Adom ki host SKTV ki editor Raj Nongthombam ga loinena panel member singda Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry ki Secretary Haurukcham Anil, social scientist Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, UNI ki Bureau Head Ningthau Kongjam Satyajit amasung Manipur University ki Department of Anthropology ki Professor Dr. MC Arun saruk yabigani. Hiram kyada sakna araba miyoi singa unaduna wari sanabi khudong sabasu leijari kaubiragano thas ki tangkuni pan gi nungthil pung amada sungsoi soidana phangbiragani SKTV ki The Manipur Files ki special edition Manipur unrest, geopolitics and geoeconomics. The Manipur Files, a journey through the past, present and future of Manipur.
Ngasigi debating competition sigi makong mathang tabam to lauthok sage ahan bagi first prize di thoksom sanathoi singh mana lobby gre mana score to was 228 ni maji opposition bench ni ado second da Ria Tongbram Ria si Ria Ria je tarak kare dum khal 226 ni supporter ni third ta Moirangthem Amarjit Chani ga kunmari ni opposition ni ado consolidation prize da Namairakpam Rikesh Maitei 222 phangi adagi Mayengbam Mangal Singh 221 phangi aduga Umar Nongzai maju 220 phangi supporter ni Laishram Sanajauba 214 phangi opposer ni Glady Khetrimayum 214 phangi supporter ni Dineshwar Purichabam 213 ni opposition ni Khumuksam Srinivas Sanitara Phangi. Aduga 8 position da Laisang Them Luching Bichanu 209. Aduga 9 da Sida 8 positions the MD Isarat Ali Ziauri Maju 209 Phangi. Aduga 9 da Thoksom Roshan Singh 208 Phangi. Aduga 10 da Joyশ্রী Haishnam 203. Mayam gi prize di February gi first week ta ese gi loisalapa duga punna pigane na organizing committee gi maike di habi rei. Aduga prize di yam piktre. First prize da 30,000 ni, second prize da 20,000 ni. Maitero ndam haijarake. First prize da lising kuntra ni, second prize da lising kunni, aduga third prize da na lising tara ni, consolidation prize zu lising ohum ni. Puna maksi thamjaraga February gi ahan basayonda organizing committee na lepi bada ngasi gi lengbi de wis mana hara hara lapiu. Akhoi la amdraju dum la amdre na khanbiu. Puna bu khorum jari.
Thank you everyone for coming and joining this event today. I hope it was a great event. And as we come to the end of this event, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude. May I now invite Thaunauzam Nivarani Devi, General Secretary, NPYF, to come up on the stage.
Thank you. Ngasi se yam nungai NPYF na sumaina debate competition ama sinjabase yam grand success oibra na khajai ayi wakhalonda ado NPYF na makhatana youth mayam gi damakta platform pizagani competition mayam ama matung tarpada su mayam ama singani aduga political party mayam na hunari NPYF na youth mayam ama leptana singani habse sigi achet pathasa pizage duga now, on behalf of NPYF Manipur, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our judges, speaker, participants, party members, media persons, and everyone who made this event a grand success. Let us carry forward the insight we have gained today to create a brighter, peaceful future for Manipur. Thank you for being a part of this meaningful initiative. Wishing you all a wonderful day. Thank you.